Welcome to this second mindfulness moment on the second day of this digital campus party. My name is Wineke van Aken and I'm a mindfulness coach from Amsterdam, and I'm your host for these sessions. These sessions are here for you to help you to prepare yourself for an inspiring and fruitful day. These sessions will help you to connect with yourself and to connect with the body, so that you can be fully present during every presentation and that you will enjoy every minute of it. So I hope you had a good day yesterday and that you're looking forward to today. And I thought for now, for this mindfulness moment, to start with some stretching of the body. There's some easy stretching exercises that we're going to do. You can just do them while you're sitting on your desk chair or on your couch like me. So let's first find a comfortable posture, sitting with a straight back. And if you're ready, let's do some shoulder rolls. So making big shoulders, big rolls with the shoulders, big circles. You breathe in when you bring your shoulders up, and out when they go down. Soft, big circles slowly. And then turning the other way, big circles the other way. Feel the stretch at the chest, maybe also at the back. Long, deep breathing. And the last one, relax. So next, making circles with the head. Nice stretches for the neck. Slowly, carefully. Careful with your neck. Making big circles. Maybe feel the stretch at your chin. Maybe the head not too far back, so that you're careful with the neck. And feel the stretch at the sides of the neck. Nice long stretches. And then the head is back up again. And now going the other way. Big circles. Slowly being kind to your neck. Not bringing the head too far back. Last one. And then the head is back up again. And then one more exercise for the shoulders. You put your hands on your shoulders and making circles with the arms. Don't forget to breathe. Nice, long, deep breathing. Last one. And then the other way. Few more. It's nice for the body as a preparation for sitting, for your mindfulness practice. Last one, and relax. And then shake the arms, shake the hands, the wrists, nice shaking. And then give your shoulder a nice stretch. Right arm forward, left arm under it. Give it a nice pull. Release. other arm. And release. Then fold your hands together and bring them towards the ceiling and stretch the arms. Nice breathing. And then open the arms and give the body a twist. Left hand on your right knee and twist the upper body and look over your right shoulder to the back. Nice push. And release. Other side. Long deep breathing. And then back to the middle. And then check the body. Do you feel some effect of the stretches? It's always a nice preparation before sitting in stillness to do some stretching. So then if you're ready, find your comfortable seat. With a nice straight back, steady, strong, and still soft. And if you want, you can close your eyes. Or if you keep them open, you keep them soft. Doesn't really matter. And maybe you still feel some effect of the stretching of the body. And slowly dropping into the body. Feel how the body is resting in space. Feel how the body is sitting on the chair. And notice how the body is presenting itself to you. If you make a scan from your feet until the crown of your head, feel how the body is sitting and resting. Aware of the contact points of the body. The feet touching the ground. Your hands maybe touching each other or touching your knees, your legs. Aware of the contact points of the buttocks with the chair. The crown of your head is facing the ceiling. Noticing how the breath is moving through the body. Feeling the movement at the chest, at the belly. Sitting and connecting with the breath, maybe with your hands on your belly. That helps you to drop from the head into the body. Feeling the movement of the belly can be very helpful to be in this moment, to be aware and to be present in this moment. Because the mind is always in the future, and usually that's worrying if things will work out fine. The mind is always in the past. Usually that's ruminating, thinking if you didn't forget something, if you didn't make a mistake. So the mind is always busy, always thinking about the future, thinking about the past. But the body is in this moment. The body is into the present. With this breath. And with this breath. So the breath can be your anchor to be in this moment. So when you're watching the presentations and the mind starts to think about the future, or when the mind goes back to the past, you can go to the breath and remind yourself to be in this moment, to bring the mind back into this moment. Feeling the belly moving, going forward when you breathe in, falling backward when you breathe out. This breath and this moment. And when you are aware of the movement of the breath, you can also be aware of the whole body. And feeling how the breath is moving through the body. So when your mind is all jumpy and when you're feeling a bit anxious or a bit stressed, then you have to give your mind a job, a part-time job. Tell your mind to focus on the breath, on the belly. So then the mind has something to do. It can focus on the belly, so the mind is happy. And you are happy because the mind isn't bothering you anymore. So sitting with a smile behind your lips or a smile behind your eyes. And maybe thanking the breath and thanking the body for being there in the present. And for helping you to get out of the worrying and the ruminating, to be in this moment. To be in this happy moment. Because usually in this moment it's much better than the mind thinks. So now, when we're slowly coming to the end of this mindful moment, you can thank yourself for have given the time and the energy to calm yourself, to calm the mind, to calm the body, and to prepare yourself for this second day of this online campus party. So when you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes if you had them closed. Maybe checking in with yourself one more time to notice how you feel now after these 20 minutes of mindfulness. And see if you can bring this quality of attention with you to the rest of the day. And I wish you a great second day and looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So take care and see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello, this is Chris Parker back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. I've known Rob for, I don't know how many years, a lot of years, but I've been delightfully part of the CIO community in the Netherlands. And that community, I guess you could say, actually exists as a community because of the work that Rob and his wife, Regina, and their team do.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm Rob. I'm 56 and being an entrepreneur from the last 20 years, working for corporations with Japanese mothers and North American mothers, so to speak. Find myself in a position that I was fed up with corporate bullshit. I started my own company from the heart, so to speak. But I think I built my company on relation rather than transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, the story of my life in being an entrepreneur. And what I mainly do is, well, you stated it, is facilitate in a lot of diverse ways the community of, let's say, people who are in charge and responsible for IT and technology within the bigger organizations in the Netherlands and across Europe also. And why I did that?
Yeah.
Well, very simple. When I was working with a company, one of the companies what I was working for was a company called Hyperion Solutions. And they were kind of a market leader in terms of business analytics and business intelligence within the financial arena, right? Budgeting and planning and consolidation processes. We figured out that it was not about looking back, but it's going about looking forward. And that was, I think, the early 2000s, right? When you had Enron and you had, Sarbanes-Oxley coming up, all kind of things within the financial arena, within the function of the financial director was to become more important because of, looking upfront and M&A and all those kind of stuff. And we figured out that the way to go forward was business performance management, right? With understanding what you've done, but bring that into forward. But there was no community. There was no community of financial directors. There was no community of IT directors. You can imagine all kind of titles and all kind of jobs and roles there. So we started that finance community, and a couple of years later, one of the CFOs said to me, he said, Rob, this is a great platform and this is a great thinking, that performance management and forward. But there's a guy in the corner that's called CIO, and he's the guy who's shouting around about centralization and optimization and bringing that up to corporate. And that's the IT guy, and he's responsible for SAP and Oracle and all those stuff. And so what you are doing is enterprise wide. It's not finance only again. So you need to put your arms around the CIOs. So I looked into that and I thought, well, this is it. This is a great bunch of people, because this is interesting, because now we're not talking about finance in the pure way, but we're talking about how can IT contribute to your company. At least I was thinking that in 2000. Took me a while, the other guys, to imagine that also, that IT would go for value rather than being a cost in, well, anyway. So I explored it and said, hey, again, there's no community, so let's build it up as a community, but from the heart. That was my starting point.
And it has heart, because for those, who might be listening to this that aren't in the CIO space or the IT space, these are not, 50 people in a hotel room or conference room with a couple, dry speakers and then, a cracker. These are crafted, staged experiences. Sometimes, the CIO day is multiple days, where it's always an incredibly well thought through, at least as a participant, blend of community members presenting, and you've given me a chance sometimes to take risks and present some crazy stuff on stage, as well as thought leaders from around the world, as well as up and coming, some of the startups and things of the world, and then the entertainment factor, and it's all sort of has this special Rob and Regina sauce that you mix up, that somehow makes people connect, and it's really sort of I think your events sort of almost give a bit of a heartbeat to the annual year for a lot of the people in the community. So. I think, definitely heart, but also a lot of creativity and risk taking, because it seems like every year, we talked just before about, sort of business model, innovation. You have been innovating every year. So I'm curious what, maybe share a little bit on what drives you, because you have a working model. You could have stopped innovating, 10 years ago, but every year it's adapted, it's different, and it's better.
Yeah. I think that what you described, and thanks for the compliments and thoughts about it. But it's not about only that. So I think if I look to what I try to do within facilitating this community, it's I think the key words are 24/7 and multiple. So what I mean with that is this community is 24/7 open. Because I think that's the basis of being a community, and not when you're there, I'm there, right? Yeah. So I'm open 24/7. That's one. The second thing is multiple. So it's not only about what you can see on activities, but it's also about what can I learn from educational point of view. What can I share? What I can bring, and I can collect. And that has to be in balance because you are in a different maturity stage than, for an example, another colleague, right, who has just started. But you also want to find yourself in a comfort zone about trust. So trust has also to do with how much do I know from you to build up a relation, but also understand where you are and can give you an advice. So, for example, I'm drinking 50 times a cup of coffee with people saying, what is the next step I should take? And I have not a label on that. I'm not an executive search company, or I'm not an advisory company, but that comes with the territory. Mm-hmm. If you put it all in perspective, then it's that multiple says, okay, the more you know from me from a profession and from a personal point of view, the best you can bring programs for me, right? Mm-hmm. So doing this nearly 20 years, seeing people, being a crown princess in their company, seeing them married, seeing them to get children, seeing them to get divorced, seeing them to get, I've seen it all, right? And the fun part is, if you take that from a relational point of view in the context of you are being a leader, how can you be stronger and how can you put that to value for your company? That's the basis of what I try to blend in that community. And if it's masterclasses, an MBA program, or events, or the magazines, or the readables, or TV, or whatever. Those are all carriers of the greater good. Being 24/7 with multiple activities around.
And recently, you've also gotten into with partnerships into research with the High Performance Digital Organization research, which has been going on, I think, well over a year. With academic rigor. How does that fit in? Going into more of the research, because there's a relational aspect and now there's a research aspect, which I think is sort of looking at maybe the intellectual and the emotional side of all these people in your community.
Yeah, I think the interesting concept of those programs we run. So if you talked about innovate, right? Constantly have to innovate. So, and I guess one of the elements of innovation is how can you blend certain aspects. So if relation point of sharing is strong, but how can you get this sharing, this piece of information, in a kind of a model that you would say, okay, if I do this from a scientific point of view, then it suddenly gets a different value, right? Mm-hmm. Because then you can talk about true or non-true, right? Then you can talk about the principles behind science, right? So then suddenly it's not about like or dislike. Suddenly it's about the truth. The only way I think is interesting to do this is not from an academic point of view as being this is the model, but creating this model from the relation point of view, saying you're going to write it yourselves, guys. I only have this professor saying this is the matrix behind it, right? Because you're going to stretch your brain saying not this is my gut feel or this is my best practices, this is wrong or this is good or this is great. No, this is the format you will get, my academic format. I will coach you and you will create it together. And even the paper itself was written by the peers, right, themselves, including the textures, not my editor-in-chief doing the great words, right? You, and you. This is the format we said. And that's an interesting piece of transformation or change in how can you create content together.
Yeah.
And that's for me is innovation.
Speaking of innovation, there's been some innovations you've added to your portfolio over the years that that later you've stopped, you've culled, you've sort of peeled back. I'd love to hear a bit about what is your lens to know what to focus on in your business, because you seem to be constantly balancing and saying, okay, well, if I'm going to do a little of that, I'm going to peel back a little bit of this and keep crafting the portfolio.
That's an interesting one, because then you come into, I guess, being me as an entrepreneur. Being another one as an entrepreneur probably would give you a totally different answer, I guess, Chris. So if I look this from an entrepreneur point of view, I would say that when I started this whole CEO community, it's very easy to say, hey, this is great, let's go for a waterfall approach, right? So what's the next layer? What's the next layer? What's the next layer? Et cetera, et cetera. But what I find myself interesting for making decisions is relevance, is impact, is meaningful. So if it's not relevant, if it's not meaningful, if there's no impact, why should I do it for just for myself, from a commercial perspective or a transactional perspective? It doesn't strengthen my core, right?
Yeah.
So what I've always done is looking for what are the main topics today, but also tomorrow, what should add on that framework of, let's say, sharing information, creating information, and etc. So when we were doing this first initial waterfall process, it was about, you're a chief, but you have 4, 5, or 6 buddies reporting to you. Right? You have your chief infra, your chief application, your chief. And they are buddies, and they need to have their own buddies also to understand if they're good or great, or how they can share that, right? In their context of the discussion with applications or information or security or etc. And how can you bring that back together again? And then you see different changes in terms of, I guess, the developments. You get innovation was more important. You got sourcing went more important. So then you get horizontal changes in the landscape, right? And then suddenly you create it again, and then you make more focus again. You compress it again, and then you say, okay, so we have done this. And then you have to, and then that's, I think, is an important piece of the puzzle. Then you have to say, if I compress it again, because it served as it should have, providing, right? Then you have to say, do I still need to provide, for an example, a topic of sourcing to this level? No, because it's within their system, it's within the bucket. So after 8 years or 9 years, hey, Rob, we know the drill. See, in the movie got a t-shirt about sourcing. So you're done. So then I have to say, okay, this is a group of 8,000 people. I have a magazine. I've got multiple events. I've got education. I've got 4 or 5 people working on it. Do I still need to do this? For what? And then, of course, another matrix pops in and says, well, if it doesn't bring me kind of a margin principle, then, why should I play this effort? Because if I take these people, they can be on other buckets much more meaningful. So then you take a decision saying, okay, carve this out. That's done. It served its purpose. It's done. It will not contribute any longer. It's done. And take your people, put them to the next project, to the next assignment. And that could be X, Y, or Z.
Well, I think the CDO, Chief Digital Officer, Data Officer, that role, I think, is in that journey of discovery and reflection right now. I think is a role in the industry, because you've told me some metrics, from the industry that the average tenure of its Chief Digital Officer is like 9 months or something. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so I'm really curious what your vision on that is, not only as a contributor to that community, but also just interest. Because what I also, feel is maybe one of the reasons why the CDO's less effective, maybe than other roles, is because, say, executives want to digitize their business, and then they hire someone, and then they say, you go digitize the business. When I think in reality, that executive needs to digitize themselves and actually then be that change. So what's your vision on the CDO landscape? You've got 30 seconds to explain.
Read the book. Read the book. No, it's a great question, and multiple answers are there, right? And being careful with my answer in terms of because it isn't a one fits answer for all, right? Because that would be too easy. Knowing, for example, within the Netherlands, 2,000 organization by heart. I know their chief execs, I know the CFO, I know the CAO, I know. But I guess a couple of things are interesting. A is, yes, I think a too greater percentage within the 2,000 companies in the Netherlands have a problem with their digital literacy. They have a lack of strategy or digital strategy in their boards. And the digital strategy is not about digitizing your core, but it's about digital growth, so top line. And I think should be at least, but yeah, should be at least. But I guess there's a huge problem. And then and the problem behind this is not that you can create on paper a digital strategy for growth with new products and new services within your digital arena, but it's mainly the governance and the adoption of it within your organization, right? Yeah. And the third, and I think that's an interesting one. The third one is the involvement of HR. And HR in this context, and you really have to think about this. So we have this function house, right, for over years and years and years, with roles and tasks and competences and education behind it, and salary is a schedule, blah 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 blah. So house, and suddenly you got a new role to play, because the chief executive officer thinks that if he puts a CDO in it, you go into a different mode of core versus growth, right? So cost optimization versus growth. And suddenly you have this discussion. And why you have this discussion? Or because of your current CEO is not taking his role and tasks and his responsibility to do these two things, right? So that's a near question. Right?
Yeah.
That is. So, and that can be, but then you have to question: do I need to replace my CAO, or do I hire a CDO, right? And then there's a second question: is then, okay, if I look to my company, how much if that change will be from a by model perspective, or for example, is that interesting, right? So do I leave this guy and optimize things, or and bring in a guy? But what is this guy going to do? And then you see the last problem is this guy is often not a guy in charge of within the governance. No, he's not the top dog in the governance. Often he's not a guy with a team. He's not a guy with a budget. So he's a bridge builder, right? But these guys are selected by HR and executive search companies throughout this whole domain, right? So CEO plus a little bit more ditty, right? And more techie, more. But there's no classical, because there was no study for CDO, right? Not in digital, not in the disruption or the transformation. In data, yes, you can find enough study to be a data guy, chief data officer, for example. So suddenly this guy was framed by the executive search companies and the HR saying, well, this will be the guy who's building bitches, right? No. And I think this was one of the greatest problems, because he or she doesn't know what the role and task was. So I've seen it happen, Chris, that there was interviews going on between people with a firm job going into a new role, where the company and the executive search company would say, it still has to be clarified what your role and task will be, but it will be a great momentum. So let's go for it together, right? And 70% was within the first 9 months was fired or have walked out of the job. Mismatch.
It's right now I'm running a data strategy project for a Dutch bank. Nice little part-time thing during the Corona time. And one of the questions I asked them during that was like, who's responsible to evolve the humans in this organization to think more data centric, to think in business outcome of data capabilities. And they did have an answer on the business side because they're actually putting a sort of a data officer role in place. But that was more to educate the business side, which was good. But I said, well, what about this whole technical landscape of humans that are actually going to have to wear this pressure, because just because they work on applications and systems doesn't mean that they are data people or they are digital thinkers. And so one of the things we're going to include in that recommendation is, okay, you need to have a human evolution strategy, coming back to your HR point, to actually either bring these people along on that journey or find new people, or somehow over time, bring that level of thinking to a new maturity. So
I think nice remark, and you are absolutely right there, Chris. But then you are within the spectrum halfway. So if you go up and left or right and taking the extremes from, so we have a function house, right, from HR perspective. And then suddenly you're a company, we find yourselves in a position that your traditional business will no longer do. You need to go to this business. It means a total different P&L, total different investment, total different sales, total different customers, total different whatever, right?
Yeah.
But here you have this CIO who have built legacy, right? And then he needs to move to top corner, right, to Greco. So. Okay, how are we going to do this? Do we go on cloud? Do we go full cloud strategy with a greenfield data, right? Yeah, but then we burn what we have invested. And there are chief technology officers saying, well, we can use this technology. Yeah, but how can I get that to the back, from front to back, integrate? Yeah, I'm the chief architect. No, we need to go slow. Yeah, but if I go slow, I'm dead before I'm come here. So there are multiple reasons why it fails. And it has to do with that role and task in the minds of a CEO, of a chief exec, saying, yeah, I need to have a kind of a model because, there's something like cost and value and motivation and payments, etc. But let's say very honestly, the traditional governances of how things are decided today are fucked up. I think the accounting principles are wrong today. I think competence frameworks are wrong today. I think that the chief executives and so the board of directors and board of advisory, there is a huge digital literacy in companies, right? And I think there's an adoption problem within the whole companies within change. Well, so I recently spoke with a chief exec. He says, Rob, we have created the finest digital platform you can imagine. I said, well, great. What is your turnover? What did you make? What is your change? What is your conversion ratio from old to new? He said, 0. I said, hey, what the F is happening, right? And he said to me, my sales are saying that the customers won't buy. Okay.
Well, quite frankly,
an adoption problem. There's an adoption.
Well,
I said, well,
I think it's a mindset problem, because having suffered from that myself, as you well know, Rob, that we, with pretty good knowledge back in the day, we were trying to build it on the belief that they will come, and maybe spoke to customers too late in the process. That if anyone is out there building a digital platform or data platform without intimate, regular contact with their customers and crafting that proposition and simplifying the tech to the very bare minimum in order to meet that need initially, then they're going to get burned, in my opinion. So for me, that's just.
But it's also about bold decisions. So I told this chief exec, I said to him, why don't you turn off your traditional products and services for a couple of months, right? Do that in a couple of areas where it perhaps not harm you. But if you're a real chief, you go massive, right? And he did that. And 3 months later, he had a shift of 60%, right?
Yeah.
So the sense of urgency suddenly was, I cannot sell. Customers complain. I have something to sell. Yeah, I need to teach myself that it is the new product and services. and it's sold, right?
Yeah. If you have your proposition well enough nailed down, then absolutely. And also sometimes you need a crisis. And so we've got a couple minutes left. And I know over time we've spoken about, taking your in-person events and going a bit video and digital. And during the Corona time, and we've got about 2 minutes or so. So if you can just give a few words about CIO TV, which was a pretty fundamental evolution of your company during this Corona time, and how can people get a hold and find CIO TV to basically enjoy some of that media?
Yep. Well, interesting. Decision A was I as being also a physical guy, because I think it comes with the territory. If you are really building a community, it's not only about digital and all the technology but represents. It's about looking you in the eyes and could say and feel and then go. Right? Then there's the depth, I think, of the. So, but publishing a magazine, for example, hard copy is hard during Corona, right? So ship that to your postal office address, where you're sitting at home. That will not make sense. Bringing that digital, that's great, but it's a production time of a month, right? So, and what are you missing in a month? So what we thought about is now, so during Corona, there's firefight. And I saw rabbits. I saw rabbits saying, "Oh, how do you do that?" No. So I think one of the elements we took was saying, well, we need to create a platform where we can share all those best practices of firefight, and then probably we'll have the discussion about forward and future also, right? Popping up. So we immediately started to create COTV with 2 broadcasts a week. And the only thing what we said is, well, we need to do this as we are. So I want to have live television. I want to have people to the studio, because I want to see them in the eyes when we have the discussion. Yeah. And really, then it's valuable. So we started this. We've done 20 broadcasts. We had 50 people in the house in the last 3 months. It's killing you, right? Because hats off for TV, right? Because it's different. That's a different thing than we have done. And you can look that up at itexecutive.nl/COTV. There you will see all the broadcasts lined up. Yeah. Great.
Incredible. I'll put that link in the show notes as well. Is there any other way, Rob, that people can get a hold of ICT Media and yourself?
Yeah, well, I can be found on LinkedIn, right? I can be found as ictmedia.nl. But I think what I think is always the interesting thing is how can you reach me? You can reach me by Rob at ictmedia.nl, and you can reach me by LinkedIn. And I'm always looking for interesting thoughts, right? That can within this community can create value. And that's the most interesting part. What I do. I'm blessed. And I can talk with you. I can drink coffee. Well, not as I used to do, right? Drinking 100 cups of coffees a year, just talking about sense and nonsense of life, and bring that back into. But I think one of the lessons I've learned, Chris, is that you need to have focus, right? But you don't have to. What you don't have to do is an extreme focus on your finance, on your portfolio. But what I mean with focus is that you constantly ask yourself the question: do I create value for what I do? And if you are a community, then you create value not for yourself. You create value for your community, right? Yeah. So you constantly have to ask those guys and girls: do I bring you value? What are you missing? How do you want to interact? What do you want to know? What is your sentiment? And I think those are much more important to focus on than you focus on your, let's say, your rationals. Of course, that comes with the territory being an entrepreneur. But if you have these in control, these will flow. So that's my focus, constantly on this side.
Beautifully said, Rob. Thank you so much for joining. And I'll put all those ways of people that they can contact you in the show notes. And for those out there that are interested in IT and CIO and what's going on during the Corona time, then go to CIO TV to really hear it from the people that are solving these problems on a daily basis. So, Rob, thank you so much.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And I have with me not only an entrepreneur, but someone who has helped me for many years with my entrepreneurial efforts, giving me advice, sometimes telling me when I'm doing stupid things or doing complex things in his very polite and very wise way. Thank you, Bas Schumacher. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Chris.
Hello. Would you mind telling us, our starting questions are always, Bas, who are you? What do you do? And why do you do what you do?
Yeah. Well, my name is Bas Schumacher, 42 years old. I'm a dad. That's, I think, one of my main purposes in life.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 kids, and I'm married with Simone, and which is also working at the company at the moment, which I'm very happy about. And I help like independent professionals with their 6 biggest financial challenges. So that could be like accounting or taxes or building a pension or getting a mortgage or buying a car, which is a question which is asked a lot. And insurance, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say insurance because you helped me with insurance before. Yeah.
Yeah. And I try to make their life a little bit easier to clarify stuff and explaining it to them so they will have more peace and make better decisions and just don't worry about it too much. And I do that because, I think it's so terrible if people call me and they say, well, I couldn't sleep last night because this decision, make me so worry a lot. And then in 5 minutes they say, okay, this works like this, this, and this. And if you do like this, then this will be the solution. And they will say, okay, is it that easy? Yeah, it's that easy. This just decide something. And it's so terrible that I didn't sleep about it or worried or so my main purpose is just keeping people at ease and don't let them worry you so much and just worry about the things what will make them happy and not about finance stuff because
Well, you've definitely given me peace over time because as an expat, very hardly a Dutch speaker, coming in, and so for me, not only does the finance, insurance, and mortgage, I've been able to entrust that to you, for advice and helping make decisions, but also navigate all the the belasting things, the tax authority, things like that. So it's and it's also because my as I have a degree in accounting. So I have enough knowledge to be dangerous, and it's also better even because that's not my actual expertise right now, but also to give it to someone who's completely in that, and I can say, okay, yes, Bas, I trust Bas. They're taking care of that. So over I'm going back a couple years now. We did some customer experience work together, and I thought about personas and who the right customer is for you. And what I've seen you do over time is become more and more focused on who the right customer is for you and also what products. And you've actually packaged that over time in these really easy sort of modules and stuff. Can you share that journey? Because you started, I think, doing a lot of things for a lot of people and then have narrowed your focus and through that your business has grown, many times over.
Yeah, well, I started in 2007, and before that I worked at a bank, and I wanted to be an entrepreneur, so I had to change my career a little bit because owning a bank is difficult. And you have to have a lot of money, so and I didn't, so So I started working with like an independent advisor, which was really focused at insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that for like a year, and then the owner said, "Well, I want to stop working." He was like 59 or stuff, and would you be the one who can buy my company? I said, "Yeah, well, sure. I want to buy it." At the end, it was like the worst time ever to buy a company, because it was 2006, and then in 2007 I owned it, and then in 2008. Like the biggest financial crisis I think in my life happened. So bad timing, but yeah. And we had some customers who we serviced with taxes. And over time, you get like the Dutch ZZP movement. A lot of people changed their careers and became ZZP'ers. And they just...
For the international audience, ZZP'er is like an independent professional, like a one-man business.
Yeah, exactly. And what became really popular in the Netherlands, and then and those people just ask me, "Okay, you do my taxes. Can you do my taxes now?" And I said, "Well, sure. I will do your taxes." And I had a degree in accounting, but I never worked in accounting. So at first it was, okay, we'll see if I can do this. And then I asked some people and just thought about it and looked at all the things I learned at school. And okay, I can do taxes for independent people. So that worked. And I just listened to them and all the questions. And I thought, well, there was really no place or like an A brand for like the independent guys to go to. If you have need a mortgage in the Netherlands, there's like A brand you can go to, and if you need a bank, there are A brands. But for those people, there were not. And I figured out that there were never like an A client with not any company, because with like the big accountant firms, they were like the smallest customer, and like the assistant of the assistant of the assistant did the work. So they had really not any use to the big accounting company. With insurance company, yeah, you don't need a lot of insurance, so yeah, not really a big customer there. And with banks, you're not a big customers because you don't need big loans or stuff like that. Probably only a car loan, maybe, and that's it. So I thought, well, those people have so many questions. Why can I just answer them? So I really focused myself in listening to them, which questions they have, and just looking up the data to answer those questions. And they really related to the stuff I already did, because everything is connected. Insurance is connected to mortgages. It's connected to your to your accounting, to your taxes. If you like, if you have a mortgage and you want to get rid of your interest contract and you have to pay a fine to the bank, then you will get more kinderopvangtoeslag. So you get more money, more taxes back than you already need.
And for me, it's all those the interrelatedness and the complexity of that quite frankly I don't want to worry about. So yeah, I'm delighted that you're worrying about it and you enjoy it.
Yeah, it's really fun to just connect all those dots together and say, well, if you do this, this and this will also happen. Yeah. You may not realize it, but this is the big effect of it. And then in time, we make like more special projects for products for those people, and products to just pay like a monthly fee for an advice service or for an accounting service, or
and that's what I have signed up for, because I think the orange package that has a lot of things included in it, and then every once in a while I ask you crazy questions that of course that has a little more unique work, like helping with my US tax filing. At least translating from the Dutch numbers to something close to GAAP, American numbers, so I can, comply with my American requirements. So, but I guess I'm probably the only person that you're helping with the U.S. tax preparation?
No, I have another one now.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Because I know now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's well, I'd be interested in maybe comparing notes with that person, or if that person needs help, because what I've done is with your help have the sort of spreadsheet system that I leave all the Dutch stuff to you. I translate it into the spreadsheet system, and then I basically just put it right into H&R Block software that I have to trick Amazon.com to allow me to download as a foreigner, and then it just works. So it's a sort of a streamlined process. So nice. So again, and I don't want to think about that. So I've tried to optimize that as much as possible. So nice. So. And over time, that you continue to focus more and more on independent professionals, create more packages, and how about business growth? Because I have observed over the last couple of years that you have been growing in staff, and also. Because originally I was working with you, and then that was handed over to Rob, one of the other advisors, which went pretty seamlessly as well. So, how do you see your business growing over time? What's worked and what hasn't worked for you? Maybe other people can learn from that.
Yeah, well, my biggest marketing strategy is word of mouth, and. Because the first thing we need from a customer is trust. If you don't trust me, then it doesn't really have any sense of doing this. And we also have to trust the customer, because we also give all our stuff away in front. And then afterwards we send a bill. So we really have to trust him to okay, we have your advice now and we're going to pay the bill. And
that's a nice way to look at that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I never knew paying the bill was an optional. So thank you for that.
You could have people who say, "Okay, thank you," and bye. That never happens. But you need two-way trust, and also we don't want any customers who participate in all kinds of legal stuff or doing things we don't want to help them with. So I do creative accounting, but at the good side of it, and not at the bad side of it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I have appreciated about you is accounting is not black and white. For those people who are maybe further away from the industry, that there is a lot of interpretation there, and maybe the tax authority makes it that way on purpose, but because it's all basically a big game, and that it has been nice having an expert like you who's aware of the game, if you can call it a game, or aware of the rules of the game. And then be able to say, okay, well, no, what you're asking is clearly not allowed. Don't do that. Which is also great. Then okay, stop thinking about it. Or you can say, well, okay, I see what you're trying to do. Maybe if we do this and this, then that makes more sense. And so that's good.
Yeah.
So how, if you're willing to share, how much is all of your business come from word of mouth, from referrals, or do you ever run campaigns and
no. Our marketing costs are really zero. Maybe it's something if we have a website, of course, and that will cost some money. But building it was for free because I helped somebody who built it. So it's like a barter deal, and I have to pay for the hosting. But that's really nothing. And so word of mouth is important. Well, we have a strategy for it because Jort, the accounting program, is like a big partner and get a lot of customers. So for us, it's good that Jort likes us. So once in a while, one of our staff members goes to Jort, brings a cake, and says, "Well, we're really happy with you, and thank you." And then we have a little conversation. Okay, we heard these complaints or these tips for you, and maybe you can do something with it. And you show us the things you're working on. And so we have, we have a great relationship with them, and you keep it. And the other thing is your own network. We get a lot of customers through under other customers. And most of the times we try texting them, okay, you send a customer to us, thank you. We're really happy about it.
Yeah.
And the last thing we want to do is through online videos. So making some online videos, which I will explain some financial stuff, and hopefully people will send it to other people and say, hey, okay, I got this video and it's great and finally understand this, and maybe you should look at it too.
Yeah.
And maybe through those channels we get some more customers. Yeah,
nice. And Yort, I've been working with you for quite a few years. I tried Yort a couple years back, and for whatever reason, probably my own mindset, it just didn't stick. I just got frustrated. In hindsight, it's probably because I'm more traditionally trained as an accountant, and Yort has been able to simplify some of those not principles, but some of the tactics of accounting. And I think maybe it was a little bit too different for me. But I've since come back to it. And I think also with Rob's very careful, patient hand-holding training, and also my own decision to not overcomplicate it. Because before I had a chart of accounts that was, overcomplicated probably for what I need. And so when I came back into the Yort discussion, I said, okay, well, I'm just going to do it completely out of the box, do it completely as Bas, and Rob advise.
Yeah.
Don't try to, do anything that creates an exception or an unnecessary bump in the process. And so far so good. And I think Yort has also evolved a lot over the last couple of years, it seems.
Yeah, they really did. But the basic principles are so easy that, like you're just too smart, and you think that can be true, that can be right.
Yeah.
A lot of things are automized, and a lot of things are very easy. And like the big accounts always say, this can't be true, this can't be right, this can't be true. But it is. And because it really keeps stuff simple. And if you have a really big company, I don't think Yort's the right accounting program for you. But if you have like a company and you have like 2 or 3 million revenue, it still will be all right to use Yort. Yeah.
And this is Yort. And again, for the international audience, sorry, you can't have it. It's for the Dutch market only. I think it's JORTT.nl probably.
Yes. Exactly.
And I think it is only in Dutch. So between my, half English Dutch abilities and Google Translate, I get through. But once it's set up, it was quite brainless for me. Because even like you take a picture of your receipts and then you attach it to an email and you send it to your custom, email, and that shows up in the system. And then all I have to do is attach that. And then when you guys do the reconciliation and the VAT, the sales tax, you just sort of, you're able to check it very easily.
Yeah, we just check it, and then that's it. And it's just really the system of you have like your bank account, and you paid for something, you paid like 50 euros, and then you have a receipt, and you just connect those two, and that's it. And then we check if you have the right VAT amount and that kind of stuff. Yeah. And that's it.
And you mentioned the word bank account. So I don't think we want to talk about bank right now. My God, what a horror of a company that is. So very much looking forward to, because that's one of the banks that Yort syncs with, and so I foolishly went all in on Bank as one of the new digital players. We're now going back to ABN AMRO. So I'm really looking forward to when Yort is integrating with more, I would say, if you ask me, more reputable, proper banks with proper service. So it's, but we'll live and learn. Sometimes you have to experiment with these things. So, I think in a week or 4, they will probably sync in with every bank in the Netherlands. Yeah. And because they were working very hard on it, and they needed like a bank permit to do so, and they got it like 2 months ago, and then and they had already the software ready, and they started testing it, and they were really far doing it, and Yeah, it's fun. It's all related, I think, to PSD2, which outside of Europe, that doesn't mean anything. But in Europe, PSD2 was the EU, and I know it a bit because I work in financial services sometimes. But the whole thing of PSD2 I found very interesting because in the States, all the banks were very free to allow you to download and sync your data that happens to be at the bank with all your financial software. And in Europe, it was fascinating for me because it was all very closed. The banks were basically saying, actually, no, this is our data that we might give you access on our portal, maybe. In order for you to have,
if you're nice,
insights into all this data about you, because it's your payment patterns and all that kind of stuff. And PSD, so basically the EU or regulators said, no banks, this is the customer's data, and thou shalt make it available. And in my observation, the banks have made that overly complicated because I think they've really been dragging their feet and requiring certifications and all of this kind of stuff. And it's been years in coming, so it's delightful that now finally, these smaller players like yours that are really customer oriented are actually able to help. So, looking forward to that.
I think it's great too. Yeah. Well, banking is really traditional in Europe. That's I think the big point. Yeah.
So it's
but they have to, now.
Well, they're changing because like Bunk and other I think N26 and other and even I want to say Money U or even ABN is having some sort of new digital startups and stuff. So they are adapting. They're figuring it out.
Sure.
Changing the way they're thinking.
Yeah.
So looking back at Bas as the company. What I've noticed is there's some operational improvements as well, because I'm working with you to get some new and different types of business insurance and liability insurance. And it was kind of interesting to see that instead of you taking time or somebody taking time on the phone, actually I got a form that I needed to fill out. Typical Chris fashion, I broke the form, but that's just me. But is that part of your ongoing sort of operational excellence work or your productivity work or
exactly. We really looked in, and that's something we learned from you. Exactly. In your whole customer journey, you can hurt the customer somewhere. It's good to hurt them a little bit.
Yeah.
And because if you have all highs, that's not good. Then people taking stuff for granted. They think that's normal, but that's a high. Huh? So you have to have some lows, and we get the lows with sending forms. So we really look at what is a good, a good point in the whole process to send somebody a form to fill in, because filling in stuff saves us a lot of time. And most of the time, it's always stupid stuff. Fill in your name and fill in your phone number and fill in your I don't know. So if you're like a new customer with us and we talk on the phone, we ask you 5 questions, and then we transfer somebody to an advisor, and they will make a meeting, a date for a meeting, and then they will send them some questions between the time the meeting is made and the actual meeting, and some questions, really simple, basic stuff. And then there are 10 questions. So we already have 15 answers from a customer, 5 in the phone conversation and 10 in the form. And then at the meeting, we ask them 15 other questions. And with all those questions bound, we could probably give you every advice you will need. Just we have already that data at the first meeting with the customer. And then when somebody is a customer and he wants a new product or renew stuff, we also send them forms, mostly different forms, just to get some easy data from them. It saves us half an hour. But if you have 1,000 customers, then in half an hour for every customer is a lot of time. So
has anyone complained about that, or no. Is it just no?
No, and just we figured out that the online forms we send to customers will they just send it back like within an hour. So and we have like some physical forms or stuff, or forms you have to like a PDF or you have to print them. Yeah, we don't get them back as quickly. So we're now transferring all like the PDF forms into digital forms. Nobody complains. No.
Yeah.
Everybody sends them back. And
the only time I get PDFs from you anymore is when the for the companies, the actual annual reports, if you will, need to be physically printed. So there's a bit of a workflow over here. I've got to read it, see it, print it, sign it, scan it, send it back, and then that that's a pile of paper, and so that's but I think that just needs to be done, and so so the going into the sometimes it's good to hurt the customer. That theory is called good pain. It comes from Pig Strategy, and Pain is Good Strategy, which is a book. It's a delightful book. I'll put that in the links as well. And the logic there is the psychology is if you have a customer journey, if it's all good or all average, then it's actually not really that memorable anyways. And so to find things, what are the things that are really meaningful to the customer that you have to win for the customer? And so probably your quality of advice or the quality of your advisors or, things that will not destroy trust. Those are things you have to really win. Maybe there's things that are branded as well that you need to really win at. And then you can decide what other stuff that you don't have to be so good at. Don't be so bad that people walk away. So don't be bunk bank, but be, instead of having a full, go to their house and make them coffee and then have them fill out the form and have this whole, rich, super experience, just send them a form because they don't really care about it and it doesn't help your brand. It's just part of a transaction. And that way you can sort of design that in to be, good pain, because some people might say, I don't want to fill out a form. Okay, but that's how we do it. And because we do it that way, we can also keep our prices, relatively reasonable and stuff like that. So, no, cool. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun over the last years talking about these things. So nice.
Yeah.
So how has COVID impacted you in the business? Have you lost business or I imagine you might even have earned business because people are really starting to start their own businesses maybe more and more.
Yeah, well, if you look at revenues, we had more revenues in those months like March, April, May than last year. But that was probably because everybody thought they were gonna buy a house in Corona time, which is really crazy. And I never have to help so many people in 1 week with a mortgage. And so that was strange. But like, a lot of things are timeless with our business, like doing your taxes. And Corona time was really the same season as the taxes season.
Yeah.
But that stuff, need to be done anyway. So So I think we did better. And if there will be like a financial crisis, I also think we'll do better because we like a cheaper alternative to like an accounting company. You probably pay the same, but you get more from us than from them. Because from them you just get like an annual statement or stuff like that, or your taxes filled out. With us, you get some extra financial planning or extra financial tips just to improve your situation. So,
I appreciate it very, very much. And I know with my U.S. taxes, because with Corona I had a little bit of more free time. I also worked closely with Rob and optimized it a bit more on my side, so it'll cost less money, less unique work next time. And I think every year we just got better and better at that. So. Boss, we need to wrap up. So I think for me, two really quick questions. Who are the perfect customers for you? If you say just a few words around that, and how can they get a hold of you?
Yeah, well, the perfect customer for me is like an independent professional, which is in the marketing branch or management or the RCT or medical or building. and they need more than an accountant, and they want more. That's my perfect customer. And how they get a hold of me, just look at our website, welkombijbas.nl, or call me, and the phone number is on the website, of course.
Thank you, Bas.
All right, bye-bye.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning.
Assuming all of our microphones are off, and Simon would like to present something as well. So this is the art of resilience. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Maybe your volume is up too much or something, or mine is. I will hand it over to Nicoline van der Paas and Simon Broad. Thank you both for joining for the next 25 to 30 minutes.
Good morning.
About the art of resilience. So I'll hand it over to you to introduce yourself better, and I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you so much. I'm
Great, I don't
myself off the screen,
hear
but
you.
I'm watching and here to help you. Are you following that, Simon?
I don't hear you, but I think I'm just going to.
Simon,
I am Nicoline. I can follow, but I think we've lost Nicoline.
yeah, I think she had her. I think she was listening via the external YouTube.
Okay, let me make a start, and we'll hope that Nicoline can reconnect.
Okay, I'll stay here with you.
So this session is about resilience, and of course, resilience is a word we hear a lot when we talk about being good in the startup world, being able to cope with adversity. Things happen that we need to be able to react to. I see Nicoline is back. Can you hear us? Nicoline, can you hear us? So what we want to do in today's session, we're going to ask you to also take part in this. It involves a little bit of movement, so we're going to use our bodies. And this session is all about ways to practice and build your resilience. And this starts with some movements in your body, but it's a very powerful technique. And it's not just about increasing your freedom of movement physically, but it also increases your freedom of mind and your ability to be resilient in all kinds of situations. Now, my experience, I'm a student of this method, and I've been involved in this for about a year now. And my experience is very positive about doing this. Nicoline is a practitioner who's been in this for many, many years, and can tell you a lot and give you a lot of insights about this. Nicoline, can you say something?
Yes, can you
Yes,
hear me?
now we can hear you. So please, Nicoline, carry on. Introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Chris and Nick, for having us on stage here to talk about the art of resilience, especially for startups, but I think for everybody, it's quite important. Already introduced us to the agenda. as being a start, you are resilient at every moment that you have to sell yourself, your product, or whatever you need to do to become better in what you're doing. And of course, the art of falling down is quite easy, but you need resilience and the power of it is much more important than trying to fail in whatever you're doing.
It looks like she's on in an exotic holiday location, so I'm also jealous that she's doing something very resilient. So let's see what when she comes back. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also sounded like I put in the chat that maybe she could put her own volume down, because I think she's hearing herself, and that's kind of throwing her off as well. So let's see if she, here she goes, she's coming back in.
Welcome back, Nicoline.
Yeah. No,
Hi, Nicoline. I think maybe if you turn down no problem at all. If you can just turn down your volume a little bit, maybe you don't hear yourself talking, and that'll be easier for you. And then we will be quiet and listen, because
Okay. Can you receive me now?
better. Great.
Yes.
So we are listening with interest. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay, so what I'm that if you need flexible brains as young people, you could say, well, I have them already, but the somatic education Feldenkrais method is about learning through very slow moving to become resilient in your brain, to have it, to build up, to learn, and to keep it. These are the most important things, of course. And for persons who were not reading my summary, I have to
I think we lost her a little bit again, but we will get there in the end.
Yeah, we will get there. I'm looking forward to this next bit, because Nicoline's going to give us a little bit of a body movement session for a few minutes to try to experience this for ourselves.
Yeah, and I've experienced that virtually before with you too as well, and so I'm looking forward to it as well. But if we don't get her back, then you might be on stage, my friend.
I can try to do that. There seems to be a troublesome connection.
Do you want to start just going for it, or?
Maybe we should. So if we go into this section where we are going to actually do a bit of exploring our own bodies, so I'd encourage you to do this. I will lead you through some very simple and slow movements. So the first thing I would ask you to do is to sit on your chair or wherever you're sitting, but sit with your feet nice and squarely on the floor, so you can feel your feet on the floor and you can feel your sit bones on the chair, and you're not leaning back against the back of the chair, but you're really feeling your weight on your sit bones and on your feet. And if you can, I would say close your eyes, because that allows you to focus better on what's happening inside your body. And the first thing I would ask you to do is to very, very gently move your weight towards your left sit bone so that your weight is slightly over to one side. And you may do this by putting a little bit of pressure on your right foot. And it's not that you want to lean to the left side, but you're bringing your whole body, and your body stays upright, but you're bringing it a little bit to the left side and back to the center. And if you do that a few times and get used to that motion, then take a few seconds to come back to neutral, as it were, and then do that on the other side, so that you're bringing your weight just a fraction to the right side and really feeling how your body weight is moving from being on both sit bones to being on one sit bone. And think about what it is you need to free up in your back, in your hips, to make that motion happen. Hi, Nicoline. Nicoline, can you hear us?
I think we asked her to turn her volume down. So it's, but I think carry on, Simon, you're doing great. And then maybe Nicoline can join in.
Okay. To add something to what I was, or Simon, to what I was saying, or shall I start the lesson?
So I just made a quick start with having people to shift their weight a little bit onto their left sit bone and their right sit bone.
And
so we lost connection again?
Yeah, so she's gone. I still see her in the panel, but her device is not connected. I think it's just a pure Wi-Fi issue. We have you back, Nicoline. Go for it while we have you still.
Shall I take over?
Yeah.
Yes. So I didn't hear how far you went.
Nicoline, maybe turn off your camera. Maybe
but
that
I would say close your eyes and try to be in yourself. If it's possible, stand from your tailbone on, walking over the interior of your vertebral column, going completely towards the neck. Best with closed eyes. And see if you can follow each vertebra. And then we're talking about bones. Are you still breathing? Where breathing? While you're bringing your attention towards your vertebral column. And if you're already that high that you are reaching your neck, you could decide to bring your attention to your head. Where does it stand when you compare it towards your trunk? Do you have your head up front or in the middle, or maybe behind yourself? You even can try, if it's possible, to bring the breastbone a little bit more upward so that your head is not so heavy. Try it. And then take a few deep breaths through your nose. blowing it out by forced expiration, meaning as if you're blowing up a balloon in front of you. Do it a few times into the nose and out by forced expiration. You can even get that you're getting in, giving it a color, everything but red, to create space into your lungs. And then let it go. Come and sit up front without having the back of a chair, sitting on your sitting bones, on your pelvis. In that movement, you're going to turn with your whole self to the right. Closed eyes for a moment, but if you turn to the right, to a submaximal position, you open your eyes and you pinpoint a place on the wall or where you are, which you can see easily, and then come back. So as a kind of cork into a bottle, you turn yourself a second time to the right, look to the right, and see how far you can get. And come back, please. Close your eyes, sitting on your pelvis without support in your back. Your left hand is on your left leg. You're standing on both feet on the ground. Your vertebral column is upright. And you put your right hand onto your head.
We lost you again, Simon. Keep going from at your head.
To pick up from here. So what we're now going to do is, with our eyes closed, we're going to do this going to the right, keeping the eyes closed and taking the hand along with us. And then back. And do that a couple of times. Then bring the hand down. And think about, what were your eyes doing? Your eyes were closed, but which way were you looking while you were making that movement? And then pick up that hand again, put it back to your head. This time we're going to go just maybe a half or a quarter of the move that you made before. We're going to go there. And now bring your eyes, but not the rest of you, back to the neutral position. And then back to looking straight in front. Just very slow movement. Only the eyeballs are moving. And then bring everything back to the center. Hi, Nicoline, please continue.
Okay. And do you realize what your eyes were doing when you were turning to the right? Could be interesting. Your brain knows if you're closing your eyes, but do you? So what we're going to do now is you put your hand up your head, at least above the C-lid. Then now your eyes are going to lead to the right. And then your arm coming in as well. But your eyes are leading, so that means your right eye is going to outer corner of the right eye, and your left going to the inner corner of the left eye. And the arm is following. So the initiation of the movement is one who's completely different, a variation, so to speak. And leave that alone for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. And see now, for a moment in between, how it is to turn to the right as a test movement. Can you go already a little bit further to the right, beyond the point that you were pinpointing somewhere on the ceiling on your right side? And then come back and do only with the hand on your head 1/5 of the movement you could make to the right. Stay there. Bring your eyes back to the middle. And again, back to the position. And do that 5 times. And back to your nose. To the right. Your head doesn't move at all. And back. And bring everything back. Breathe for a moment. Take your pulse. Is that you have on the eyes again, go to the right just a little bit, and then your elbow and your trunk is coming back. Last variation. Your eye stays to the right, and your elbow and your trunk are coming back. Very well. Yes. And leave that alone. Sit for a moment. Your eyes. If you have an idea that you are more aware on one side of your body, and then please stand up and walk around a little bit and see what did change. Can you say that you feel lighter, maybe more present in the now? You discover that you can turn to the right while you're walking much more easily than going to the left. Or the whole body moves differently in space towards the right side, or maybe in your case to the left side. It's all okay. But just try to be conscious and aware in little differences. Well, that was till now the lesson. That your ability to be completely in the present, and that means, if you translate that you can be completely responsible for the needs of your body and, so to speak, the well-being of that. And that's what you need to visit your practice. I think we had the possibility of chats going on, and if there are no questions, I would like to ask Chris if he, Simon, if he could give us a short review of the changement he has experienced after this short lesson. Normally.
Yes, thank you, Nicoline. So, so this was a nice little set. For me, I feel bigger on my right side, so I feel more volume there, and more awareness. And it's almost like I have, like my attention is more directed to the right than to the left right now. I guess that will even out a little bit later on.
I think.
And I noticed.
Okay.
I noticed after doing this rotation a little bit to the right a few times in these different variations, that this movement comes more easily. So it's become quite a smooth movement.
Yes. Great.
I have a question for Chris. I don't know, Chris, if you were doing this along with us.
I was halfway doing it with you and trying to resolve some of these other issues. So I can unfortunately not say that I have experience, and I have done it before. And what I was thinking about actually while experiencing the talk was, this is the art of resilience, and I'm amazed and impressed at how calm and resilient you both stayed while we've had these technical issues. And so what was going on in my mind is, okay, these two people have habits and mindsets which keep them very calm when most other people would have gotten very anxious and frustrated. And your calm and your resilience also helped me stay calm and try to figure this out and help. So that's what I experienced in this last 25 minutes.
Thank you.
And we have lost Nicoline again.
But let me. I don't know. Are there questions or comments? Anybody that wants to find out more? Nicoline's practice is on incrediblemoves.nl.
Yeah.
And please reach out to her or reach out to me, and I can pass you on for more exploration of this kind. It's all about being curious about your own possibilities.
Can you give just a 1 minute of what type of people
Wonderful.
or what type of issues that some people would have that they would seek to resolve through this Feldenkrais method?
So I don't know, Nicoline? Yes.
No, lost her.
Okay, let me try to answer that one, Chris. So this method is really suitable for just about anybody. It is helpful for people who have a specific injury because it helps really get over how to move around a constraint. But it is also a method which is used by athletes and dancers. And it is a method which has, because it has knock-on effects, it's not only physical, but also mental. It's something which also has been observed to have beneficial effects on behavior. For myself, I can say I've observed I am better able to be in control of myself and stay calm in a stressful situation.
Yeah.
So I thoroughly recommend this kind of practice.
And having worked with you professionally in stressful situations, I can attest that you have this sort of Zen-like aura about you oftentimes, and this probably contributes to that. So great. Simon, we need to wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
For the connections and all the issues and stuff, and please give Nicoline our thanks and appreciation. and again, for sharing this method and your insights. Very, very helpful. And everyone, please go to incrediblemoves.nl to learn more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello. This is Chris Parker back, and I have a special guest today, and I'm delighted because although we've been communicating on email, this is the first time that I've met Diego Menchaca. And Diego is with TeamScope, that's a company and app, and our connection is through Rockstart, the startup accelerator based in at least originally from here in the Netherlands. And I believe Diego was in one of the first cohorts of Rockstart. And so I'm delighted to have you here. So Diego, could you just tell us a little bit who you are, what do you do, and very interested in why do you do what you do?
Yeah, well, thanks for the introduction, Chris. Mm-hmm. A small remark is that I am from the first batch, but of the digital health program, which ran here in Nijmegen.
Okay.
And well, I'm 32 years old. I'm originally from Chile. I'm a designer at heart, and I've been traveling all over the world since I was a child. A few years ago, I came into the issue of data collection in clinical research, and I decided to solve that issue with a company called TeamScope.
Great. And can you dive into TeamScope a little bit? So, because I'm not in the clinical research space, like what does that mean? What does TeamScope do?
Yeah, so TeamScope is the world's easiest to use data collection app. And our viewers might be thinking, well, what is a data collection app? Mm-hmm. And a data collection app is a system or a platform that allows you to transform a paper form that you use to collect medical data or research data into a form that you can use digitally and hence anywhere and anytime.
Cool. And we will put in the show notes the links to your LinkedIn and Twitter and the company page as well. So I'm just curious, who would be because I guess with COVID going on these days, and there's going to be a lot of trials and data capturing. Is that one of the ideal use cases for this? Is that is there a way for TeamScope to contribute to that effort?
Yeah, it has, and we've been quite in the around February. I was discussing with one of my colleagues who we write content with, and we're thinking, well, what do we do with this pandemic? We have a tool for data collection. Should we put out a blog post of how we can help? And at that moment, this was mid-February, I felt that it was a bit opportunistic yet to create content for it. And I said, let's just maybe wait a little bit. And then around the first week of March, a researcher from Italy created a study called COVID-19 and then started to build forums on our platform and then reached out and said, hey, I am the CTO of the Italian Society for Infectious Disease and Tropical Medicine, and we need to start collecting data on coronavirus ASAP. We are an association of 40 hospitals, and we've chosen your platform to collect data for that. And that was the start of a roller coaster, which now has a bit calmed down. But we've been very lucky to play a role in that by giving researchers that are in the front line fighting this disease a easy to use tool that allows them to configure forms and collect data securely while they're with the patient. These are nurses, doctors, or medical staff within the hospital that need to collect data, and we've been very fortunate to be able to help them out. And that was just one project. We've been able to scale up in other countries as well. organizations in different parts, like Brazil and other countries, have been starting to use our platform for their coronavirus research.
Outstanding. Well, one of the topics I like to bring up is the topic of focus. I have a couple questions on that. And the first question is, can you describe what your perfect customer looks like? Like, what is that persona? Is that a hospital or a group of hospitals? Is that like is that the place where you perfectly match and solve their problem ideally?
Yeah.
Or how would you describe your perfect customer?
Well, today we grow not through sales, but we grow through our product and through product-led growth. So the product sells itself, and we rank pretty high on Google for search keywords like data collection app or data collection software. And people Google those words, and some of them sign up for an account, and some of them are fortunate, or we're fortunate to be able to help them out as a client. And the people that are Googling this it's a bottom-up approach. So it's not the managers within the hospital. It's a nurse, a doctor, a pediatrician, a researcher, an academic researcher. It's themselves who have that itch. They will have to deal with some outdated system, and they will know how much that will hurt. So they're like, I'm not going to do that. There has to be something better. So they go online and they Google, like we do all day, and they find the answers to the questions. And some of those answers are software.
Yeah, I love it. My typical roles are in enterprise technology, CIO, CTO, and it's, if you go back a couple of years ago, we used to call that shadow IT. Those damn people, buying tech with their credit card. Blah, 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 but that's how it works now. People, there's so many, amazing tools out there that are just available, and people on the front line trying to solve the problem. So I think it's a beautiful way to sell. Just let the product sell itself, make it findable. Know who the customer are, and make it super easy for them to adopt it and create value.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
No, lovely. So question for you is, of all the things you could have done in the world, because originally from Chile, I've been there once. Cool. Beautiful memory. Traveled all over. How did you end up in? You made decisions to end up in Nijmegen. I guess I heard from you earlier that you've been there before, and now you're working on this, medical data collection app. How have you decided to focus your life on this?
Yeah. Well, there's someone that asks me this very often. That's my girlfriend. And she says, like, TeamScope today is doing pretty good, but there's times when it's been doing really bad. And I've had the darkest days as an entrepreneur and maybe as a person. And she asks, like, until when, or what guides you? And for me, the buffer is those first 5 seconds when I open my eyes in the morning. There's nobody in the office that's going to be waiting for me to pat me in the back for making it early or on time. I could stay in bed for 5 more minutes or the entire day, and I decide to get out of bed and come to work. As long as it's that feeling of, I got to get out of bed. I got to do this. Like, today's going to be a great day. That's the buffer that tells me whether what I'm going to be working on that day or that week or that month is aligned with myself. The rest, I could dive into other systems and everything, but that I felt that, especially when I've been faced with my darkest days as an entrepreneur, that is what really answers to those existential questions in which focus is a thing, but also, do you give up or not? And
why do you not give up?
Yeah, I love challenges. And I like, money's okay, and money allows me to, but I really don't give a crap about money. Like, I just love challenges. I love working on big challenges, and I love working on things where the chance of success is very low and the chance of failure is very high. I love drawing and designing, and I hired myself for TeamScope as a designer 2.5 years ago because I was struggling with finding designers too. And I love to design, and I do pretty much all the designs for TeamScope or website or product. and I don't give up because I have still a really good job to have and to serve these users all around the world. It's really magical. It's yeah.
Tell me more about this serving the users. Is it and I'm just really curious because I find sometimes I also have that question of do you give up? Do you adjust? Do you when is the problem solved? Is the timing wrong? Because I've sometimes worked closely, deeply as part of management teams when, in hindsight, the timing was just flat out wrong, and we just kept throwing ourselves against the wall. So you have a beautiful internal motivation, but is there also a part of the motivation from I guess helping people get healthy as well? Is that a driver? Is it or help the doctors succeed? Or I'm just really curious about that.
Yeah, I think if I would be working on something different, I wouldn't get that same certainty in those first 5 seconds of the morning. And I think this problem is a phenomenal problem to solve, because not only are the user interfaces that these people struggle with today a big headache for them, and a frustration, and a reason why sometimes they will never go back to research, and they hated research. So there's that interface thing, which you can go so deep in as a product designer. But the output of it is also amazing. What isn't measured cannot be improved. And without a study, a researcher, I was doing a survey on certain things about our product, and I reached out to one of our users, and he replied, saying, "Yeah, we just wrapped up. It's a group of researchers from the University of Sao Paulo. They did a study, and they enrolled during the Corona crisis more than 1,000 patients that were positive with COVID-19. And he said, "Yeah, like you guys, we could have done it without TeamScope. We could have done it without an app. It was 100 residents collecting data every single day in the emergency department, and they would not have been able to, or they would have been able to do that with paper forms, but that adds an entire layer of stress to those people that need help and a pat on the back because they're fighting a pandemic. They don't need to be struggling with outdated systems or with transcribing from paper to Excel in their free time. So it's still, I think, the delay that is in the market in data collection systems for research in general, and the output of it, that it's just each time so refreshing. Each time is a project, or when sometimes projects, well, they self-serve themselves. So I only learn about them when maybe they'll reach out for help or in our customer success interactions. But each time it's so insightful and refreshing to learn what they're using the app for, what they're researching about, what communities they're supporting, and what they're trying to get out with that data.
Do you also aggregate the data, maybe anonymously, for bulk use, or is their data really private in their little space? And
yeah, it's private in their little space. The only reason why I would have access to it is if they invite me to their project as any other user. It's outside of our business. That is their business. That is their data, and we take data security very, very. It's highly regarded in the way we think and we make choices. So No,
nice. So you already mentioned, and again, having the product sell itself, I think is I've been on a couple conversations last couple of days where talking about the difference of selling and allowing people to buy, as a difference of a mindset. And so I'm already really appreciating your mindset. But can you talk a little bit about what is your formula for growth? Meaning, it sounds like you're starting with product, and then you have got some Google search. But what does that dialogue journey look like, or how have you built that out that brings people in, to become aware of the possibility that it will solve their problem? They can sign up, and then they actually, use it and create value for themselves.
Yeah. Well, and there's a book which I've read, which is called Product-Led Growth. I highly recommend it to anybody that's struggling with sales. We'll put it on the notes of the show. Yep. And when I started to Well, let me first just very briefly tell you what did not work.
Beautiful.
And sales was, look, I'm a guy that likes to make new friends and likes to interact. I have no issue with doing sales. But it did not work. It was a catastrophe. And inner product, even if we would charge more, like it did not work. It drove us down to my darkest days as an entrepreneur. And right around that time, which it drove me down because it was such a struggle to get a new client and doing all this cold calling, cold emailing, cold outreach, LinkedIn outreach, all this stuff. It was not working. It could have been that I wasn't doing it correctly enough. That's also a possibility. But I felt I was taking from people's time. And so then I said, okay, well, we need to fix this. And I built up a new kind of go-to-market strategy. Before, I had read this book about product-led growth. But then when I read it, I was like, why did I get this book? Or why did I start reading about this stuff 5 years ago? Like first day of Rockstar Accelerator, just grab this, read it, like don't do anything else. And so then I said, okay, if I don't want to take from people's time and be spamming them and be a hassle for them and a pain in their day-to-day because I'm interrupting them as they're getting their work done with a LinkedIn message, well, let's build content that attracts them organically. And that's when I started to work on our SEO. And that was almost all of last year working very intensely myself and Diego, one of my colleagues, and just writing content that would put us up in the rank on Google. And so that was what has laid the foundation today for our growth. Today we get 5 to 10 new users every single day organically through our content on Google, and then those visitors arrive on a page which explains to them why not to use spreadsheets for clinical research, or arrive on a guide on how to collect data securely while using mobile forms or different content that we have. And then some of them will be more curious and they will perhaps watch a video where we teach them how to use a part of the product. They haven't signed up maybe yet, but we will start to educate them. And then they're like, okay, this is it. Like, this makes sense. And then they'll create an account. And then since they already watched a 1 minute video on how to export your data or how to create a form, then they're just in it and they're going off with it. Yeah.
No, brilliant. And you mentioned about either already doing or starting some podcasting. Is that part of the content plan as well, or is that just something else to do for fun?
Yeah, it's one of my projects. So we'll be working on that, because I think that something also that happens with our users, that they have amazing stories to tell. So these are true heroes out in the field, working with their communities, working with patients. So these are people that are just heroes, honestly. And it's still on the works, but we will be surprising our audience with interview content to give a platform for those people to tell their story, because they deserve it.
Well, like this, because this podcast has started. For me, it's quite selfish actually. That I'm just interested in learning and discovering from other people who are, pursuing their passion and building out their businesses. And like you said, you started more traditional outbound selling, and that not feeling good, that not working. So it's just fascinating to learn that and see. Well, I guess one of my beliefs is there's so much knowledge out there on how to run a business, but we all don't know it yet. And so the more we can have these small moments and compare notes and get these things like product-led growth, that just helps us all succeed. So for me, it's a bit of a selfish motivation, but then also other people, I'm just enjoying this, and I know so many other people will really appreciate and learn from your story. And imagine yours. Not only will you learn from the researchers that are using it for your own product awareness and stuff, but all the other researchers will learn from what they're doing as well, and how to what's working and what's not doing it. So I think it's almost there's almost a moral imperative for you to do that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just a thought there. Sorry, but the whys like, why do you do what you do? You could have been an engineer. Why are you a doctor? Or why are you a nurse? Or those, I think, are just fascinating things to uncover. In a podcast format.
Yeah, that's that was the first question on this, which is who are you and what do you do and why? And I got that from a dear friend of mine who's a storyteller and filmmaker, because I think that sets the tone for the whole thing. Because you could easily have been doing this for money. That is a motivator for some people, or you could have been doing this because you wanted to solve a technical challenge, or there's so many different reasons what motivates people, and it's really fascinating to discover that and then see how they create something based on that. So I hope you do it. I love it. So you mentioned data security, and it is an app. I'm just curious, how do you? The question is, how do you continually deliver maybe updates or consistent service? Because I'm not sure how big your team is, but how are you fulfilling your promise? So when people, with the actual product, I mean, when people sign up, and you have service issues and things, how do you organize that efficiently as a small, essentially startup or scale up?
Yeah, small startup. Yeah. The amount of work that is required for customer support today is luckily pretty low for the amount of growth that we have or active users. So it's not like we have such a big requirement. And I think that if we backtrack on why today we can scale up at this very minimum cost in terms of customer success or customer support, is because I think we've been fortunate to make wise decisions years back on certain UX or UI patterns or decisions that we made. It's the things that we took out in a certain moment that we were designing a screen that allows us today to not have to train users, or they just watch a 1 minute and 30-second video. That allows us today to minimize that. Doesn't mean that we don't have bugs or things to fix. Obviously, there's things to improve and new features to build out. But the amount, like I said, the amount of work required for each new user to support them is very, very low.
Nice.
Yeah.
And from a development side, it sounds like you have a backlog there of features that are coming in. Do you think the product is pretty well established, or is there a long roadmap of new features?
Yeah, there's a list of limitations, which is a public list of things that we don't do today and we want to do or be capable of doing as a product. And we need to catch up with it, and we're working as fast as we can to get those things crossed out. I've also made decisions previously on at what pace to fundraise or certain things in terms of our capacity to solve them faster, which have an effect today. But I still get those first 5 seconds of the morning when I get out. I have the same butterfly, so I will be happy to keep on to making those improvements on the product and working hard on them. Yeah.
Why you just used two different words there? I'm curious why the language. You have a list of limitations.
Yeah.
That's a fascinatingly negative term. But then later you just call them improvements. So is it?
Yeah.
Was that a conscious choice to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make the list of limitations as opposed to the
like a product roadmap. Yeah. Since I had like this darkest days as an entrepreneur, which sales was not working, and I was trying to oversell ourselves or I didn't want to be a pain, but I was being a pain for those people that was getting an email on their inbox, which they didn't like. Somebody was spamming them or say, "Hey, try out this new app." Then I said, "Okay, I need to repurpose this in terms of how I'm thinking." And I've also read a book which starts called Starting with No, about negotiation. And it's a fascinating book on how one of the key ideas is that we cannot change anyone in our lives. We can only change ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that with that idea that I make pretty much every single decision in my business today, or try to.
Yeah.
In our fundraising and everything, it's like I cannot make a user. So what we do is we start with honesty and say, hey, like we're not. This is our limitations, and if there's 10 other apps or software out there which are very, very good, to a certain extent, they will also get the job done. There's great people over there working for them. I can connect you to them. And if you have second thoughts, come back to us. And I'm happy to help you out as well with our software. And please keep in mind that we're not perfect. And these are 10 limitations, which we have today.
No,
yeah,
I love it. You mentioned a couple of these times the darkest days as an entrepreneur. I'm curious if my view on darkest days are just beautiful opportunities for growth. Because honestly, if you hadn't gone through the darkest days, you would never have been forced to, or allowed yourself to rethink your product and your go-to-market strategy and what works for you. So I'm just curious, if you look back at your darkest days, it feels like you still refer to those in a bit of a negative context when it sounds like it was an amazing gift. So
yeah.
How do you reflect back to that period? Shall we call it a period of discovery?
Yeah. Well, we could also call it like I heard on a podcast recently. I don't see them necessarily as a negative thing, and it's a process. We're all in a process as individuals, but they were not nice. Like, I mean, I told everybody, said, hey guys, like I'm giving up. Like that's it. So and so date, postmortem on the website. Like, and they're part of it, but it doesn't mean that they're negative in a way. They're just they came with this realization of like, crap, like things are not working out, and we could also call them the lightest days, because I get your point. They're not, and I don't. When I call them the darkest days, maybe it's because it's part of my storytelling, or but I don't see them necessarily as negative days. And I think, and I've had amazing walks in my life, literally as a person in complete darkness. And they were the most beautiful walks I've ever done as a person, literally walking in the darkness.
And I think as an entrepreneur, in the phase of startup, when you have not learned everything you need to learn in order to actually have a viable business, have discovered who your customers, and I think you should. It's almost like you choose to walk in darkness at some point. I'm going to do this, and there will be a time of darkness, and I will have that beautiful moment that does. Okay, of course, it can be scary and shitty and horrible and painful, but I think that's part of the journey. So I'm delighted to hear about it. So
yeah.
Oh, cool.
And I'm also delighted to, as we're talking to do a little bit of catharsis and remember them, and I can see also your coaching capabilities coming out, or so yeah.
Well, I just love these conversations. So thank you.
Yeah,
for being here.
It's very interesting.
One quick question before we close is there anything in your life that business or professional that tool, trick, shortcut that has helped you simplify your life recently?
Yeah, two things, and very briefly. One of the things, I love taking cold showers. So that is a great way to start my morning, to refresh the mind, and just start the day like feeling great. And I do those every month of the year, all year round, anywhere where I'm living. I love taking cold showers.
Cool.
And the other thing which simplifies a lot is fasting, which is a topic which we could do a couple of long talks about. But those are things which I they simplify my life a lot. Knowing that I don't need a hot shower to be happy and have a good start of the day. And if it's as cold as it is even better. And not depending on food to function and be happy.
Diego, outstanding. I have some like LinkedIn and your company website. Is there a specific way that people want to reach out to you? How can they get in touch with you?
Yeah, if somebody wants to just connect, they can add me on LinkedIn. Mm-hmm. And if somebody wants to do or needs to do research and data collection, they can go to teamscopeapp.com.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and we're back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And I have to admit that interviewing and speaking with Nick Van Heck somehow makes me a little bit nervous. And I'll explain that why. Because, well, Nick has been a coach and a mentor and a guide for me, and has been so, I think instrumental in my success throughout my career. And have been delighted to, actually contribute and invited occasionally into, his coaching teams, which for me is an absolute delight because I really have to stand on my toes and work with that caliber of people. Nick, would you please, our starting question is, who are you and what do you do and why do you do what you do?
That's the most interesting part. Well, first of all, Chris, I mean the pleasure is shared to be here. Well, as you said, I'm Nick Van Heck. I've been coaching, advising, supporting business leaders in all sorts of businesses over the last 25 years. And why am I doing that? Because I'm actually going to start from that. Is I've always been intrigued since I was actually studying economics that I was fascinated by the fact that some businesses seem to be having an aura of success and seem to be doing all the right things at the right moment in time with the right brand, products, whatever you can think of. Some of them can do that for a couple of years. Some of them seem to be doing that forever, at least. That's how it sometimes feels. While some other businesses who seem to be run by equally smart people, assumption, I know, it's, but certainly equally educated and seem to be having the same degrees, also seem to be making, putting a lot of effort and thinking behind making the right products and serving their clients, etc. But somehow they do not get to that place. They seem to be muddling through. They don't need to necessarily be not successful, but they seem to be, like average. They don't get out of the pack, really. And I've been fascinated ever since. That's why actually I was interested in studying economics. Is how come? What makes the difference between one type of companies versus those other types of companies? And to be honest, I haven't found a conclusive answer just yet. I
was hoping you were going to tell us the secret.
I'm sure. I've got some ideas, which probably also says something about who I am and how I look at the world. But I find for me, this is an ongoing journey of finding out yet to a final level, yet to a different level, or what makes that difference. But that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I really look at organizations as social constructions with economic objectives. And I find it intriguing to be looking at both sides of things. I mean, it's a social construction. In the end, no matter, how you look at a business, the human aspect in decision making and setting direction and rallying people around an idea, a purpose, whatever. There's a lot of social aspects in that. We like to look at businesses as in a very rational way, but man, there's many rational aspects of it, but it's a fascinating human social construction. And secondly, there is that economic objectives. There's certain rational. There's certain things that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I mean, and no matter how you look at that. So it's that fascinating. And this is why I call myself a behavioral strategist, or some people would say you're a strategic behavioralist. Well, whatever angle you take, but I'd like to look at the psychological behavioral components of it in conjunction to the strategic business direction setting components, because this is where my hypothesis is those who actually have that aura seem to be finding a way to bring this together. Where there's no rule book for that, there's no cookbook for it. It's probably not even fair to call it an art. It's a bit more of a, how do you say this, craftsmanship, of finding, and I find that fascinating, because every time you meet a new business or a new constellation, there's something else that's fascinating, and there's a different history, background, personalities, and still you need to find the magic, the chemistry to make it work. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I like the human aspect of it, and I like things to grow, to build, etc., etc. And so that's and that's how we met. And so
we met quite a few years ago, and I was on a sort of an executive leadership program, and I think you and your team were actually even coordinating that whole program. So share with, I guess, the audience, because I'm a bit more familiar with what you're doing, but your company and how that works with these constellations of humans to get them, moving in a different way and looking at things from a different lens. Can you describe that? Basically, what your product and service of it?
Well, what we like to believe is that, in light of that social construction, we consider ourselves a bit of architects of creating the social construction that will generate the economic objectives that we aspire to have. And I find it really important to put myself or ourselves as a team into that architecture role, because there is the owner, there is the builder whose budget it is, whose piece of land it actually is, and who will make the final judgment calls, but probably finds it useful to have an architect who can guide him or her through that. And so for me, it's that continuous, so growing is a continuous process of becoming better, because competition catches up. Customer requirements are evolving. What is new today, tomorrow is taken for granted, and that requires businesses to continuously grow. And as they grow and therefore become more, create more value for their customers, they will also grow in size, because more people become a fan and therefore buy the product or buy more of the product or are willing to pay more for it. And as a consequence, yes, that will translate also in numbers growth, but I don't think that's really where the growth actually comes from. The source of growth is becoming better, is creating more and better value for the customers out there. And so what we do is, what in the traditional market, people would actually say you're a strategy consultant, you're an organizational development consultant, you're a leadership development consultant. I cannot deny that. The answer is yes, we do all of that. But I'd like to look at those things as interventions in the spirit of the space for growth, and uploading some sort of a growth muscle into an organization, which again has to do with how we look at the world, opportunities we see, but also how we interact with each other, how we make decisions, how we translate them into actions and resources, and then how we embed it in how we do things. And that's a fascinating thing, because it never stops. I keep saying, there's a couple in every organization. There's a couple of moments in the year where we probably could play a role, accelerate, the growth. And for some organizations, we end up doing exactly that.
Yeah. So I'm also thinking on behalf of the audience here that who might not be familiar with some of the terms, like strategic consultants, and organization design and behavioral, strategists and things like that. So, can you paint a picture of what maybe maybe an existing customer, or what is your ideal customer for your agency, and then what is the problem that they're having, and then how would you architect a solution for them? What would that look like?
Well, let me give maybe two extreme examples, because if I pick one, it's as if this one is iconic and therefore that's the only thing we do. I'll take the example of a scale-up organization that was in a production. Then what they actually do is they make glass. Actually, they put not the glass to put into frames in houses, and the company was bought by a couple of investors, and after 4 or 5 years, they were doing pretty well. But they also realized there was some untapped potential into the business. And in fact, some of the shareholders wanted to step out and some new ones wanted to step in. So we started interacting with the executive team to say, hey, how can we build a solid but also engaging investment story for how we're going to take this business from where it is today to what it could become in 5 years from now. Mm-hmm. And so we took a whole journey where we start looking around what's going on in the world around, what's going on in the world of construction, what's going on in the world of glass. We really scanned the whole territory, but not just as in, putting data, but really experiencing it ourselves. We went to see things together as an executive with the executive team. And out of that, we actually find out, there's some major developments happening in the market. And then we actually started brainstorming on at least 5 strategic directions we could take the company in. And that was already mind-blowing for them. It's like, are you really serious? Yeah. And some of them were not appealing to the executive team because they said, well, that doesn't sound sexy to me. Well, sexiness is not a criterion right now. Mm-hmm. Let's really look at what could we possibly do. We're not making a choice yet on what we're going to do, but let's at least look at what we could do with this business in the next 5 years. And then we scanned those 5, actually, interestingly, some of them that were very unsexy at the start became much more sexy the more we started exploring them. And then we started, developing some criteria and then deciding on which of those options were really valuable and which ones we decided not to take. And out of that came a really, an interesting story, an investment story that was lived by that executive team. So it wasn't just, PowerPoint sheets that were, making financial projections. If you buy 100 now, we can make it into 200. Mm-hmm. Yes, there were some of that at the end. If we buy 100 now, we think we can turn it into.
Yeah.
But it was much more, let's take them into the story of what we could make this company in. Mm-hmm. And the executive team was able to relate that with a certain energy, passion, conviction, because they had lived through the entire discovery process of what do we really want to do with this business. And as a consequence, the reinvestment process, which they initially thought was going to be challenging, it was not challenging at all, because they really found 2 investors who immediately said, well, you know what, we're going to take a bigger share because we really believe in the story. And so it became it was a refinancing of the company that was being done. And then we mobilized the wider management team underneath the executive team into this, and we're guiding them towards really implementing this strategy now. Because once you've actually agreed on this is where we're going to take this company, these are the sorts of activities and sort of products we're going to create, then we really need to make sure that we also translate that into the different ways of working that this requires, and also the leadership that is needed in some pivotal roles. Mm. And so we're coaching some of those people in those pivotal roles, but not coaching as in we take them out of the business, and we send them into a separate room for some discrete coaching sessions, but much more on the job. What's going on? Who are the people you need to, steer and guide? What are the difficult conversations you need to have, et cetera, et cetera? So really on the job, so they can actually grow that business in the direction that they want to, which is, anyway, it's been a lot of fun because we also created that trust relationship.
What it feels like to me as I'm listening is it's sort of you, I can't say pulled out, but you allowed them to discover from within them as people, going back to this human organization domain on to discover that there are in fact options and scenarios, and then guided them to make it. And then it sounded like it was a very natural, almost self-evident process at some point, as opposed to sometimes when more traditional consulting companies come in, it's very analytical, they crunch the numbers, they have a large deck of slides, and then the CEO receives this deck of slides, turns to slide 512 and says, okay, we're going left.
According to this slide, we're going left.
and people are going, what, why? Because the slide says we're going left. Of course, that's a bit of a dramatic simplification, but and what is the other extreme?
Just 1 second here, because there's somebody knocking on the door. I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
So we'll see what he has delivered at the door. Maybe it's some sort of surprise guest. I think I will actually do some editing on this one.
Yeah. Okay. Alles okay. Ja. Op deze namiddag, want ik zit midden in de call en kan jullie even zien het antwoord worden. Ja, dank u. The joy of hotels.
The joy of hotels. So I just have, typically I don't edit these things, but some of this I will trim out.
Sorry about that.
So that's okay.
But I think, Chris, what you just said is there is again that sort of emotional, and I know this sounds esoteric, but it's actually not at all, or it may sound, because it's not at all. There is that sort of emotional process of really, in that whole discovery process. Decision is what am I willing to open myself to this possibility? What risk am I willing to take? If we're debating this together, who's right or who's wrong? Because actually there's nobody's right or nobody's wrong, because nobody can actually, you can find a lot of data, but the data will never tell you whether you will be successful with this. So it's a very it's a judgment process where individuals actually sometimes are confronted with their own way of looking at the world. So it's exactly in that process, which is combined with indeed an analytical process of, wait a minute, does this make sense? I mean, do the numbers add up? So there is, both sides are actually there, but it is that process. And once you've lived through it, literally, and not because you've read through the slide pack, but you lived through that process, you will have a far different relationship with the outcomes of that, and how you can bring that across, in this case, to the investors.
Yeah, and living through the process. I love those words, because it's almost like you're in it. Yeah. For me, there's a bit of a. Sometimes I ask people to think more how they work on their business as opposed to in the business, and it looks like what you do is sort of flip between the two, because you can't take an emotional abstraction away too much, because at some point you have to be in it, and you actually have to live and be that change as a leader. And so it's sort of both sides of that. So what is the other extreme?
Well, I'm not sure it's an other extreme, but this is the other example is a business in Asia, which you've also heard of before, Chris. It's a business in Asia. It's been well established, been around for 30 years, been growing really fast over the last 5 years. In fact, I would say the numbers have actually grown faster than the organization really has, in terms of the capabilities, in terms of the human resources in all aspects of that. And so the whole process started with the CEO actually saying, "Hey, I'm turning 65. I feel that I don't have the energy, at least not for the next 5 to 10 years anymore, to keep growing and building this business. However, I'm not ready, because I've been CEO now for more than 15 years of this business. I'm not ready to let it go either, because I care so much about it. This is my baby, literally. so I need to find a way to make myself redundant in this business, so it's easier for me to actually step down as the CEO and maybe have some sort of a board role, advisory role. I will always probably want to be connected to it, but I need to find a way to distance myself from that, which is, again, it's a very human process of a lady who's been building the business, being so much the figurehead of the business, but as a consequence also has to some extent become the bottleneck in driving the growth of the business. And at the same time, it's also building the next generation version of their business model, of their organization, their ways of working, their leadership, the value they actually create for their customer base out there, because she also wants to do that at the time that the market is really changing really fast. So again, there is a business side, there is a strategy, an organizational, a leadership component, and then there is the person of the CEO and her relationship with the people inside the company that needs to evolve and shift. And that guidance, that process of, what do we do when? Because it's not as simple as, oh, okay, let's create the profile of the next generation CEO. Let's find a headhunter and just find the person who can be your successor. Yeah, that will be part of it. And it already has been part of it, partially by finding a successor for her for the biggest business unit. But we started with creating sort of like the image of what does the next generation version of this company look like, business-wise, organization-wise, leadership-wise. How do we create stronger teams that can take more responsibility and ownership for major parts of the business, which makes it easier for somebody else to step in? We selected her successor. We've coached the successor, helped him to create his team. We're now coaching and helping the next level down in that business to take on a bigger role as the company has actually grown. So again, it has business components to it. It's organizational, and that's been a process been going on for 3 years now. It's not over and done, because she still hasn't stepped down as the CEO of the group. But she has actually stepped down as the CEO of the biggest business unit, which is one of the things we've done. We've created business units in the organization. Anyway, so it's a fascinating story, and it's in a completely different culture, Asia. So all of that is fascinating of itself. But this is an established business, stock listed on the local stock exchange, which is very different from the scale up I was talking about earlier. But once you actually scratch beyond the surface, you will actually find that many of the issues and challenges, well, I'm not going to say the same, but the intertwined human business components of it, there's a lot of similarities you will actually find. And this is just another example of something we're still involved in.
And thank you before for inviting me to participate in a small way in that team and having been there with you. When I look back, what I was impressed with about the people that we were working with, and there was, 40, 50 people, in that whole process, actually more, because there was two groups. This company is not failing now, financially. It seems to be doing quite well. Yeah, quite well. And they have the foresight to know that they have to reimagine themselves because the market's changing and they're changing and their customers are changing. So it was just a really nice professional blend of, we know we're okay and we are really hungry to discover more. And they were all just leaning into some of these exercises and techniques and things. Sure. It was just a delight to be there. So.
I think, Chris, this is it's interesting that you mentioned that, because indeed, if you would look at this from the outside, and again, you would, if you look at the share price and all the numbers, you would actually say business is in good shape. And it is. In many aspects, it actually is. But the people inside, they do feel some of the pain of where they are at this moment in time. And this sounds very negative, but I mean, like, they feel like, come on, there must be a better way of actually doing this. Because, and of course, they're proud of the success and the image the brand actually has in the local market, which is fantastic. But they also know that it takes blood, sweat, and tears almost on a daily basis to get to that point. And they know that somehow it doesn't take much to lose the aura of success, which is sort of back to the beginning of our conversation. So, and this is what you often find inside organizations. People in the business often already have the intuition. Sometimes I do ask executives, I said, if you're going to be successful in 5 years from now, give me the 2 reasons why you will have been successful. If you're going to fail in the next 5 years, you probably already have the beginning of your success as well as the beginning of your failure. You already have in you. The question is, which one will you actually feed? And people inside the business already know this is going to go wrong because of this, this, and this. And they probably also know this is going to go right because of this, this, and this. And it's even fascinating that sometimes in a lot of businesses, failure is not an option. It's one of those famous, words we like to use. And of course, in some way I can relate to that because there's the option of, hey, we're not. But failure is a true option. It always is. And we often know where we already see the beginning of our failure, so to speak. But the question is, do we find the openness in the organization to actually call it that way and to be dealing with it, rather than actually pretending it's not there while everybody sees it and informally we talk about it, but we never get to that.
I think the whole topic of failure is, in one way, failure is inevitable because to define failure, I guess, but the business that exists today will not exist next year. So the business model right now essentially will fail. And the question is, will you adapt it and then keep the organization from failing? So there's all these different levels of failure. Yeah, and the only way to adapt it is to experiment and learn and discover. And through learning, there are micro failures, which are then called learning moments. And so it's, so I think if I'm, listening to this and trying to summarize it, it sounds like what you really do is enable people in leadership roles to look at things slightly differently and then take action, sort of create that confidence within themselves to actually not only see new opportunities or new risks, and then take action based on these new insights. So, which is
that's a pretty cool summary. I agree. I mean, me. I mean, I like sort of concepts, although I try not to get carried away by them too much. But that's what I would call that growth flywheel is about. Seeing, discover. I mean, what am I seeing? What needs to be seen? Deciding. Because I can see many things, but some businesses actually fail to say, and therefore, what does that mean for what we need to do or what we stop doing? Because that is one of the things that we find hard to do. We'd like to be many things to many people, but sometimes we just can't. So decision, and then you need to once you've made the decision, you need to translate it into concrete actions being done and the critical path to follow. And that whole cycle and loop, which never stops, and therefore I don't like those sort of we make a 5-year plan now. No, I mean this. Your competitors don't care about your time horizon. They will do what they think they need to be doing, and and also the business planning cycle in businesses that starts in September and we need to get it done. I mean, hey, they're not waiting. They will do crazy things. Competitors will do crazy. Customers will do things in February or March. They don't wait for September, October because you happen to have your planning cycle. And so it's that continuous process. But you're exactly right. I mean, I like to look at our role is to make them see things, is to make them make up their mind as to how they want to deal with that, and then make sure that they put action behind the choices they actually make. And then embed that into the organization.
Well, we're really almost out of time, and it's not lost on me that you're actually sitting in a hotel, and your lifestyle has been, Corona has kept you at home for a while, which has been probably
new experience.
Yeah. How do you maintain your mental and physical sanity while bouncing literally all over the world and exposing yourselves to different cultures and contexts all the time.
I wish I could say I'm doing that well, to be honest, Chris. I mean, I have actually run at stages of my career into some of those issues. I need to carefully manage my energy at moments in time. Really allow the team to take over more from me, or let others more. I actively work on some energy management, techniques that I've one of my coaches and mentors have actually provided to me. And what I need stimulus myself. So I need time for inspiration. And ironically, the reason I'm here today is part of that process. I'm gonna go to a different place and go out and see a museum or bike or whatever.
Thank you.
It's been my pleasure, Chris.
Learn more at egulian.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and we are back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere and Eric Jan Bijvank. Welcome, coming in from Amsterdam. And I've known Eric for, many, many years. We met at Hard Rock Cafe, I think, where having chicken wings, and your sister worked with me, and you ended up making what we think is the first, at least your agency at that time, the first mobile app for fleets, managers, and mobility in Europe. And that company back in the day, the purpose of that company was doing fat shit, creating fat shit. So hopefully we get into that. So Eric, can you introduce yourself, please, and tell us who you are, or what do you do, and most importantly, why do you do what you do?
All right. So I'm gonna try. Well, you already know my name now. There's a couple of things I would like to share with you. So I was born in the Netherlands and raised abroad. I've become a modern nomad thanks to that. I live in Amsterdam, and with a particular reason. I think as Amsterdam is ranked among the most culturally diverse cities in the world. And so in Amsterdam, I feel the cosmopolitan atmosphere that I like so much when I'm traveling. So I walk out and I get a sense of multiculturalism that inspires me. I'm a sports enthusiast as well, and deeply interested in what drives people for many reasons. Trying to sort of understand why, on an individual level, people make choices and how that reflects particular group think or group behavior. That's mostly me. I'm a beekeeper, so I'm also into nature now. I do not hug trees, but I really dislike people chopping them down. My thinking around that has become stronger. So I'm actually trying to sort of see what I can do around that. Anyway, so these kind of things, and talking about purpose, what drives me, and that's a sort of a question that I've been walking around with for quite some time now. I don't really know, but it has to do with helping others and creating individual freedom. So through one achieve the other, I think. So it's outward and inward. And
why is that important to you?
Well, I don't know. I feel very energized after a meeting with someone, and then understanding or getting a feeling that I just helped the other to sort of overcome thoughts or fears or anxieties and fears, basically the same, but to sort of plant a new seed for their future thinking and for their activities.
Yeah.
So that's what triggers me. So it could also be within organizations when it comes to, for instance, digital transformation. People have a sort of thinking around that, but no, it's most likely and was embedded in old thinking, and why not sort of try to take that out of that old thinking into a new approach or something, or new. So these kind of things I like. Yeah. So it's helping others, and through that creating individual freedom.
Yeah. Nice. And the three sort of areas that come to my mind that I know you've been involved in is you had a sort of a mobile app, digital agency in the past. I think you're still a shareholder of, and you're also involved in new initiatives. One at least is in the VR and education space, which is super, super cool. And you also sometimes help corporates with their digital and mobile strategies. And can you summarize a little bit about the red thread through all of that, and maybe dive into any one of those and share what you're doing?
Yeah. Well, yes. I guess it has to do with the purpose again. So, working within an organization, or I used to be, like many other people, just working at or with a company, not my own. And after a period of time, decided that working with this company just like that did not allow me to think like I wanted to think and to try what I wanted to try. So the only way to do that basically was to break free from corporate environments and start my own organization. And it had to do again with freedom. So I think freedom is an important thing, but you just can't be free. So it has to do stuff. It has to sort of stick to something else, and that has to do with the building. Or look, one of the other things that I find very interesting is innovation, right? So digital innovation, everything that has to do with digital. So the approach there was to sort of take the digital innovations mobile at that time and to move forward with that and see how we could, back then just myself and a colleague, to see how we could surprise organizations, but also ourselves continuously in that journey. And that was, again, helping the other and creating individual freedom. But then in this case, it was the organization. So, and then we grew the organization and tried to sort of keep that purpose alive. And we transformed that into building Fat Shit because, that shit was... And
for the international audience, Fat Shit, spelled PHAT. And translated back to Dutch, what does fat shit mean to you?
So I think it is something that is built and that surprises and amazes the other end, so the receiving end, basically. So something that they did not expect, that they surprised in a positive way. So it has positive impact, more so than they anticipate.
Yeah, and I love it because we go back, 10 years ago, maybe not so long, but say 8 years ago, when having been a customer of the agency and then came back and a bit was a supplier to the agency, doing some customer experience design work with you. And even back then I was, for me, it was purpose-based strategy, purpose-based design. And you as the partners of that agency, you actually wrote down that the purpose of your company was to create fat shit,
Yes.
and just the fact that you had explicitly written it down and used it as a sort of a guiding light, northern light, and it's still part of your DNA. I think is awesome.
Yeah, well, I think the funny thing about the purpose there was I very specifically know the place where we came up with this particular purpose. It was in Cape Town. The partners of the organization, the three of us were having dinner, and we had a glass of wine, and we were discussing what we were actually doing and why we were doing it. And we had a hectic debate around it, because at first I thought, create fat shit is nice, but no corporate organization will ever buy such a thing. Like, what is your purpose? Like, to build fat shit. So what is fat shit? So, and then the other two sort of convinced me in a way that was the right thing to do. And I started living it, basically. So yeah, it's, I had to get out of my corporate thinking into more entrepreneurial thinking.
Yeah. Which is a journey. So you seem to get yourself in trouble while drinking over dinner. As I remember, there was a time that we were drinking in an Indian restaurant in London, and we had just done a strategy of one of the highlights of my, career with LeasePlan was actually doing that mobile strategy where BB and Wineke, your agency, my team, we created an immersive experience. We invited commercial people from all over the world from LeasePlan to come in and experience the power of mobile applications. And we had my procurement manager, I think in Italy, bought some iPhone 3s because those weren't SIM locked.
Yeah.
And then we created this sort of adventure that people had to go through and use all the capabilities, and then had them present back their ambition for the company, having used. It was absolutely brilliant. And when we were celebrating that over Indian, it was literally. I wish I still had the napkin. We literally sketched out what would the prototype app be based on what we just heard.
Yeah.
With that cost, and we basically struck that deal while drinking in an Indian restaurant in London. And and then you guys built it. And I think parts of that app are still alive in some of the LeasePlan country mobile apps. It's a
and I think the thinking around it is what is the foundation for all the LeasePlan applications. Well, maybe. But that's my thinking around it. Yeah. No. So yeah, which is cool. I think so. The organization, the purpose, and so on, really nice. And I think the purpose was or is the soul of the organization. I think we got many people in it, served as a sort of magnet, and I think the interesting part of that organization or the agency still. Is that it's an environment, a group environment, where you can collectively work and realize that particular purpose, and at the same time try to sort of figure out what your own or what your individual purpose is, and if the two align, there's a lot of energy and foundation for really cool stuff that will happen in the future. So I think, so. Purpose, individual purpose, organizational. I mean, the two ideally align, and if they don't, then eventually one will stop or you will go somewhere else. But those were really great times. Yeah,
absolutely great times. And I think that's we had a conversation recently about your superpower, and my superpower, because while both of us do, coaching and mentoring and, helping people succeed, but at the moment, just before Corona time, and your assignment with one of the large Dutch corporates is getting wrapped up, unfortunately, because of the Corona pressure, I think, on them. Both of us are looking for that environment where we can bring our superpower to bear as the next assignment. The words we came up with are interesting, and I'll let you share those in a second. But reflecting on the conversation we're having right now, it seems you do have this balance of what I tease you about of having a captain corporate baseline or and yet there's also this reflective, innovative, challenging, opening. So you embody the operational excellence of traditional constrained corporate, but then somehow open it up. So
yeah.
So Eric, what is your superpower?
I don't know. Well, we discussed this yesterday. So so one of the things that we came up yesterday was fresh ideas, right? So which is interesting. I think when I come to the table, so we can discuss a lot of things, but I will always try to find an opposite angle of looking at the same issue and to see what comes out of that. So it might be, I'm not going to try any examples, but the thing right now in this Corona environment is, and one of the reasons I think many organizations get stuck right now is that in times of fear and many difficulties, the ones we're facing right now, they don't opt for the fresh ideas to challenge or to sort of solve their issues, but they revert to old procedures and old thinking more so than anything else. That's what I've been experiencing right now. So, and I think in these times, fresh ideas are what we need, or what organizations need to sort of get through this crisis alive and to not get too harmed. But then again, that's just my thinking. But I think my superpower is the fresh ideas part, and being able to create a team around that particular fresh idea and then transform that into a new process or a new product or a combination of both, and see that grow to a certain level. And energize it. Perhaps through nice dinners. I don't know. Yeah.
Nice. And so that fresh ideas, bringing it in, building the team, and you are also an expert of many things, so a bit of a generalist. How do you go through, what is your process? And this is out of my own interest as well, but maybe for the people listening. What is your thought process when you decide what to focus on and decide what to invest your time in? How do you go through that decision-making process?
It's a good question. It's one of those things that I've been thinking about a lot, and I think the main driving power is gut feeling, combined with a kind of a sense of possibilities, opportunism or something. So I see something, or I see a couple of things, I combine them. I read a lot, so I read all kinds of books, not so much management books, but more as in creative power, creative visualization, all these kind of things. So more the spiritual side of management literature. So not.
Do you have an example of a favorite there that we can call out for people?
Yeah, I will get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
Not by heart. I'm not so good at talking. So more that side, and try to visualize how things can be. So I can feel what it would be like if things would be a success. So I can work towards that particular feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I'm also like I just mentioned, a beekeeper. When you open up a hive, and the hive is in good condition, what you will notice is that 50,000 or maybe 100,000 bees are working like crazy and making a lot of noise, buzzing noise, but are in no way dangerous or paying any attention to you. What they're doing is they're focusing on their specific tasks and doing that. And I don't think we have figured out everything about the beehive yet, because how can 100,000 bees know intuitively what they should be doing. So, but I think the visualization that I do or try to do many times, but I need to have a specific mindset around that, is what drives me. So it's these two things.
Again, I'm triggered by, and I think this is one of the reasons why it's always interesting to work with you and to contribute with your projects, is that you have this balance of intuition, if you will, as well as a bit of a rational side, because your background, you actually have a management consulting background, yes. and then a balance into entrepreneurial, running your own agency, and then helping companies, truly corporate people like myself, actually achieve their goal. Like crazy idea of let's make the first mobile app for Europe. If we can turn the corner a little bit and go into VR training, what is that emotion that you're seeing in the future that you're planning backwards into your VR training initiative, which I've experienced myself firsthand. I've had it on.
Yeah.
It's incredible. What's that?
What did you think?
Well, I think I was the first person, as usual, to have broken the system, because the first time we went through it didn't work. But maybe it was also because my own my grasp of the Dutch language is seriously wanting.
Right.
But to the well, why don't you tell what the training app is intended for, and then I will come back and share what I thought about it, because in order for me to share what I thought about it, they need to know what it is. So can you give a few words on what is this VR training app?
Yeah, so the VR training app is an application, or basically an interactive VR experience.
Yeah, better.
Right, so you put on the goggle and then you will experience something. And the topic at this point in time is ethnic profiling. And ethnic profiling, as we all know, is kind of a hot topic at the moment. And one of the reasons that I feel, or I'm almost convinced, but I feel very strongly that since there's so much information coming to us on a daily basis, that we become numb to a certain extent for all that information. So, like normal e-learning or just reading papers, doesn't do the trick anymore. I think when it comes to the challenge to get something stick in someone's head in very little time. So to be able to do that, we need to upgrade the level of excitement, basically, when you are taught something. And this can be done, if by an individual, his or herself, because you really enjoy thinking or talking about the topic. But if that's not the case, and you need to be forced to do something, as in forced within an organization, or forced because your boss would like to do it, or forced because you need the certificate to get to a next level, then I think we need to sort of look at different angles to get that level of excitement going. And I think VR, virtual reality, having the glasses together with the sound, and perhaps maybe in the future some more additions like wind or smell, we can actually sort of fool the brain into a real environment, real situation. And I think that is as exciting as it can get right now. So, and then obviously if you have the right quality of the video material and the interactiveness in it. So normally it's just a thing that you see from beginning till the end. You push play and that's it. Mm-hmm. But if you're capable of also sort of directing, maybe even unknowing, direct the movie or the training in a certain direction, you get sucked into the experience even more. And the thing, what we have seen, and it's very powerful, what we have seen is that people in this field, like the police who are working with it right now, is that they're a bit reluctant beforehand, but when they put on the glass, you can actually see their physique change from sort of relaxed, as in I'm just here talking to you and so on, into a battle-ready, what do you call that? Way they appear.
Situationally alert.
Yes.
Because not being a police officer, but when I put the goggles on, and the setting was outside of a train station in the Netherlands, and that's a very common social space in the Netherlands. And then there were all these human things going on, people walking by, some hoodlamish looking people over here of a certain skin tone or not, and then there's some shady looking drug dealy thing or something going on, and there's the loner over on the bench, and you sort of, and then all of these things are happening around you, and you have to look and see what's in the frame, and then basically you're asked to make decisions on, I don't know what the best use of your time is, or how to achieve your mission or public safety or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then you go up to the loner, or you go up to the hoodlum-looking people, or the drug dealing sort of people.
But it's a real life situation.
They're life situations, and it's sort of a choose your own adventure, but it's live and it's immersive, and it's and I'm sure there's something physiological or something that's going on, because I think your brain really believes that it is in the situation.
Yeah.
To some level.
So no, but I mean, so it's meant as a dialogue starter, and it works. So when people put down the glasses, the goggle, I mean, obviously the training or the Kickstarter for the dialogue is done, but they can't stop talking about it, because they would like to discuss with you what just happened and why they chose a particular path.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that by itself is already so much more exciting and impactful on an individual level than just doing an e-learning and clicking away questions and looking at 2D images.
So I think not only a dialogue of between the participants, because you can have multiple people doing it at the same time and talk about why did you make the decision, but maybe also with the instructor or the expert. And what I really liked about the because that in itself was already incredible, but then the data aspect of it as well, that that the data aspect, of course, is improving all the time, but then to
that's a secret, huh? No.
Oops, sorry, never mind. No, yeah, but the discovering of how what percentage of people went in certain directions, and also how long it took them to make decisions, that they it's just so data rich to discover, okay, well, not only what are these biases that we could talk about because we see them and feel them, but what sort of biases does the data show that you can come back and say, well, did you know that this also might be true? And I think that is profound.
Yeah, so I think it is very much data inspired and human centered, or human centered and data inspired. So we've got this first version right now. It's out there. It was supposed to be a pilot, but it was actually too good for a pilot version. So now it's the real life thing. Mm-hmm. And obviously the challenge now is to sort of come up with new versions of the same training, the same approach, to tackle more in depth the ethnic profiling part, or take into account other directions. So not topic ethnic profiling, but something kind of safety, for instance.
Cool. So we've got about a so left. Maybe can you start to close with let's focus on this VR thing. Who give me one or two examples of perfect use cases or perfect customers for this, and how can they get in touch with you?
Right. So I think sort of douane customs would be very interesting for this particular training approach, like the ethnic profiling, or then not ethnic profiling, but profiling as a topic would be very interesting. I think safety as well, safety regulations. So dangerous environments. So you would visit a premise with dangerous goods or stuff, and you need to be taught very quickly, you know, what not to do, what to do. And I think then, you know, for quick learning, repetitive quick learning, various people and so on, that these kind of
cool.
that would very much be something that we could do.
I could also imagine like customer experience design. So if you wanted to have a branded experience, you know, with a human-to-human experience, and train people on how to resolve maybe conflicts in a retail situation or something. But Eric, how can people? I will post your LinkedIn. Is there another way that people can reach out to you?
Yes, they can send obviously email to erikjan@scoppic.nl.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yes. Well done.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and we are back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And today, I'm delighted to have Rune Thiel here, who's one of the founders of Rockstart. And he is indeed everywhere, meaning he's, I believe, in the south of France, taking advantage of the COVID time, turning it into a bit of a working holiday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, as you mentioned, we just went remote first as a company. So I'm sitting here south of France. That's not much of a holiday. I'm still working, but it's a nice warm location. So thanks for noticing. So as you mentioned, my name is Rune Thiel. I'm originally from Denmark. I grew up on a small farm there in the countryside. And basically, you know, in a family where it was very important to be sustainable, self-sufficient on this little farm. So very early on, I really got an interest in, being sustainable and it's an organic farm. I grew up, so on. It was also a very entrepreneurial environment. So everything I knew from a really young age was really entrepreneurship. My dad kept sort of promoting to start your own business and sometimes gave me the tools in order to do so. I remember having my first computer when I was 11 and could play around and build stuff there. So I guess coming from that environment, I followed sort of the normal path in life towards, going to university and then expecting to come out and get a good corporate job. But I noticed at university, I wasn't much interested actually in going towards the end of that goal. I was jumping sideways along the way, and very early on decided to start my first company. So I was more focused on that than actually studying. And that's where I sort of got into the entire entrepreneurial mindset and, okay, what does it take to build a global technology company? I was in Copenhagen at the time, let's say, starting at 2004, moving there and started sort of my first tech company. And there wasn't much resources available. So the whole thing we talk about now with lean startup and the agile approach, I mean, we took a different approach, and that was based on feedback from the people we met at universities, the professors, right? They told us, build a business plan, go talk to the market, raise some money, and then build your business. So I think I wasted approximately 1.5 years in trying to achieve that dream, right? With very little success, because everyone told me like, well, come back when you have validation. And it's hard to have, we felt it was hard to have validation without being able to build this massive solution that we had in mind. So the first project really failed. And then I started thinking, okay, how do I do this better? Being a competitive individual, I did not accept that the first failure was just going to be my entrepreneurial experience. So I taught myself how to code a little bit, and I was able to build sort of my own commerce, turn it into a marketplace, focus on something that I knew really, really well from the farm that I grew up. which was actually the production of Christmas trees that everyone's in Denmark are having, also in the Netherlands where you're currently located. And did I freeze right now? Chris, you look frozen on my screen.
Your screen is frozen, but I hear you fine. So keep going.
Excellent. We can keep going. All right.
Yeah.
But then long story short, I mean, that very lean approach to building a business was suddenly worked. I launched the website after, spending quite some time building it, but I got the first sale within, I think it was 2 days or so. So suddenly I was sitting there like sold for 500 euros worth in these services that I created. And I thought, okay, that was a much stronger validation to what I wanted to do than the 1.5 years of constantly talking to people and getting validation, trying to get validation from them. So getting it directly from the consumer. And then I started looking into, best practices of building technology companies. I spent some time going to San Francisco. I decided to write my thesis going there. And parallel with that, I also studied entrepreneurship. I took a master's in entrepreneurship and innovation at Copenhagen Business School, which was the first one you could do in Northern Europe. So that was quite exciting. And then I definitely learned that studying entrepreneurship is not the way. I got no value.
I was just going to ask that question. Can you learn that? Yeah. So
no, I really it was really a disappointing experience because you still had to follow the credits, right? Yeah. The ETCS, which is European standards, and you had to have 30 credits, meaning you had to write reports on what it would mean to build a business instead of actually doing it. And on the side, I was actually doing it. So I got very much involved with the ecosystem in Copenhagen and realized that, in Europe at the time, there was really no ecosystem and network for young entrepreneurs. So that became, I guess, purpose in life in some way. I felt that I was fortunate enough to discover certain ways of operating in order to get the success that you needed in order to move on. Yeah,
I can see how hearing this story, because as a mentor with one of the tracks of Rockstar, the AI track, because I think you're also in energy and agri-food and health at least. The AI track. Last year, and that was my first year as a mentor. What I was really impressed with was that these oftentimes young, not always, but entrepreneurs were really being supported to validate the proposition as opposed to validate a business model. At least that's what I really picked up. That the point of the program seemed to be really refine the proposition or refine the product or service, through exposure to customers, while surrounded by just a really diverse and beautiful, a group of mentors that had all sorts of little micro, pieces of knowledge that they could contribute along the way. And I thought it was just refreshingly positive and on point compared to, okay, well, let's, maybe as a typical incubator, okay, let's take someone's idea and try to ramp it up and crank it out as fast as you can. So I'm curious, is what I observed in line with your ambition or?
I would say so. I'm happy if that's what you experienced. I think, we're a larger team now of like 35 people. So I'm not always so directly involved on each program that we run, but the intention from the very beginning was to create this pressure cooker environment and challenge people on actually not taking action. The idea of sitting behind your laptop and coding for half a year, that's very comforting for a lot of people, right? You're not stepping much out of your comfort zone because you're not pushing yourself to pick up the phone and call potential customers, and you're not pushing yourself to try to pitch your concept to investors and get no's for 50 times before someone maybe say yes. Yeah. So it's always been, and I think that came very much from my own personal experience, getting over those insecurities early on and sort of like being pushed a little bit to just do it, because in the process of taking those actions, you learn a lot. You get the relevant feedback, and you start building those relationships that you will later benefit from. So I think I would almost say it's never too early to start engaging. I think I only see it being too late often when people are about to run out of money and to start building the sales pipeline, and it's just too late. I mean, that's our role as an accelerator. We really have to push the boundaries there, I think.
No, it's funny you say that, because I have suffered from this build it and they will come myself too many times. Also with ebullience, in fact, because when I started this, sort of as a true hobby last year, I spent days developing an online education platform, which I will never use now, because simply no one cared, no one needed that. It was delightful doing it, just geeking out and doing it. But as far as value creation, well, knowledge creation a bit, but essentially zero. And also another, like the simplicity scan, which is the little canvas that I use, that I've developed through my own failures and suffering over time, and it has 15 areas on it. And my original idea was, have someone fill out the 15 areas, and then they could go talk to customers about it. And what I realized is actually you only need to fill out the first 5. And in fact, purpose, who is the customer, what's the product, what the experience you're going to create, and the mindset. And what I realized is just actually stop there, because if you just take that and go talk to someone about it, you're going to learn so much. And then trying to figure out an operating model and stuff, it doesn't even matter until you have those other things sorted out. So,
indeed.
It's so again, I'm delighted that Rockstart exists to help people hopefully avoid the suffering that at least I have done. I'm wondering if people can actually learn that wisdom, or does everyone need to suffer themselves a little bit?
I think we all have to. I mean, that's my perspective after seeing it now 24 times, right? Programs running over and over again. Like, no, you cannot transfer that experience, I think, easily, but you can speed it up, right? So that's why accelerators might have gotten, I think, a little bit of also negative sentiment along the years, because there's been so many varieties of quality and expected output. But I think the core idea that we went in with is for me not to spend the first 1.5 years of my entrepreneurial career doing completely the wrong things, right? I think we should try to do that in half a year and get as much learning and iteration and experience into that. And the focus and speed in understanding this can definitely happen through an accelerator. I really believe that.
Yeah, and coming back to Rockstart as a business, I'm curious. Have you also done some of that work yourself? I mean, do you have a clear definition of your perfect customer? Your perfect persona or avatar of your perfect customer? Or can you? But maybe there might not be only one, but what's your vision on who's the perfect type of individual or small company that would be the match with Rockstart?
Yeah. No, I think I mean, a little bit we have the sort of the similar issue at sometimes the carpenter has to change their own roof, right, and never get to it. But yeah, we I mean, I think it's a bit broader than how we used to think about it. We used to think that sort of like these, young, ambitious team coming straight out of university with not enough entrepreneurial or professional experience to know exactly what to do, and you could, basically significantly speed up the learning curve by going through Rockstart. And I would say back in the days, that was also true. I think we were much more focused on the curriculum of being a successful entrepreneur than we are right now. That have changed over the years, and that's also with these domain focuses we have, as you mentioned, within AI, agri-food, health, energy. Basically, now it's much more about coming into a structured environment, a network of market partners, a network of relevant investors that like what is in the domain that you're operating in. I think the understanding of what it takes to build a startup, that material is available, in many different resources for it. So I think we have less focus on the basics and more focused on supporting entrepreneurs who has a clear sort of team market fit, where they have the right domain expertise, but they're really looking to break in certain organizations where we have the network and so on.
And
so I think we do both. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you prefer to have, an established team that already has a bit of some sort of productization and maybe a little bit of traction, or are you looking for things a bit earlier than that?
No, I think it has to be validated in some way. Mm-hmm. So that's from let's say the commercial validation, right? So the value proposition is already sort of checked off by someone in the market. That's what we would be looking for. Meaning there has to be a team together, right? In most instances. But that being said, I think there's two kind of startups I've seen succeeding. That's the one that have like a complementary team. So like, the 3 individuals, one, let's say, doing the commercial, one doing the technology, and one doing the design for like a product, right? There's also, of course, like the two team, but that's a team. And then there's the unusual individual, that one crazy person who will do whatever it takes, right? So use an example that everyone talks about, everyone's lips these days, Elon Musk, right? I think he's one of those characters who will just do whatever it takes to make it happen. I don't think it's teamwork. I think is his perception on what he can do. I think it's slowly built up, and now he's unstoppable in some way, right? And that's also something that you need to look for, because we are an investor. We're looking for interesting proposition that can return capital over time. So it's not always about the team, although there's been sort of almost built like a narrative that if you're not a team, you cannot succeed. It's not true. Some of the most successful companies we have in the portfolio, it's a single person company, no doubt about it.
Yeah. And some of the companies that I've come in contact with were like, there's one, and I wish I could remember the name. Maybe you do. It's the gentleman, I think, was from Russia. Wonderful guy, and he had built something that used the CCTV cameras of parking lots to see where there were free parking spaces. And so
spot vision, yeah.
Spot vision, exactly. And and the way he built it was just elegantly simple, and it clearly worked. And it was difficult to find the perfect customer for it. And I had quite a few conversations with him around, because essentially they needed somewhere that had CCTV cameras, that had full coverage of the parking space. And so like in a parking garage, it didn't work because there's too many poles and there's other technologies and stuff like that. And so for me, it was great to talk to him and also think out of the box. Actually got him in touch with someone I knew at the largest amusement park here in the Netherlands, because that was when I was brainstorming with him. It's okay, well, that's a large parking lot. I've suffered myself coming in, realizing that we're just getting a very linear process that the parking attendants just put you in order, knowing full well that there's empty parking spots up in the front. And so I was very selfishly hoping that that amusement park would pick it up. I'm not sure if they did. I know that at least they were in contact, but I think that's the kind of fun and valuable sort of interactions that. Going back to something you said earlier, going sort of remote first, and you're not the only person to. We had a bit of conversation, but what I'm hearing again and again and again is. What people are missing in remote first are the informal little accidental, synchronicity engagements that, maybe I wouldn't have had that kind of conversation with the guy from Spot Vision.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas? And this is just a general question, and I don't know if it's even solvable, but how can you, I don't think you can stage these, but, create a water cooler type of vibe so people can keep that buzz going.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a real challenge at the moment. The serendipity that we used to see in the initial interaction when joining the program, right, is more difficult to see how we orchestrate that, because just randomly putting people into the same Zoom room seems sometimes to be an awkward experience over a relationship building experience. So although we are taking a remote approach now, we will actually put more focus on events, in a sense that we will try to make events much more of an experience, a unique experience. So if you come to Rockstart, you will hopefully remember the event because it was an unusual location. You're doing something unusual. Yeah, you know, you might put into, you know, getting certain task or playing a certain role. Something that's every time is slightly different than what it used to be. I think we sort of recycled over the last 8 years. We existed the same events, right? So we were sort of doing then selection days, then we had like the introduction, kickoff event, then we do like prototype. I mean, it became sort of a formula, right? And now part of that formula is like, how do we build meaningful connections that matters for people? And I think in the world where, you know, we realize we can do this, we can just talk to each other. You're sitting in the Netherlands, me in south of France. Then where do we really want to spend our time, right? When we want to travel, it needs to be something that is a high value add. So I think our job becomes now to build stronger and more long lasting relationships throughout a program like the ones we run. Then the randomness of it, and how to, I'm still not sure how to manage that, because of course we are still the designer in that entire interaction. So to answer your question entirely, I don't know, but there is some ideas about how to build relationships.
Well, things, you know, things that I've seen that have worked a bit wonky. Like as you said, we at one point we had this sort of mastermind community that we're trying to replace the in-person events with digital events, and having someone speak for a little bit and then a group discussion, and then put people randomly into Zoom rooms. And that created some, but it was like, I was on another exponential organization, large scale event. There's like 1,500 people across multiple geographies for 3 days. And on that platform, Hopin, there's actually a blind date, speed date thing that you check into the networking, and it pushes you randomly to someone for 3 minutes, and at the end you can say if you would like or dislike. Little corny, but it was interesting. But none of these came anywhere near to, you know, quite frankly, having that coffee or that beer or that wine, and just walking up to a table of people you don't know and saying, "Hey, what's up, bitches? You know, what's going on?" They look at you and like, "Well, who are you?" And then you know, let magic happen. So, so it sounds like it's going to be a bit of a blend over time of remote first and sort of immersive, you know, experience designed events.
Yeah. I think it's still from the technology point of view. I mean, that there will be tools, as you mentioned yourself, right? We're early in this this new era, and I think there's a lot that there will be a lot coming up. So that's what we're expecting. We're betting a bit on the technology in the future.
Yeah, well, we're not the only people, you know, talking about this and trying to figure that out. So it's
that's a big one. That's a big one.
So coming back to, I'm curious to ask a question about the balance between, call it this unstructured magic moments and structured productivity, because you triggered me with something on that you have a bit of a formula that is known to work, and you need to build in enough space for accidents and learning and a bit of failures and stuff. I'm just curious for yourself, how do you strike that balance between structure and unstructure in order to keep things a bit on track?
It's a very that's also a very interesting one, I think, because that's very much in the core of entrepreneurship, right? Like you can really you can very easily kill your projects by putting too much governance and structure into it, right? I think we talked about that in this introduction. Like, you've been successful yourself in basically taking it out of corporate and running with it. And I think how we will manage this, we're trying to do it in a way where we become structured 1 week every month. So we have these deep dive weeks where it's very clear what needs to happen, and the interaction is designed, and we are fully in control of those interactions. That's how we design it. So then we can influence the structure in certain ways. And then for the 3 weeks of the month when we're on these programs, it's much more fluid. Like we allow for the serendipity. We allow for, out of the process thinking. And by having it with this structured approach only once every month, it allows us to also become lean and agile between each week, right? Mm-hmm. So the things that I'm learning from the interaction you're having with a certain founder in one deep dive week can influence how I design the next structured approach for the upcoming. So that's the way we managed to do it so far. But yeah, the introducing individuals into a community, into an ecosystem, with this serendipity randomness that comes with it. Yeah, that's a good one. I would love to hear your thinking on it, with your experiences in different projects. Like how do you do this? Yeah.
Well, what a couple of thoughts. One, I've just completed a sort of an innovation certification, and in hindsight, what I realized is actually they had staged into this whole learning process failure moments, and for me that felt artificial. And I understand the sentiment. They emphasize the fact that, hey, through innovation you need to fail and learn. But in order to stage it seemed a bit awkward. So my recommendation would be don't do that. When I've organized events, back a couple of years ago, when customer experience was still an evolving thing, and now it's very much an industry term. For 5 years, we did a Sex in the City, CEX, Sex in the City event. We called it the local customer experience leadership event. And there we really applied our own, customer journey mapping to these, half-day long events, or sometimes day-long events. And there, so we had, sort of, highs and lows. We as far as energy of speakers, we also purposely built in a full, I think it was like an hour and a half of speed date, just for unstructured time. And we had, very long breaks, those types of things. So, and I think if you were to expand that out on a whole program, then I think for me, I would think about, okay, well, what would be the highs and lows? Where would they need to be that structured sort of intellectual stuff? Where would they on the other side be just fully unstructured moments together? And then probably something in between that, like okay, here's a challenge, so something maybe outside of their own domain that, go solve something else. I don't want to call it team building, but some sort of simulation, which then sparks, but I think what we're trying to do is just spark connection. But anyways, as a mentor, I'd love to help with you guys if you're ever, thinking about how to design that.
No, excellent. Because I think it comes down to actually taking the lead, right, and designing it. Also the serendipity that you want to try to have in there. And then the thing is, like, how do you simulate that in a remote environment? That's the question that we have to think further about. And I actually think there's some concepts still to be developed. Just just testing out different ways. Yeah, I would love to continue that discussion. Indeed.
We've got about 2 minutes or so left, maybe just a bit longer. I'm curious to go, and the next question is around personal energy, personal momentum. Keep going.
Yeah,
and maybe if I can ask the question very broadly, of all the entrepreneurs that you have seen, including yourself, the ones that were most mentally fit and resilient, mentally and emotionally, spiritually, what do those people do? What do they do different than the people who maybe lost their energy and maybe gave up?
Yeah, there's not one there's not one specific thing that fits everyone, right? I think, and that's the beauty about entrepreneurship. There's really no rule book, and there's no exact guidelines. We've seen it all by now, right? There's the individuals that goes all in and never take a holiday and just work like 80 hours a week. And then there's the individuals who have a very structured environment and ensure that they take off time when they take off time at 6 o'clock at home. And then, so I think, the number one thing that I see with the ones that are successful is that they, regardless of which direction they're choosing in life, then discipline is always there. Like you do stick to whatever direction that you set out to do, right? So here we created our plan and then we set out to execute it, and then we have different ways of getting that. But I think the ones that I've seen that has not been disciplined, like hasn't followed through on certain agreements that we set, started out with making a monthly newsletter that they would send out, then they became less disciplined and it became down to like every quarter, and not keeping themselves to the level of standard that they set out to do. I think that's the number one reason to lose your energy, regardless of what direction that you will take. But I will say as well that I noticed that the ones that keep their energy level high does like have sort of an obsession on the side, like some kind of thing that they're really excited about outside, building this startup, because it's very easy to get fully thrown into it, and that way I think if there's nothing else than that it's very easy to when trouble comes, which it will, to just lose your energy because you put so much emphasis into succeeding, and there's nothing else that you can you can go towards. So that would be my number one thing to and I always recommend that, like, have a hobby on the side, have a side project where you can get your head off. Great. For sure.
Rune, thank you so much. We need to wrap up.
Chris, thanks a lot for the invitation. It was a super nice conversation. Thanks for that.
And I hope some people are inspired and they reach out to you and become part of the community. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Learn more at egulian.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello. This is Chris Parker here. Hi. And this is Drata. Welcome. I've known you for quite some years. We haven't seen each other lately, of course, but I've been following, very intently. You're now a published author. You have a coaching practice for, expat women, at least in the Netherlands. You're coming from Poland. So some incredible stuff going on. So I'm delighted to have you here and learn more about you and what you're doing and how you run your business. But would you mind introducing yourself with the three questions of who are you, what do you do, and most importantly, why are you doing what you're doing?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thanks so much, Chris, for inviting me. You mentioned, I'm Dorota. I'm originally from Poland, but I met already 18 years ago. I met a Dutch guy. We fell in love, and 16 years ago, I moved to the Netherlands. And 12 years ago, I changed my career from a corporate career to my own business. I'm already 10 years. I'm a coach. And I call myself actually two ways. Like, one thing is what's really at my heart. It's driven career coach. Second is international career coach, because %99 of my clients are international. And so I'm what I'm doing is I'm helping people to change their career. And very often it is from a corporate career or more business career to do something that they feel it's more meaningful, more with purpose, more based on their values and talents. And I've been doing it for the last 10 years. And what actually drives me, as I discovered in the last 10 years of my business, is actually helping people to get closer to what really drives them and what they feel matters and is purposeful.
And if it's purpose driven, I'm curious if you go one level deeper in that, what drives you? Because there's a drive to help people, but why is that meaningful to you?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And very early on in my career, I was searching for what is that? So I did a lot of different things. I then went to a massage course, of 1 year, where I was thinking, how can I bring value, right? And also within my coaching practice, which I started 10 years, I was doing a lot of type of coaching, life coaching and expert coaching. And I found that, what I'm driven by and gives me most energy is helping people with their career, because then I feel if I help them, if it's my purpose to connect them to their purpose, then we create a big ripple effect, and that it has a positive effect on themselves, on the people around them, on what they do professionally, but also on, the world, animals, other living creatures. So I had really experienced so amazing, transformations in my career doing, in their career doing amazing things. That gives me, again, more energy to do more of that.
Yeah, beautiful. I early on in my career, I was also very driven. I used to say I help people succeed. And for myself, I discovered that was actually a losing proposition, because I can't own the success of other people. So again, my learning and discovery journey as a human is still underway. But the way I define my purpose is I create experiences that enable growth. And this is sort of one of those ways. So for me, Abiliant is sort of that platform to, I'm not quite sure how to capture value from it, but if we do times like this and we learn from each other, and if other people can learn, then outstanding. So
for me, if you put it like that, it's about delivering transformation. So something that transforms people's lives through their career. Yeah, because it has a positive ripple effect also on themselves. So if they get unstuck professionally, they become a better parent, happier husband or wife. So it impacts them also on the different levels. Yeah. Although we are not working on that, it has an impact.
Well, I think it's all connected. So if you're working with someone on their inner drive and their purpose and what their vocation would be, and I'm sure the ikigai type of models. Sort of holistic view. I love that kind of stuff. So I guess one thing, if we go off script a little bit, during this Corona time, people are under a lot of stress, anxiety. Maybe they've been let go from their job, or maybe their company has been behaving in a way which is not appropriate for their values. Is there any one piece of advice that you could give people if they're thinking about, hey, I'm not comfortable with where I am, other than reading your book, of course, and we'll put that. We'll put the link to that in the show notes.
I have it here. Short advertising.
So, is there any pointer? Because a lot of people listening to this are probably thinking at this particular time in humanity, what do I want to do when I grow up? And I think all bets are off. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think, what I also noticed in my business, especially in the beginning, sort of March, April, everything was frozen and people were frozen as well. So I think a lot of people were afraid, am I going to lose my job? And then you see that the first thing is, security and safety, and whether the job is good or not doesn't matter, because as long as it exists, right? So. But I think, as we went through the, Corona crisis, and we started to get accustomed and, accept the fact that it's with us and probably is going to stay with us for some time, people start waking up saying, okay, actually, what does it mean for me? And it's now the time to move out with my career. So I think, although, you might have internally feeling maybe that's not yet the right time, with the lockdown situation, when you are much more home, you have much more opportunity to actually look deep down in yourself and actually ask yourself those, challenging questions. Imagine that in a couple of months' time, we're going to out. How do I want to shape my career then? So now it's, I think, a great time to reflect. And although some people might be feeling, I don't want to jump as yet, because I want to hold on to the thing that I have. And that's, perfectly understandable. But I think some, reflection work can definitely be done. And I just noticed, it's just how everything was quiet, for my business in March and April, and how in June it started to, bloom up again, and people coming up with the questions. Yeah, now I'm ready to think again how satisfied I am in my career.
And I think, because I was also delightfully part of your crowdsourcing of the title of your book some time ago. And I think it's a career jump isn't probably a single moment in time, so it's probably starts with dissatisfaction and understanding that, and there's a whole lead up, and so people can already start orienting and preparing and doing work with coaches like you, or reading books, or doing their own self-reflection. And that will prepare them for whatever that jump is, because this, again, for me, this Corona time has been an absolute blessing, because I was literally, and I've been talking about it for years, stuck in a self-made, call it golden cage, of working with corporates and making lots of money, and then somehow being artificially fearful about, not doing that. And and so this whole time of, the blessing of being, at home with the family and getting the ebullient moving, even though that's still a work in progress, and that always will be. Meditation. I, changed my garage into a gym. Like, why did I not do all of this stuff? 5 years ago. What is it in your head that makes you sacrifice for others before you start loving yourself? So, so how did you? I love and I've been observing, and we've talked a number of times in the past. You have dabbled in a lot of different coaching, life coaching, and things like that. Yeah. How did you focus that down? How did you narrow that down, and how do you maintain focus when you have?
Yeah, so I started actually really what you say, really broad. So I was doing everything related to coaching, and not only coaching, but also still counseling. But my husband was always making jokes of me. Looking at your website, it seems like there are at least 100 people working in this company, because the offer is amazing, right? But as I started to work as a coach and start to receive a lot of different clients, I really followed the energy, right? So I really was actually two things. One thing internally, what gives me energy, and where do I feel I have the most added value and what brings me personally joy. And on the second, of course, where do I see the biggest results for my clients? So where does it happen? And what is the question demand from the market, right? And luckily, amazingly, the three things intersected in one point, and that's for me the purpose-driven career coaching. So it's just about focusing, and I'm coaching now actually a lot of people who are also like me, want to get out of corporate and become coaches. Yeah, and they are still wondering and looking. And I say, don't worry, it doesn't matter. Just start, because when I was starting with the idea, I didn't even have an idea to become coach. My idea was to become psychotherapist for kids with traumas. And then I started to do the whole work, and I discovered, first of all, no psychotherapy, second of all, no kids, and then coaching for internationals, not for Dutch people, and then, career coaching. So it went like that, but only through doing and following what gives me the energy, and what is the market asking for.
And the beautiful words, just start. I was confronted by a coach. I mispronounced her name, but Charlotte Ben Het Wout, complicated Dutch name for me. She's this sort of influencer, online trainer, coach, and I had a half day with her, and instantly we were connected on sort of the values and principles. And her challenge was also just start, and that was starting with this video stuff, because although I've produced movies and things, actually making it myself. So there's a time that I was making a video in order to fulfill my promise of 30 videos in 30 days. I was in New York doing it in the back of a sweaty, stinky taxi cab just to get it delivered. But just deliver, just do it, move, do something, create momentum, and go. So I'm curious on focus. Perfect customer. Is there a perfect customer for you? And is there a time to say no to customers?
Yeah, and I actually in March I started to work with a business coach to have a more focus on actually who is my perfect customer, and then you go to my website and see my book and see it's all about pink, like the dark pink, the fuchsia color, my beloved color. So I always say I'm coaching mainly international women, but having looked at all the clients that I've worked with, and again looking, okay, where do I get a lot of energy? I was actually surprised myself to notice that I get also a lot of energy working with guys. So, I wanted to say I'm working mainly with international women, but I say I'm working mainly with international women and also with international guys who are not scared of my pink colors, because as a coach myself, I have a reputation to be on one hand empathic and accommodating, but on the other hand also asking the challenging questions. So
as a coach should, to know what those questions are,
and pushing people through the comfort zone. But my main space is internationals. I would say around 30-40, but predominantly people who feel stuck. People who feel, okay, I've been rolling in my career for some years and it has been great. And, people who are very often, it's not that they are really suffering, but they feel there's something wrong and that I could be doing so much more and so many better. And they feel, so what's the point? Who is going to benefit? What doesn't matter? But also, people who are the action takers. So I call them sort of adults, so not a victim type of mentality who say, oh yeah, I'm not going to do that because that's too difficult. But people who really have the drive, because the change is difficult, right? Yourself, every transformation is difficult, especially career change. If it's a huge one, getting out of the golden cage, to something unknown is scary. And the sort of action taker, the doer mentality is important. Yeah.
I loved it that you started that with, and I see that with a lot of, I think all the really successful coaches that I know, like yourself, also get coaching, and so you went out and, I think you also see the value of coaching and definitely on a lot of different levels, to feel yourself how it is coached, to feel stand in the shoes of your clients, but also to get yourself out of your own blocks, as we all have to go to the next stage. So definitely. And I also hear that from other people who historically have been coaches, they're stopping to use the word coach because they say everyone and their dog is a coach now. And what's your view on that? Because if everyone's a coach, well, maybe everyone should be a coach, in some way or another. Because if we were all coaches, then that would probably mean we're all being very self-reflective and learning and discovering. So, but do you think there's too many coaches in the world, or how do you see that?
Yeah, that's true. When I started with my education was 12 years ago, and then I started my business, and especially international business and coaching business in Amsterdam. There were only maybe 5 of us, and now it's maybe 105. So it's grew exponentially. But I always say, so a lot of people, when I came back from, we were in Mexico for 2 years, and then I came back, and people are saying, oh, your competition grew really immensely, and how you're going to do that? And the one thing I always say, first of all, it's great because it keeps you sharp. And secondly, when I'm going to have an intro call with you and you're going to have with someone else, you will feel if there's a click, yes or no. So I always get the clients who want to work with me and say, hey, yes, we go for Dorota because I have a click and I believe. So, there is a competition, but there's also not competition. So I believe you're getting the clients that you are supposed to get and that you are going to help. And a second, it's good because it keeps you sharp, keeps you developing, learning, making your proposition better. So I think competition is great. And the other thing, what you said, that I think coaching is such a beautiful profession, but also very helpful in your daily life, right? And I have just in April, I followed a new course. It's a brain-based conversation skills. And it's just for everyone who wants to learn how to have a better conversation, with the employees, as a boss, as a parent, you name it. And it's so amazing that you can actually apply it everywhere, right?
Cool. Well, if you can share a link with me later, then I'll put that in the show notes for people out there. Yeah.
Sure.
And also, you mentioned your website, and that is off the top of my head. Let me see. It's DOSO Coaching, DOSO Coaching.com. And we'll put that link.
Yeah.
We'll put that in the link as well for when people want to find you. So, but it sounds like you have a very abundance mindset. So with competition increasing, you have a very positive view on that. Is that the main contributor to your, I guess, growth of your business, or do you have other, all the coaches out there, who are looking to grow, say they've already started, but they want to grow their business? How do you keep growing your business and can keep getting the business you want?
Yes, I think it's about a couple of things. It's also about, say in Dutch, doorzetten. So when you start, you're just focusing and going through with that. So you don't stop. And I've been doing 12 years already. Yeah, 12 years when I started, and 10 years in my business and do so. And I notice many coaches come and go, but I'm still there, still writing my articles, and what really motivates me and pushes me, it's learning new things and creating new things. So I'm actually a coach who loves to work not only in a business but on my business. I'm always asking. How can I make it better, for my clients? So, webinars. And I love that, it's like parts what really motivates me is learning, creativity, and delivering the best value for the client. Because then I know, then I'm satisfied myself, So it's very egoistic, but it all starts with you, right?
It has to be. Yeah, I think so. No, I love the work on the business as opposed to in the business. Entrepreneurial working on, and honestly, that's one of the design principles of these interviews, that I'm not looking for people to go deep into their craft and all that, but it's really, how do you build your business? And similarly, I love these conversations because I just learn and discover more and more. And no, brilliant.
And it's actually really funny because I was like in the business, working for the corporation, and I was thinking, I want to escape that because it's, I was feeling I was not purposeful enough for me. Then I moved to the coaching, and I thought, I will only want to coach 100%, and the business part, just forget about that. And when I actually discovered for myself, no, that's not who I am. I actually enjoy as much as coaching, as much as the business part of doing that. So if I would only coach and not have the business part, I would not be equally happy. So that's about, for me, keeping this balance. And then again, you just need to start, because a lot of things you cannot just come up with theoretically, you need to experience that.
Yeah. And in the coaching part, because you don't have staff, I don't think. So you basically do this all yourself. So how do you maintain that balance? And I'm asking for very selfish purposes. Maintain the balance of the learning and discovery in the commercial part with the actual delivering on your promise part. How do you balance that and keep things productive? That's something I struggle with a lot, because there's always, I have a bit of a shiny object syndrome. So like, oh, look at this.
Me too.
So so do you have any advice or tactics on how do you maintain that balance of feeding your creativity as well as delivering?
Yeah, so I think, I think for myself, and I followed a couple of years ago, it was a business circle academy. And from that, I remember very well one thing. So you need to identify outside of your business, like, what the main purpose of your business, is to coach people. But what are other activities that are core to you, that you love doing, and that you say, I cannot give it to someone else? And that's for me writing my articles and columns. And through that, I got a lot of clients, and through delivering them consistently, in the past 10 years. So that's one thing I say, whatever happens, I'm doing. In Corona times, maybe I have to admit less consistently than before, but I'm, picking it up again. So that's one thing. And now I lost you. What do you... Oh yeah, about the creativity and staying in the game. So that's one thing, that I say, okay, next to the fact that I'm having, new clients, talking with potential clients, I need to have that. The other thing is, for me, I need to have like next one big thing that I'm working on. And last year, and actually not last year, in the past 2 years was actually my book. And there were a lot of other things that I thought, I would really, love to start videos. I would really love to start, online course. And I said to myself, no, because you're going to be swamped and you're not going to deliver actually on any of that. And this year for myself, I chosen that I'm going to, upgrade again and refresh my coaching skills. So I did what I mentioned, the brain-based conversation skills. I'm now doing brand-based coaching certificate, so helping people even better based on the insights on how our brain works to help them to get to their results more effectively. So to answer your question, it's just, for me, it's focusing on my next big project, and one thing that is consistently always there, and to the rest you just need to say no.
Yeah, no, that's such
from my own perspective, right?
Such an easy word, and sometimes so hard to do. So that's when Campus Party came along, where this video will be screened and as well as the podcast. I would have had to have said no if I didn't already have the podcast planned. So that because I had already the horizons of activities I wanted to do, and I was already saying no to the podcast for so long. I think it was only because it was already ready in my mind that I said, okay, now it's the time, so let's go for it. And I think,
every now when a golden, an amazing opportunity comes, where it means also a lot of work. Like for me, these are speaking engagement on the big conferences. Of course, I'll never say no, even if I'm totally swamped. I'll always say yes to those. But but other things, like for example, last year, or beginning of this year, I had plans with online course and said, no, it has to stop, because otherwise, I'm not going to learn as much as possible from my coach. The book is going to, drag for another whatever months, because, and what really keeps my energy, because otherwise I think I will be workaholic, is my family. I need to spend time with my daughters and my husband. So the energy manages itself by itself.
Yeah, I'm curious to go back again, going off our intended script, but you talked about this brain-based. I imagine it probably has something to do with neuroplasticity. It's a hard word, and the fact that we can, relearn and reprogram. But I'm just curious, can you give a couple points on what you picked up from that and how you bring that into your practice?
Yeah, so from the coaching perspective, it's really about learning about how your brain functions, and actually what is the best environment in your own brain that helps the change. And they have discovered that the brain is most prone to change and actually go forward with a change, whether it's in a reward state rather than a threat state. And then learning to apply that in the coaching conversation. So with very simple things like giving feedback. So if you are a manager that has great coaching skills, say, oh, okay, so now I'm going to give you feedback, and there it goes. It's always about first asking for permission. So proning the brain to be in a reward state, because giving the feedback already predominantly puts our brain in a threat state. Oh, he's going to tell me what I screwed up, right? Not what I did so well. So and then our brain is not receptive of what we do, and it's not able to learn. And in the past, also looking in the coaching was also a lot about, so what is the problem? And people, letting people focus on that keeps them stuck, because when they focus on problem, they are in a threat state and they are not able to move forward. So it's about holding the space for the client, for a coachee, to be continuously in this reward state and generating, their own, change path from there. So continuously holding the space from there, and that's a big mindset also, for me when I was learning that. So it's really happy that I.
It sounds beautiful and sounds powerful, because I think giving feedback on some of these other conversations, and I'm actually going to have a part 2 interview with someone because they brought feedback up, and I said, well, we need to unpack this further. But oftentimes feedback can be, what's called as the shit sandwich. So I want to give you something hard, and I'm going to put some artificial, taste, positive on the front and the back, and then. But what I really want to tell you is, this shit. And yeah, don't do it artificial. You can have hard discussions, and for me, if it's without knowing all the brain aspects of it, but if you do it from a respectful, loving, caring perspective, even if it's a hard discussion. If the intention is there. So it's wow, it sounds powerful stuff. So
it's really great stuff.
So we've got about 2 minutes left. I'm curious, in your business, if you have found something, some sort of smart cut or tip or trick or tool or something that has really simplified your life or your business recently. What's really
sure.
worked for you?
So, when I was actually preparing for the interview and writing the answers, there are, a couple of things that came up. First of all, just, follow the energy and follow what gives you energy, and the rest, give to someone else. So, although I don't do anymore my finances. Although I don't do my website. So identify what are your core activities, like for me, writing, coaching people, creating stuff, and stick to that. And for the other things, either employ technology. So I have like Asana, Calendly, Upwork, where my whole book was cooperation of 20 people from all over the world, that were doing the stuff that I couldn't do. So don't do everything yourself, Because as a small business owner, you have a tendency to do that, because it will save you at the end money. And following the energy, what you keep on doing yourself, and focusing, focusing. What is your focus? What is your purpose? Are you on the mission? And the rest, let go, to other people.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. I've
Thanks so
absolutely
much,
enjoyed
Chris.
this. Okay. Thank you.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello, this is Chris Parker back, and I have an amazing guest that I've known for quite some time, Graham Newell. Graham has been kind enough even to come over to the Netherlands, where I'm at, to present at events and stand in front of customer experience leader conferences. His company, 602 Communications, is in the, I think what used to be called the neuro marketing, but sort of the brain marketing. But I'll let you tell more about that. Welcome, Graham. Delighted to have you here.
Chris, so good to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I love the purpose of what you're doing here, and I think those opportunities for all of us to do our craft better, to be able to work better, that's a pretty exciting thing, and something we all need now, particularly in this time of COVID.
Well, thank you for being here. So Graham, can you tell us a little bit about? And I know it's a stacked question, but who are you? What do you do? And maybe most importantly, why do you do what you do?
Sure. Well, I'm a neuromarketing expert, and what I do is I help people to make better decisions. My thing is all about peeking inside their brain right as they're making those really critical decisions. So, for all of us, all of our opportunities to make those decisions were honed out on the African savannah over the last few million years, and they were basically just about survival, is what they were about. Well, we've only been civilized for about 10,000 years, and we think that we're making these incredibly conscious decisions, but what we know is we're really doing it more from our gut. So what I am really passionate about is making those decisions in a way that's measured, that not trusting your gut thing, and working to make decisions on the data that are really going to be better. Because right now, what we know is our decision-making process tends to come from our instinct, and oftentimes that's been optimized for simply survival, and we've got to up our game to get more civilized.
Yeah, well, that was sort of the face I made a little bit. It's like, I'm not sure if we're really that civilized, actually. So it's, I think maybe some of it is. But, and what motivates you? Why is this meaningful to you? Why are you?
It's so meaningful, Chris, because I don't know if you've seen this in your life, but have you ever made those decisions where you kind of look back and you kind of go, what was I thinking? How did I ever do that? And, I've had those experiences in my life as well. And we've all been at business meetings and stuff where everybody in the room goes, what is he doing? How can he do this? And, it seems as though we all go a little bit crazy sometimes when we make these decisions. Now, we can see it in hindsight, but we can't see it on the front end. So what really makes me passionate about this is making better decisions in my own life, but to truly understand what that process is about, so that all of us, whether it's our jobs or our kids or our leisure time or whatever it is, we can make better decisions on this. And I'm just fascinated by the psychology of it.
Yeah, I think your decision making is because there's different parts of the brain and of course in different contexts. I've heard, maybe you know better about it, like when you're stressed, that actually, chemically, and I think oxygen levels go down, and your IQ can even go down up to 10 points in periods of stress and chronic stress. And of course, that's going to impact your decision making. So it's the whole, context around that. So how, in your business, how do you help businesses make decisions based on neuromarketing? Can you just paint that picture a little bit for me?
Sure. I've spent, years and years and years taking people, we throw them inside of an fMRI or we put EEG headsets on them. And then we ask them to make critical decisions, and we can watch their brain as they do it. And what we can clearly see is that, we'll ask them something like, hey, we'd like you to decide on whether you want to do A or B. And they'll go, oh, definitely A is what I want. And then we can look at their brain scan and kind of go, wow, you really want to do B. And you're kidding yourself into thinking that you want to do A. So what we have a tendency to do is we have a tendency to make decisions based on what we feel our best self should do. We all have this image of ourselves that we believe, we're this good father or a great businessman, or we're cool under pressure or whatever it is. And we tend to make decisions where we will listen to those things of what we want to be as opposed to who we are. And so what I love is that this technology kind of gets down to, you're freaked out right now and you don't even realize it, and we can see that in your brain.
Yeah, it's it reminds me a little bit of, I think it's Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, if you know that. So it's a great book.
Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky really took this whole idea of behavioral economics and behavioral finance and took it really to the next level. They showed that all of us make decisions based on our instinct. We thought it was reason before, but what they were able to show very clearly over a lifetime of work is that all of us are just big balls of instinct walking around. And we make decisions based on survival, not necessarily what's best for us.
So is your premise to become more rational or become more in tune with your instinct, or both?
I am definitely to become more rational. There's a lot of people that are kind of like, I just trust my gut. I just know, what's going on in here. And I sometimes the data tries to distract me. I'm the exact opposite. Listen to the data. The data will usually do a better job of deciding than you will. And, after sticking people in brain scanners for years and years and asking them to make these decisions, the decisions that we make when we get under pressure or stress are crazy bad. Just terrible, particularly now during COVID times. Like, one of the things that's happening right now is a lot of people have seen their portfolios go down or seen their businesses fall. And the knee-jerk reaction is to do something, is what it is. And that's the flight response, because that kept us out on the African savannah. You either ran away or you fought. did when that threat happened. Well, maybe the best thing to do is nothing. But what you got to realize is your subconscious brain is going to fight you on that every step of the way. And so you've got to take over that instinct and go, I've got to stick to my plan is what I've got to do.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people lose when they get frightened.
They say, they start bolting in front of fast moving cars like animals and things. It's something I've been working on is, and it might be contradictory to call it mindfulness. I've been focusing on some meditation, every morning and things like that, and really just to calm my brain, calm my system in order before I get into the day and decide what to do. So maybe that's my way of getting more rational, which is calming.
Sounds wonderful. Now, what does that give you? How does that work for you?
Well, it's COVID time, and it's uncertain. I shared with you before we started that 4 people in our social surroundings have passed away from the virus. So there's this threats out there, financially, the macroeconomic situations. You can't just ignore that. I don't think, because it's there. And so what I've been doing is really focusing on getting sleep. There's all the basic stuff that I knew I should have done, and COVID has given me the motivation to do it. Get sleep, don't screen before you sleep. When I wake up, I'm doing this intermittent fasting thing, just trying to cleanse my body. I really try before I even do my daily to-do list to do a 25-minute guided meditation.
Good for
you. And I don't say it gives me any answers, but it does let me get in tune with something I believe that if something really doesn't feel good, it won't end well. But if something doesn't feel good, then you can start looking at the data. And maybe this is where it connects back. And it's like, well, something's off about this. I have this itch, and so let me go back and maybe review my assumptions, review the data. So that's, I know, but are you, is that part of your story, or are you just purely a data levels all arguments guy?
I'm a firm believer that you got to calm down that monkey brain, particularly during these times of fear, in order for the right decision to avail itself. So I think what you're doing is amazingly great, particularly doing it in the morning. It gives you that opportunity to begin the day when you're fresh, when you're ready to make those decisions at a time that is going to allow your brain to bring that data in and to really be able to do something that's going to be effective. It's so easy for us to get off track. We get scared and we start doing crazy things.
And combine it with some other tools like Trello and Kanban boards. So I know that everything I need to do is registered somewhere, and then I don't have to worry about it when I'm having breakfast or getting the boys ready for school, and do my meditation, and then I'm off, and then the productivity is great. So it's lovely. So you have mentioned that you before, so I know a bit about your business, that you're shifting even industries and going much more into financial services. So I'm curious, how do you maintain focus on the right industry or customer, persona, or even product that you're putting out there? Because of course everything's changing, and you seem to be very deliberate. And I've always been impressed with that about you. Very deliberate about what you're working on. How do you do that?
I made a change over the last little while, going from the media sector to the financial services sector. And what I looked for was a very specific list of things. First of all, I was looking for something that I was passionate about. And I'm very passionate about financial literacy. I truly believe that you can change people's lives by teaching them simple money skills, simple ways to save, to avoid spending, that can change lives, that can put kids through college and allow people to retire. So I'm very passionate about that. I was also looking for somebody who had a big problem. And that's what I tend to do, is I don't go after what the industry is. I look for the industry that has the biggest problems. And right now there's huge problems in this industry. And then finally, what I look for is people who have the money to pay me.
That's important as well.
I'm going to go into a sector where they're going to have the resources and the meetings and they're going to be able to afford it. And then I look for those three. But what I try to do is follow the problem. Don't follow what I do. Follow the pain that my customers are having.
And how do you help these financial services organizations with a problem. So what do you bring to them, or what is the transformation that you provide?
What I really bring to them is a set of tools that helps them to make smarter decisions. So whether you're a CFO, whether you're in financial service or whatever it is, we usually make money decisions with our gut. I show them and teach them that that's the wrong way to do it. That the way that you've got to do it is to come back to the data. And most importantly, how to recognize when a bad decision might be becoming. I teach them to recognize behaviors that go, you're about to make a bad decision because here's what you're doing. And that helps them to, as you said during your meditation, to recenter and to come back and make decisions that are smarter based on data.
Yeah, it's good. And I'm a bit pessimistic, being in financial services for most of my life, that sometimes I find the margins are so good that actually the penalty for bad decisions isn't severe enough sometimes, because they have customers that are stuck. Oftentimes their data is crap. They don't trust it anyways, and so they like, oh, my data's bad, so we have to do something else. So it's I think that's hugely valuable, because particularly now when customers are having more and more options in financial services, Facebook has just announced they're doing payments in Brazil. So Facebook Bank, I'm sure, is coming sometime soon. And the legacy, financial services need to wake up and do something. So.
Yeah. And Chris, what it's about is really making a plan and then working your plan, sticking to the plan that you make. So you need to plan before you begin. Okay, when things go crazy, when things go south on me, here's what I would do. And you need to think those through before you get into the middle of it, because once you get into the middle of it, you're crazy and you're going to make bad decisions. So it's looking at the upside, the downside, if it works and if it doesn't work. Most of us have this predilection where we get this plan and we just assume it's going to work. It's absolutely going to work. You look at businesses and we kind of go, I'm going to start a business and it's absolutely going to work. Well, what we know is that probably 9 out of 10 businesses don't work. And so have you planned for when it doesn't work, here's what I'm going to do, and then sticking to that plan.
And I guess also knowing when to change the plan. When the data says, hey, the assumptions you made have changed or have been proven false.
Correct. But I think, what exactly is that paradigm for you? What do you say? This is when I'm going to evaluate it, and when I see this, I'm out, and do that before the crisis.
Yeah, I think it was Taiwan that I heard about as a nation who, based on the SARS or whatever, they were prepared. They had the face masks and everything. So when this came, they just said, yeah, okay, plan 4, implement, and off they go. So it's, I wish maybe the rest of humanity will be more prepared next time. So coming back to your business, unless you wanted to add something?
No, it's good.
Yeah, coming back to your business, you have made a deliberate plan to change industries, and financial services are not known for quick decision making or adopting new paradigms easily. So I'm just curious, how do you go about growing that business? Into a, your background, I think, is more in media, and that's a little different than financial services and banking. How does one enter a new industry like that? What's the plan?
What I did, Chris, is I looked back to what I had some experience on. So in the media world, I had done hundreds and hundreds of studies that looked at this brain science, and we were applying it to advertising and marketing. And what I knew was it was just a tiny turn for me to move it into making financial decisions as opposed to making advertising decisions. And so I had a lot of experience in this, and it ended up working out really well to do that. And that's what I recommend from all folks. If you've got to change sectors or move to something, take that skill that you already have and then do research to find out specifically how that can apply to the other sectors. Now, what that's about is reaching out to a lot of people. Again, what I looked for was a problem. And I reached out to people that were in financial services and basically said, tell me the most bleeding, horrible, terrible problem that your industry has that's costing you millions of dollars. And I probably interviewed 100 people is what I did. And by the time I got done, I clearly knew exactly where to go. But what I do is follow the fear, follow the worry. That's where the opportunity is.
And yeah, how few people actually do that sort of customer validation up front. So it's brilliant. So, looking at, and I'm hoping you'll be able to share, at least with the video part of the audience of this, and keep in mind that there's an audio only podcast. So I would love it if you show and walk through very quick, because I'm just jealous watching you right now. Your screen is clear. Your face is well lit. Your white background is brilliant. I'm looking pretty damn shabby here right now. So can you in order to deliver your value, your Graham magic at a distance, what's that infrastructure look like?
Well, let me talk a little bit about what I have here. So the good news is that these online training tools that we have, things like Zoom, have really gotten substantially better now. What's neat is now we can create a much more personal training experience than we ever had before. So what I did was I started with the best meeting technology in the business, and it's this Zoom conferencing software here. So this gives us the great meeting planning. We can do things like picture-in-a-picture and get all the traditional security that these platforms can offer. But if you've done a lot of meetings, what you know is most of them tend to look like this. It's just a bunch of yakking heads, and it's just going to be dull as can be. So what I did is I looked to the world of live streaming. These are the systems that power rock concerts on Instagram and Facebook Live. So this allows us to do the full production capacity, and we can make the experience more exciting. So I've got a full streaming studio that I use in order to bring people in. So I've got a Final Cut Pro suite here. I've got PowerPoints that I can do, a teleprompter that I can bring up. So what's neat is that during these times of COVID, I can put together a presentation that's not just somebody yakking. And when you combine the live streaming tech with the webinar tech, what you can create is an online experience that's incredibly personal, yet it really has these engaging production values. So the studio has really enabled me to reach out to people in entirely new ways. And I think this is what's going to be so amazing now. I've been working on this for many years, but the online connection is going to get way good in the next few years. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for people to bring in business from all over the world. I've got conferences today that are going to be in Singapore. I'm talking to you, in Europe. I've got other meetings today all over the place. So this is a great opportunity for all of us to step into something that's going to really get great production values that allow you to connect over video.
And I have benefited greatly from some of the stuff you put online, Facebook Live about your video setup and things like that. So I'd love. Is that linkable? Is there a link we can provide people to go back to watch?
There is. I'll get you that link of. I did a little studio tour of all the things that I'm doing. It was a lot of fun. Really was.
Yeah, absolutely. So super cool. So Graham, so you have been working on this. Clearly passionately, so we had a quick peek just now at your whole setup for a couple of years. I think if I remember right, you moved to Oregon probably 4 or 5 years ago or something like that. And then and you've been building out that ever since then. So the question I have is what keeps you going, with yourself? How do you keep your mindset in the right place and motivated to keep improving? Because it seems like every time I talk to you, you've upped your game somehow. It's incredible. So how do you do that?
The big thing for me is, as you can imagine, I'm a pretty data-driven guy. I've kind of built my trainings around that. So I really have a terrible memory, and I really am incredibly scattered. And so early in my career, I moved to software to help me to keep my life in order. So I am a huge advocate of customer relationship management databases. CRM, things like Salesforce and things like that. They allow me to have this incredible repository of everybody that I know, all the notes, everything is all in there. And it really allows me to sleep at night. So I can put all my notes, all my appointments, all my tasks, everything that I'm going to do in this one place, and then I can go to bed. and I can go to sleep because I know tomorrow that list is going to be there. So a lot of people are using, very simple things on Google or things like that. I upped my game and decided that a full customer relationship management software system was what I really wanted to use. And it's allowed me to communicate with other people, to work virtually, and it's just allowed me the peace of mind to relax.
Beautiful. And I know the technology doesn't matter, but I am curious, what do you use? Like, what does your tech stack look like?
I use a program called Daylite, Daylite, and it basically is Mac specialized. So it's custom made for people that use Macs.
Yeah. Okay. Why did you choose that? I'm curious. What was the...
Basically, I'm deep into the Mac infrastructure, and it integrates so well with all the other Macintosh programs. It really does. If you're not a Mac I really love Daylite, and I think it works great for your Mac. But if you're not, then what I would do is go with Salesforce. The opportunity that you have to integrate with the whole world in Salesforce is pretty incredible.
Yeah. No. Cool. And how about your... I'm just curious, picking your brain, because you've solved so many problems ahead of me. Like to-do lists and task lists. Do you do that in Daylite as well? Is it?
All of that is in there. Calendar, to-do list, notes. So I've got around 11,000 notes that I have, put in there over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. Anytime something comes to my brain, I don't keep it in my head. I put on dictation software. So basically I can either dictate it into my phone, or I can just grab a headset and kind of go, here's my idea. And then I just dictate it, and I talk and talk and talk as fast as I can. And then bam, it goes into Daylite. I give it a tag, and then I can find it.
Cool. And if you're someone who hasn't even thought of this before, because I think there's a lot of entrepreneurial people out there who are still doing things on paper pads or whatever. What's the mindset to start with all that? Because you have a sense of discipline that I find very rare. Because a lot of people that I know have these systems implemented, but they just never use them. And then if you don't use it, if you don't have the discipline and the structure, it just won't add the value. So do you have any, where do you start in actually creating value with it?
The number one thing that I would recommend is that you get into dictation software. Okay. One of the things that I think is really key, and whether you're sending yourself an email or whatever it is, the very fact that you say it makes you process it, as opposed to just thinking it. When I have to say it, it actually becomes real. I tend to develop it more, but basically, even your Android phone or your iPhone, it's got a dictation feature. Just pull up press the button, and just go, here's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And by doing that, it's going to help you to crystallize your own ideas. It's a great first step. It's easy to do. And the big thing is, all those great ideas, you won't lose them. You'll have them. You can go, I remember 6 months ago, and you can just kind of check your email and kind of go, I remember 6 months ago, I was talking about wombats. What was that? And then I can just bring it back up by searching the word wombat.
And there you go. A slightly different use of that from a writing coach told me before a product is final, read it out loud, 2 or 3 times, because it's the act of reading it out loud is a completely different experience than just thinking of it and looking on the paper. So I guess it works. I guess it works both ways. So, because you're very much a video guy, is that your sort of your channel of choice? Are you writing a lot, or are you? Because I don't think
I'm a big video blogger, so I do, using this this production setup that I have here. I've got cameras and stuff that I can use basically, and so I can write something. What I do is I write something in PowerPoint is what I do, and I play the PowerPoint here, and then I just put the notes right in the teleprompter. Yeah. And so I do a tremendous amount of video blogging is what I do. Yeah. What's neat is in that Twitter feed or whatever, it's not just a picture, it's me coming up live, rolling, and that's what's neat.
And well, you have written in the past, because I have this book here called The Red Goldfish, which I think is brilliant. One of the points that for the people that, this is Red Goldfish, motivating sales and loyalty through the shared passion and purpose. And I think purpose-driven strategy, purpose-driven organizations it's so relevant now, different during the COVID time, and why do these companies exist? And so Red Goldfish, I highly recommend. And what I really like about it is it is the purpose in here is so many of the purpose statements of companies that I love. Like there's Southwest Airlines, to connect people to what's important in their lives through friendly, reliable, and low-cost air travel. And they do that. And I love Southwest. I'm so sad they don't exist in Europe. So how did this come about? And is this related to your current work at all, or can you make a connection there for people? I'll put the link.
It absolutely is, because these are about these decisions that we make about what are going to be the central focus of our business. And typically what we tend to do is we tend to look at our own needs. We kind of say, well, what's your business all about? Well, I want high sales, or I want to have great customer service. Well, that's what you do. It's not what your product does to fulfill your customers' lives. So I've spent a lot of time over the years helping people make these kind of big decisions like this. And when Stan and I got together to work on this book, what we found is that everyone was pretty self-obsessed, and they had not taken that next leap to move into something that really got down to that gut level core values that are at the essence of who we are. I'm big into this instinctual, decisions that we make, and I know that most of our decisions come from there. Well, when you give those things to people that are about helping their family or helping them to prosper or things like that, those are things that don't just satisfy your conscious brain. They also celebrate, and they help your heart to really make that decision, because they're so true to the core of human existence. So this gets back to a lot of the brain research that I've done. You take something like a little kid and put them on screen, everybody's brain lights up, because we're hardwired for those values to look after our families. Companies that can tap into those core motivations of the reason why
Hello, Tice.
Hi, Chris.
Are you here with me? I can't hear you. Let me.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yeah, got your sound back. Good.
Cool.
Perfect. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for having me.
I will stay on the video with you, and myself, I'm Chris Parker with theboolean.com, and I'm hosting the work-life stage here at Campus Party, and Tice with Hack the Planet. Can you please, share with us your insights? And along the way, I understand you will also introduce yourself.
I will.
Great.
So, Houston, we've had a problem. And don't worry, Chris, the video is still running. But I want to take you out of space. These were the famous words spoken by John, an astronaut on the Apollo 13 mission, the third mission to the moon, actually. And what just happened is they heard a loud explosion in their spacecraft. And this is not a good thing if you're in outer space, right?
No.
So they were really worried about this. They heard the loud explosion. They contacted Houston. And after some time, they figured out what was going wrong. One of the liquid oxygen tanks had exploded. It blew a huge hole at the side of the aircraft. And basically, this liquid oxygen was washing out into outer space. But this is the most precious resource on the ship. It's it's the air they breathe, it's their fuel, it's their everything, basically. So they were basically shipwrecked somewhere between the Earth and the moon. Well, I can't imagine how you must feel if you're shipwrecked in outer space. Well, basically, they had two options. They could either turn their ship around and fly back to the Earth, or they could slingshot across the moon and go back in that way. And they were like turning around and going back was definitely the shortest route, but the way they were scared to do so because they were worried that if they would fire their main engine, and they would need to do this to go back because they were on a huge velocity towards the moon, they were worried that their spaceship would explode if they started the main engines. So they decided to actually slingshot across the moon, around the moon, and use the moon's gravity to pull them back to Earth. And this way, they would not need to fire their main engine. But like I said, like their main resource of fuel and air was running out, so they decided to shut down the whole spacecraft. So they shut down the climate control and the service module and stuff like that. And they decided to use the lunar module that was actually made to land on the moon. They used that as a lifeboat. So they used the systems of the lunar module to stay alive, basically, shut down all the systems so they could actually land on Earth again safely. But somewhere along the way, a new problem occurred because a warning light came on. And this warning light said that their CO2 levels inside the spacecraft were getting dangerously high.
Yeah.
And why was this? This was because they were using the lunar module as a lifeboat, but the lunar module was designed to fit 2 people for 2 days for the moon landing. But they were with 3 people, and the trip back lasted 4 days. So obviously there weren't enough CO2 scrubbers in the aircraft to clean the air. So this was a problem, and they would soon die if this problem wasn't fixed. And again, they contacted the Space Center in the Houston Space Center, and together with the team on the ground, they came up with a solution. They looked at what stuff do we have on board and how can we fix this problem, because the surface module in the spacecraft, it had plenty enough CO2 filters, but these things, they were square, and the filters in the moonlander were round. So I can imagine this was pretty frustrating for astronauts, that you're like haunted with childhood frustration of fitting a square thing, a round hole. And then you're in outer space and you're faced with this issue. Anyway, they managed to fix this problem by just using stuff they had on board. So they used the hose from a spacesuit. They actually used the cover of the space flight manual. They used some duct tape, and they managed to create some kind of adapter to fit the square CO2 filter into the round hole in the lunar module. One of the astronauts actually had to fit his socks inside a hole to make it airtight.
Oh, did that cause a different issue in the air?
Sorry?
Did that cause a different issue with the air quality? Or
I can imagine, but I can tell you they did not have sweaty feet, because it was really cold inside the aircraft, because it was around freezing. So that's, in my opinion, an amazing story of how they managed to basically use what they had and fix a life-threatening issue with just the stuff they had readily available. And they made it back to Earth safely. Luckily, they landed, so all was good. I'm not sure, Chris, if you're a superstitious guy, but
can be. If I was in that situation, I would become superstitious and religious very quickly, probably.
Yeah.
So
well, they kind of maybe called upon themselves because, well, it was obviously the Apollo 13 mission. They departed at 13 hours and 13 minutes. So there were a lot of 13s in there. So
I don't know the story nearly as much as you do, but I also and I'm sorry if you're already going this way in your talk, but what I seem to remember is in order for them to find that solution, they actually like put all the stuff back on Earth. They put all the stuff that was in the module in a box, and put people in a room and saying, solve this.
Yeah.
Is that what they did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. So, and the pressure and stress has been incredible.
Yeah, that's a very nice way of solving problems. Anyway, you might think, well, who is this guy? Is he an astronaut? No, I'm not an astronaut. I actually don't want to be an astronaut. I'm a nerd, basically. So I've been writing software for over 20 years. And I just think this is an amazing story of, pragmatic innovation. I've been writing 1 million lines of code in my life. But at some point in time, I realized, well, with how many of these lines of code did I actually change people's lives? And this was kind of a turning point for me, because this made me focus on helping people use technology to actually solve their problems, and realize that technology is just a means to an end and not the goal itself, which more often than not is the case. So that's my focus in life, and that's how I look at technology. I want to solve real problems using tech, basically. Right now, I work at a company called Q42 in the Netherlands. And at Q42, we do all kinds of commercial projects. We build apps, websites, all kinds of stuff. But within Q42, me and my colleague Tim are running a small department called Hack the Planet. And at this department, Tim and I get to spend our time on using our technical skills for making the world a better place. And cool. I'm really, really lucky that I get to do this work. So I love this. And
can I ask, what does the 42 come from? I hope I know where it comes from. I hope it's the answer to life. I hope it's the answer to life, the universe, and everything, because that's the only place it could come from.
So maybe you're a bit of a nerd as well, Chris, because this is indeed like a geeky reference from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah. And
is the Q mean question then?
Yeah.
Wow, we love it. Deep shit. So
it is, right?
Back to Hack the Planet. Lovely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I want to take you a lot closer than outer space. This time we're going to Indonesia, Sumatra, and this is basically where Hack the Planet found its roots. There we were talking to Greenpeace because in Indonesia, Sumatra, there are huge forest fires. And I'm talking about 4 years ago. Sadly, these forest fires are still going on. And these are mainly caused by palm oil industry. And this is a big deal. Of course, it's really sad that these forests are disappearing, but also it's really bad for wildlife. And thousands of people are dying from these fires every year, either in the fires or because of all the pollution. And we were talking to Greenpeace, and they were basically trying to monitor these fires, and they wanted eyes in the sky. So what they had done is they had built a military-grade drone to fly and have these eyes in the sky. But what happens eventually when you fly a drone? Can you guess it?
No. Crashes? I don't know.
That
runs out of energy, probably.
At some point in time, you crash the thing. So that's what happened to Greenpeace as well. But this drone, it cost almost 50,000 euros. So it crashed, and they were really, bummed about it, and thought, well, this is something we're never going to do again.
Yeah.
And we heard the story, and we thought, well, what can we do about this? And what we basically did is we went into a hobby shop. We bought a drone. we took a Raspberry Pi, some duct tape. We put this thing together. We took some open source flight controller software and some sensors, cameras, and stuff like that. We hooked it all up, and we built an autonomous flying drone that could stay in the air for 1.5 hours for a couple of €100. And this this was really an eye opener for us. And we thought, well, if we can do this, what else can we do?
And then you sold it back to them for 50,000? That's quite a profit.
No, of course not.
Sorry. Okay.
No, that's not how we work.
All right.
So from that point on, we have been doing a lot of different projects. For instance, we have also shot virtual reality. Yeah.
Can I go back into the anti-poaching drone? Did they deploy it, like many of them, and is it working to help?
This drone was not for anti-poaching, but it was actually for monitoring forest fires. And yes, they did use it. I'm not sure if they're still using it. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm sure it helped them take the next step they needed to. So great story.
Some other project we did is we shot a virtual reality documentary in Uganda, because one of the questions that Tim, my colleague, had was what would happen if you can bring conflicting parties together with VR, or actually have them trade places. So that's what they did together with Mensen met een Missie. That's a Dutch NGO, a small NGO in The Hague. We went to Uganda, and there are 2 tribes there that have been in a conflict for generations. And in these conflicts, they steal each other's cattle, and they actually kill each other during these raids that have been going on for many years. And what we did is we basically made a family portrait in each tribe in 360 degrees video. And we basically showed everyday life. And we showed what kind of hobbies these people have and just some daily things. But we also showed what impact these raids had on these tribes. We took the tribe leaders and we put them in a room, and we put a virtual reality headset on. And these people, they've never seen this kind of technology before. Yeah. And now suddenly they're transposed in each other's shoes. They're teleported into each other's enemy's village, and they're looking at this family portrait, and they're seeing the daily lives of their enemies, and they're realizing the impact that this conflict has on them, and they realize that they both lost a brother in these conflicts. Of this whole adventure, we made a virtual reality documentary, and to be honest, we could not have guessed what the outcome would be. We got an email a year later from a French researcher that went back to there and spoke to all the people. And these 2 tribe leaders actually have become friends now because of this project. And just because with virtual reality, we were able to create empathy. And they thought, well, what we're doing doesn't make sense. So let's just stop it and bury the hatchet. And now they're friends, and there's now peace in this region. So that's really cool.
That's incredible. So is that repeatable, do you think? Can we do that at a global scale, please?
Good question. We've been joking about putting a virtual reality headset on some of the world leaders. What would happen then?
Yeah.
I'll let you fill that in yourself. So that might be a good...
I don't think I want to see some of that. But
anyway, and definitely, yes, we would love to make a sequel to this virtual reality documentary and try to repeat this success, basically. But, we're still looking for funding for that. So if you know anybody, then let me know.
So let me dive into that, because we're on a platform, and so what kind of funding are you looking for, and for what objective? Just to help, so people are a funder out there, so they can orient and say this is for me or not.
Yeah, so we're looking to make a sequel to Meet the Soldier. It's called Message of Peace. And this time we're not going to make a virtual reality documentary. because we want to be able to reach more people. So it will probably be some online experience with 360-degree video, and we want to involve local people making street art and incorporate that in an online experience, basically. And
Okay,
we're
great.
Sorry?
Great. Sorry, no, I was just saying great. Good.
Yeah. So if there's anybody that knows to get funding for this, then please reach out.
Perfect. That's what this is all about, making connections.
Yeah, definitely. So the latest project we're working on is indeed in anti-poaching. And again, this time we were talking to WWF. And because, well, like I said, I'm a nerd. I'm not an expert in wildlife conservation or anti-poaching. So what we do is we hear the different problems that are going on from the experts, and we look through the lens of technology. How can we basically, with a pragmatic mindset, fix these issues? And we were talking to rangers, park rangers that are protecting animals, and they told us they just apprehended 2 poachers, and that poachers usually have 2 things with them. They have a gun with them, and they always have a phone with them, because they need this phone for navigation, for communication, because if you just poach an elephant, it's not something you can just take in your bag and take it with you. So they need a pickup arranged. And probably just for entertainment. There are sometimes days in this park and probably playing Candy Crush or something like that.
Okay. Candy Crush, the game of poachers. Okay.
Yeah.
Could be.
Anyhow, we learned this and we thought, well, what could we do about this? And now we're working on a GSM detection system that can detect poachers in national parks. With about 30, 40 sensors, we can cover around 300 square kilometers of park. I won't go into a lot of technical details on how the system works, but we're basically really with a pragmatic approach trying to develop this, roll it out, test the prototype, and see if we can provide rangers with valuable data and input to better focus their efforts.
Yeah, I'm curious why. I was hoping you were going to go this way when you said the story. Why do you have to put your own sensors up and not just piggyback on the network provider?
Yeah, because the network in these areas is usually very bad or non-existent.
Yeah.
Additionally, it's not always allowed for these parties that we're working with, like African parks, to basically get this information.
Okay. So they might not even have coverage then, but you're still able to triangulate. So
yeah. So even if there's no coverage, these poachers still have their phones with them, and then we're even able to detect the phone signals and triangulate their position.
Yeah.
And our system works with satellite uplink, so it communicates satellite, and then it pings a ranger. And if a ranger sees cell phone activity in a park where there shouldn't be any people, especially when it's, for example, at night, then they probably know that it's not good, and that really gives them the tools to go to a very specific area and check it out. Because you have to imagine these parks are huge. There's huge areas that they have to protect with just a handful of rangers.
Well, I guess you could also combine that with your forest fire fighting drone, and if you had a couple drone stations, then you could deploy those automatically. That if it detects I'm just into using data to automate everything. So if you can if you can somehow define the pattern of a suspicious GSM signal and then deploy a drone to be there to snap a photo, and then I'm just having fun with these projects you're working on. It's great. Yeah. I'm just so jealous. You do this for work. Outstanding.
Yeah, it's really cool. Drones is something that's really hard to deploy and really expensive. We learned, especially in these large areas. But still, we did stumble upon a different project, because these rangers often use camera traps. These are cameras that they tie to a tree, and then when an animal or a human passes by, it takes a picture. and it stores it on an SD card. And these rangers have to collect these SD cards every now and then they can see, well, there was a human here 3 weeks ago. And we thought, well,
not so
good, right? So we thought, well, what can we do about this? And now we're actually working on an extension for these camera traps that can wirelessly connect to the camera traps, analyze the photos using machine learning, and again, send a ping via satellite that if a human is spotted, a ranger is alerted in real time. We're right now developing a prototype for that.
So it would be some sort of machine interpretation if it's a human shape.
Yeah, well, we're training a machine learning model for that. So we've got a data set from that region, and we're training a machine learning model for that specific task. And the big challenge of this project is to make a battery/solar powered system that's energy efficient and still can do machine learning on the edge. But we almost have all the parts of the puzzle complete. So that's really cool.
Wow. Incredible. And the use cases for that is probably endless around the world to do good. Yeah.
We first thought of this use case for poaching, anti-poaching basically, but we're in contact with a couple of researchers, and we've learned that this system could also be really valuable in human-wildlife conflicts. So for instance, elephants are more and more coming into villagers, trashing farmers' land, or lions eating cattle. This is a growing problem. Of course, it's not a problem of the animals because their living room is being is not so big anymore because of humans. But these villagers are angry about this, and then they're chasing these elephants or killing these elephants. And with such a system, again, rangers can either alert villagers or intervene because before it's too late. So that's really cool. These were actually the projects I wanted to highlight in this talk with you, Chris. And well, my bigger takeaway here is that I want to inspire your viewers and think of what's going on in the world, because we have found that more often than not, you might think, well, someone is already working on this problem or this is already fixed, but we have found more often than not this not to be true.
Yeah.
And even as
I can also imagine the problems are in locations that don't have the skill sets that you have.
Yeah.
And so, so if I look around my office, I've solved everything that I can think to solve, but it's probably actually, if I look outside my living room, and that's where we're more opportunity maybe to help less fortunate people or people that have a different skill set. Yeah. So. Yeah,
definitely. So good that you bring this up, because that's actually what I want people that watch this to think about. How can you, as a viewer, with your unique skill set, make a dent in the world and actually contribute to problems that you think need solving? And you'll be surprised what kind of an impact you could be making. So,
brilliant and inspirational, and you're doing it. So, and how can people find you? Is it online, or to stay up to date on your activities and get further inspiration?
Yeah, so our website is hacktheplanet.io. For the anti-poaching project, we have hackthepoacher.com. I can share you the links, Chris, if you would like that. On our website, hacktheplanet.io, you can basically see all the projects we're doing. We have done a lot more projects than I just talked about. And if people want to reach out, then please do so, or shoot me an email at thijs@q42.nl.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, Thijs. This was cool. Inspirational as well. I'm really appreciative of your time and everything you're doing. So keep us posted. Any last comment before we close?
No, I don't have any last comments.
Lovely. Great. Thijs, thank you so much for joining, and keep hacking the planet. We need it.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello and welcome. The guest right now is Stan Phelps, who is a great thinker and author. I'm delighted to have him here. He's helped me in a lot of different ways, also with projects and companies that I've been running to come in as an inspirational force. So thank you very much, Stan, for taking the time out today. For the rest of the audience, would you please just let us know who are you and what do you do, and most importantly, why do you do what you do?
Sure. Well, thanks, Chris, for having me. So I am an author, a speaker, who looks at the future of both the customer and the experience that we provide for them, but also the experience that we provide for our employees. And how do we reinforce culture and engagement? And I've written this Goldfish series of books, which is now 15 books strong. But it's all about kind of a progression of how my thinking has developed. And it started with a simple why. I was a marketer for over 2 decades. And I just saw marketing, Chris, going in a real, I thought, the wrong direction. And I was a big part of the problem. And I decided, hey, I need to be part of the solution. And it led me on a journey of initially crowdsourcing over 1,000 examples. And that ended up being the purple goldfish. And it's kind of, my thinking is developed from there.
And what was the wrong way? I'm just curious if you can share.
So in my opinion is, I think marketing is too focused on the prospect. And not enough of marketing is focused on creating the experience and taking care of the customers that you already have. And the ultimate goal of marketing, and I don't know if it's even debatable, is that the best form of marketing you ever do is referral and word of mouth marketing. And people will admit that that's the best type, yet it's like less than 10% of companies have any type of word of mouth or, retention strategy when it comes to creating that memorable experience. Is
it because creating the experience is harder than simply throwing a campaign out there, or is it just the mindset thing?
Well, I think, we get so wrapped up sometimes in what our brand is. And for, decades, it was about the promise, right? A brand is what? A promise. And I think that's a very narrow way of looking at it. I think in this day of social media, that our brand is no longer what we tell people it is. It's what people experience. It's what they feel about that experience and about what that brand is about. But it's most importantly what they tell. Your brand is what your customer tells other people.
I guess.
And so I think it's
based on what they remember, I suppose, as well, because it's not only what you experience together.
Right. And we know that, people that get referred to a brand, in some cases, are upwards of 4 times as valuable to a company than somebody who's acquired through traditional means.
Tell me a little bit about the brand of the goldfish. So if you can, very briefly, because I love the goldfish story. So if you share it a little bit, why the goldfish, and then share that. And then I'd like to dive down that a little bit about the different books that you've been participating in and writing.
Sure. So the goldfish is just simply a metaphor for growth. And the idea that little things that you can do, the things that you can control, can truly make the biggest difference. And so I always like to share this because it actually comes from the punchline here comes from the Netherlands, of all places. The average goldfish, and it was my very first pet, is 3 inches or about 10 centimeters, which is about the size of your thumb. Right? What's the largest, and you know this because you've been in the presentations, what's the largest goldfish in the world? And I'm not talking about a carp or a koi. right? Because they get pretty big. The world's largest goldfish comes from the Netherlands, and it's actually almost 50 centimeters, right? Which is 50 centimeters, the size of the average domesticated house cat.
Yeah.
And so the real quick metaphor is there's 5 reasons why that goldfish grows. And those same 5 things apply to everyone who's listening to this right now and every company they've ever been with. You know, it's the size of the bowl or the pond for a goldfish. That's the market for what you, it's also impacted by the amount of other goldfish in that bowl or pond, your competition.
Yep.
The third thing is so relevant right now. It's also impacted by the quality of the surrounding and the water that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so that's merely, if we think macro, that's the economy. You know, the ability, the nutrients could be the ability to get capital. That cloudiness could be people's willingness to purchase and buy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, we're in the midst of a global, you know, the likes of which, as our president here in the US would say, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Number 4 is key. It's goldfish are tiny when they're born. So how they do in the first 4 months will determine ultimately how big they get. So how they get out of the gate. The baby goldfish is called a fry, as in small fry. I mean, they have 100 brothers and sisters when they're born.
Yeah.
So what are you called your first 4 months when you're in business or you're in your job? You know, you're a startup, right?
Startup,
or, a new, and you know how you do in that first critical 4 months in a position.
First 100 days or whatever.
First 100 days. And then the 5th one, which is punchline, the most important for a goldfish, it's genetically. What are they born with that separates them from all of the other goldfish? And the stronger their genes are, and the more that they're separated, the bigger they typically get. If their genes are weak, and they're like all of the other goldfish, the less they typically grow. And the punchline is, look, assuming you've already been in your job for 4 months or you've started your business and you're way past the first 120 days, the only thing you have control over is what? Is how you differentiate what you do. And more importantly, I would say how you do it and why you do it. And that's kind of the metaphor of the goldfish. Now, the part of the inspiration came from a hotel chain called Kimpton. You'd stay at a Kimpton, and one of the unique little things that they would do is maybe you're missing your family pet. They would give you a pet goldfish for your stay.
And did they give a complimentary like stream of a fish called Wanda so you can? Or is that going the wrong direction?
Yeah, that goes in the wrong direction. They actually got rid of it 2 years ago. It had been around for years. They got acquired by IHG, which is Intercontinental. And frankly, they succumbed to pressure from PETA and other groups to get rid of it. But for 18 years, it was, 15, 18 years, it was I loved it as a little thing that would give people a reason to talk about that experience.
Like there's a lot of things that pop to mind, like the chocolate chip cookies at the hotel check-in and things like that. So I love the goldfish metaphor, and that streams through a lot of these books that I have. most of the collection, so I still have a few that I need to complete it out. But question is you've written and contributed and partnered with all sorts of really interesting people on these fascinating and valuable books. How do you make the decision? So my question is, how do you focus? So if there's so much going on out there in the knowledge and the inspiration and the customer experience and the strategy and the purpose industry, how do you focus on keeping true to the goldfish?
So to me, it's been an evolution of kind of my thinking and having gone through these processes. So again, I was a marketer. And so my initial thought was, hey, let's stop focusing so much on the prospect. Let's focus on the customer that we already had.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, the customer was the end all be all, right? Sam Walton, there's only one boss, right? And it's the customer. And they can fire us simply by spending their money somewhere else. Well, what I realized, which is interesting, I looked at over 1,000 examples, Chris. And what was amazing to me, the companies that really got it, the Kimptons or the DoubleTrees of the world, what was amazing to me, or Zappos, there's a ton of them. I have a hall of fame of about 70 companies. What I realized is that for those companies, Chris, customer didn't come first. You know who came first?
I do. The employee.
Their employees.
Yeah.
And it was a realization that, look, you can focus on the customer all day, but if you don't have happy, engaged team members, you've got no chance of creating happy, enthused customers.
Yeah.
So that was the green goldfish, the second one. And I didn't learn my lesson. I collected another 1,000 examples. That was the last time I made that mistake, by the way. But I studied how companies did little things, and part of the reason why it's green, at least here in the US, that's the color of what?
Money.
Of money. And money is proven not to engage people. It's the little things that you can do. There you go. And by the way, there's a 2.0 that came out just over a year ago of green, which I partnered with somebody on, which is amazing. It's a great update to the book. But that led me to the next kind of revelation. And I used to think, Chris, that you treat all of your customers and all of your employees the same, right? All of your customers are, and I no longer believe that.
Yeah.
And that was the golden goldfish premise. And it was based on the Pareto principle.
80/20.
And it's the idea that simply for most businesses, 80% of profitability comes from just what?
20%.
20 of customers. 80% of sales typically come from your top 20% of salespeople, and you can go on, right? 80% of your referrals come from just your top 20% of customers. So here's the thing. It's not like you're going to treat anyone horribly, but you have to know who your vital few are.
I wonder if it works the other way. Is the 80/20 rule, like the most complaints and heat and tension come from the other 20%?
80% of your complaints come from 20% of your customers.
I guess the challenge will be because there's probably some overlap. So there's some of those complaints that are coming from super loyal, super important. Right. Listen to that, and there's probably some coming from, well, that's just somebody having a bad day. Who
So really quickly, about 8 years ago, I started doing work with IBM as what they consider a futurist program.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone else wants to call you a futurist, more power to them. If you call yourself a futurist, that means you're, how would you say it in Dutch? A klotzak, maybe? I don't know.
I think that fits. Yeah.
Working with IBM.
I don't think the futurists or the self-proclaimed futurists, maybe didn't, forecast this Corona crisis on a timely basis. So it's kind of hard to.
Here's the thing. Working with IBM, I just realized the role going forward that technology, data, and analytics were going to play in providing a more responsive, customized, and frankly, a lot of little data that would help create a better experience. One that was more predictive, one that was more responsive. And that led to the blue goldfish. Now, I probably can't take you through all. I just finished the 10th color last month, but I'm not going to take you through the next 6 because it would take too long. But suffice to say, mostly it's been revelations on my part of what I see is important, whether it's purpose, happiness, generational insights, as we have now 5 generations in the workplace. Being able to handle pressure when it comes to both sales and client management. And the latest one was our ability to communicate, which is we do more of this virtual type of stuff, is absolutely key and a game changer.
And looking at the Stan Phelps Enterprises, this whole business machine that you've built underneath you, and maybe this is speaking to people who are aspiring authors and speakers who want to sell their knowledge, like myself, I'm following in your footsteps and just eating up the little things that I can learn from you and others in our network that we know. How do you grow your business? I don't want to really say monetize, because that's really the wrong angle on it. But eventually you need to capture value somehow, because you're creating so much value and insights and help for others. How does someone make that their work life?
So if you want to make it as an author, and how you monetize it is not through selling books. I hope to pop anybody's bubble there. Unless your last name is Rowling, King, Patterson, Godin, Gladwell, you're not making money and supporting yourself by selling books. Books are a great vehicle to show how you've went in depth into something and how to break it down for someone. But how you monetize that is really through keynotes, workshops, virtual programs, coaching, consulting. Now, for me, in the beginning, you try to do everything. And what you have to and you would back this up, Chris, what you learn is, one, if you try to do everything, you're going to be maybe moderately good at some things. And so you've got to realize, one, who your target is, and two, where you can add the most value. And so for me, it was, I didn't enjoy really coaching or project-based consulting. And so I've tried to eat my own dog food. I lopside in keynotes and workshops, whether they're in person or now, like I'm doing later today on the yellow goldfish and the purple goldfish, more virtual. And people overcomplicate, I think, how difficult it is to succeed as an author and a speaker. Really, you've got to just do 4 things. One is you've got to have world-class content that actually solves problems. Right? I don't care if you've got the greatest story, if it's not addressing a pain that somebody has and solving a potential problem, it can be a hobby, but you're not going to make a business of it. 2 is more of what we call your platform skills. And simply, you just have to be able to present it in a way that's compelling, engaging, and memorable. You have to be able to create engagement. And then the last 2 seem really simple, but people trip themselves up, because this is a word of mouth business. Over 70% of the engagements you get are through people that have already seen you or have referred you to someone who's looking for a speaker. So the number 3 thing is this: you have to be easy to work with. Right? And it's all about what I write about. You have the value you provide, and then you have the maintenance, what it's like to deal with you. And unfortunately, speakers have a bad rap. And number 4 is going to sound ultra simple. You got to finish on time.
Well,
and these are not my 4 things. This was shared to me by a fellow speaker named Mike Staver, but it was like a light bulb moment. Like, you could try to do 100 different things, but if you're not ticking those 4 boxes.
Well, the finish on time reminds me of this one that I just read. delightfully, and I consider myself an okay speaker, probably better than the average dog. But when I was reading through this, there were so many tips and tricks, and one of those things was just absolutely respect the time. And amen. So what I love about those
there's no excuse, right?
Yeah,
that's a cardinal rule. It doesn't matter if the person before you started and took some of your time. Doesn't matter if you had a technology issue. Doesn't matter if you got interrupted by something that happened virtually or at the event.
Yeah,
in person at the event. That's the only cardinal rule of speaking.
And I am watching the time, by the way. I learned from you already. So maybe a little bit off our script, but just a very a personal me. As we've known each other for many, and I do have a tendency to complicate and over-engineer, and my life is one of discovering as a professional generalist, and then always sort of going wide and then narrow and wide, and for me it goes narrow and narrow. In order to achieve those four things, I guess you didn't do that overnight. It probably, I hope, or I'm doing something wrong, because what I'm finding is it's a constant, hey, this is a new revelation.
Right.
Talk to people about it, expose it to the wild, get kicked in the head, and celebrate. So like, hey, that really worked, and that really didn't. And then, for what I find, it's just a constant iteration. Is that what it was for you, or do you have any smart cuts for that journey?
There are no shortcuts.
For an easy question.
And there are no I would say this is a great quote by a former quarterback named Roger Staubach. There are no traffic jams on the extra mile. Like, 80% of people, when asked if they've got a book inside them, say, "Oh yeah, at some point in my life, I've got a book." What percent actually write a book?
That's a fraction of one. Yeah.
1%. So here's the thing. I mean, if you feel like you've got that burning idea that you need to share, make sure that you're some people will tell you, like, if you want to become a speaker, just go out and speak 50 times.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to really hustle. And it doesn't matter if you're in front of Rotary or somebody's mastermind group or Toastmasters group. Go out, and there's no shortcut, because if the only way that you succeed in this is through word of mouth, it's like a chicken or egg thing, right? How can anybody refer you if they've never heard you speak?
They've never seen you. Yeah.
Now there are some ways I would tell you, like, I wish I got to go over the fear of doing my own video 8 years ago, and I did more of it on a constant basis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be one shortcut, because in absence of being in the room, video does convey that ability to engage and the ability to tell a story that's memorable.
Yeah. And from my own experience, I think your own confidence, I guess, or your capability of communicating via video. I was confronted by a business coach this late last year, and her very clear statement, confronting statement was, "You've got so much in you, start publishing it, even if it's really incomplete. Start putting little pieces out." And my first videos were horrific. In fact, they're really bad, but I was delighted that I was doing them. I was even, in New York once, trying to fulfill my, 30 videos in 30 days in the back of a taxi, making this damn video, because I just got to do this thing. And
I love it.
And then time goes on, and it gets more and more refined. So on the book question, there's two schools of thought. I'm curious your opinion. The one is, if you, like you said, if you have a burning idea in you and you want to express it. And the other that I've heard recently is, write a book about something you want to learn or you want to be an expert in, because that is probably more of a, enriching journey or something like that.
Sure.
Do you have a?
Yeah, what I love about yeah, I would say you can do it both ways. One, if you've been a SME, subject matter expert in something, right? And you've kind of seen how the sausage is made in the background and the missteps that you can make, by all means, share that. But if you can also do it the way that I do it, which is I have an idea, an insight that I then go out and I find somebody who's that subject matter expert, but I don't stop there. I go and collect hundreds of examples through crowdsourcing and through research and through reading books, right? And I put all of those things together, and then with my co-author, we look through and we try to find the patterns within those hundreds of examples. And when you can start to see patterns, then it allows you to start to put a framework around it. And that starts to become kind of the skeleton of the book.
Yeah.
I do want to share one thing, and you hit on it, which is perfect. And this is speaking, this is writing a book, and I love this quote. My buddy spent a few decades in the Navy, and he would tell me this. He would say, 70% perfect, 100% done.
Yeah. And perfection
and here's
is the enemy of
Matt,
profit. Yeah.
And here's the same thing when you are presenting. No one has ever given a perfect speech, right? It's in what's called an asymptotic. Like, you can always try to get to that line that's running parallel, but you're never ever going to touch it. You can get close. So here's the thing: don't get wrapped up. And I love that example of being in the back of the cab. Presenting is not about perfection, as my friend Stephanie Scotty would say. She says it's about connection. You're not just spitting up information, you're conveying feeling. And once you get over yourself that you have to be great and it has to be all perfect, and that's when you start to become in the moment your best self.
Yeah. No, beautiful. And we've got a couple minutes left. Two last questions at least. One is, as you're going through that, this is a question about your own mindset or motivation or your own, you're working, you are your brand. Corona crisis happens, shit happens. What do you do? Motivated, keep you getting up in the morning. I assume you get up every morning.
I do.
What keeps you going?
I check the pulse. Yeah, all good. So I really took this as an opportunity. I was finishing the 10th book, right? And so sometimes you forget what you learned. And so I took this as an opportunity to go back and reread all my stuff and look at it with new eyes.
Wow.
And so I don't know if you recall this, I did 29 days straight of free ebooks.
Yep.
Hey, look, knowledge should be free, in my opinion. And I love Amazon because they give you an opportunity as an author, if you opt into it, to make your books free. Now, I know that people with great intentions will download it, but at least I've got them to think enough. And every day for those 29 days, I would write a post about a different book in the series. And I'm in week number 8 now. When that finished, I decided to do a webinar series for 9 of the 10 colors. And it's called the Back to Black webinar series. It's been every Tuesday. I know you've been on one or two of them.
Yeah.
So that was also an opportunity. Hey, stay engaged in the content. So where I spend the majority of my time is on LinkedIn. And I write a post at least a couple times, if not daily, called the 1299 hashtag the 1299, which is just they give you 1,300 characters. I do 1299. I go right up, bump up to the edge. So that's a place. Or my website is StanPhelpsSpeaks.com.
Outstanding.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast.
Well, hello, gentlemen, and there is Stan Phelps himself, who we just watched on an interview, and I just love listening to that again. And David, hello.
Hello.
I have seen your work, and I've heard you've been traveling recently with Stan about your pink goldfish work, and I'm delighted to meet you here. As a quick introduction for the audience, not only during Campus Party, but if you're watching this, later on YouTube, I saw Stan present on one of his streams, I think on Facebook, some tips about getting a job. And thinking to myself, during this crazy time in humanity, there's a lot of people looking for jobs. So I said, and I have got a couple tricks up my sleeve. So I said, can we just have an impromptu open session, 30 minutes? And you recommended to bring David on, which I'm delighted. And we're just going to mix it up and see if we can give some people some pointers to help them out in this difficult time. So maybe David, would you like to introduce yourself, and then we can loop it back to Stan?
Yeah, my name is David Rendell. I'm a professional speaker. I live in North Carolina. Wrote 4 books, including The Freak Factor, and used to be a college professor teaching management and leadership. And before that, I helped people with disabilities to get job opportunities. And when I'm not doing that, I'm doing Ironman triathlons when they're not all canceled, and running ultramarathon races when they're not canceled.
Wow, brilliant. Stan, how about yourself?
Great. So similar to Dave, author and speaker based here in North Carolina. I'm coming at you this morning. I know it's your afternoon, Chris, but from a place called the Research Triangle Park. And so I'm the author of the Goldfish series of books. Perhaps the best one of the first 10 colors is Pink Goldfish, which I wrote with Dave. So excited to share that, because it's one of those rare books in the series that crosses over not just marketing and business, but to personal, career, relationships, parenting. It's brilliant.
I found that book a bit confronting, however, because it's talking about weird and normal and more and less. And I think sometimes I opt out of that zone of acceptability. If, well, maybe sometimes it may be too weird and too much. Myself, Chris Parker, originally from the States, living here in the Netherlands, so I'm just outside of Amsterdam. I do 3 things. I do transformational work in corporations, such as recently as a CTO role with the world's largest consumer energy sharing marketplace, which was super exciting. I also do business coaching and mentoring through incubators and startups, and I produce independent feature films. And we have just finished a short, my first short I've been working on as a producer, and that was early premiering last night on Campus Party. And we saw, I think there was about, to date, 175,000 people on the platform across 20 countries. So not only at this moment, there could be a lot of people watching, but certainly the crowd of Campus Party, who are a whole spectrum of ages and backgrounds. And I thought how to find a job, how to get a job would be very relevant to that. So I've got a few things I can plug in at the end, but I really want to hear from you guys.
Great. Well, why don't we do this? Dave, why don't you give a little bit of a primer of the Freak Factor, and I think get people grounded in who they are. And then I want to be able to share a tool, Chris, which I call the ultimate job search tool that can get somebody on the track to find their dream job.
Great. And I will loop in. I've got an executive summary that is almost guaranteed to get you an interview. And I've got my own tool that will trigger the questions to ask in the interview, because you always have to ask questions in the interview.
So the freak factor is based on the idea that your biggest weakness is also your biggest strength, and that sometimes the thing that you think you should be fixing or not doing or doing less of or dialing back or moderating, especially in order to get a job, is actually the thing that you should be cranking up. So for me, I spent my whole life getting in trouble because I couldn't sit still, be quiet, and do what I was told. And now I get paid to stand up and talk and run my own business. So I think that's the first thing to say right off the front is maybe you shouldn't get a job at all. Maybe you need to start something. And maybe you need a job as you're starting that something. And maybe you need to experiment with that somehow. And maybe that's going to take you a while to do. But maybe the ultimate goal should be not to have a job or find a job, but to start something. Maybe that's you. And I think that's crucial. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this idea that every weakness has a corresponding strength can be a little bit difficult for people to maybe believe or accept. And so there's a great story that illustrates it really quickly, and it has to do with getting a job. So classic interview question, what's your biggest weakness, right? So guy's sitting there, and the interviewers say, what's your biggest weakness? He goes, honesty. And the interviewer says, I don't think that's a weakness. And he goes, I don't give a crap what you think, right? So every weakness has a corresponding strength. And that's one piece of advice that I would give people is in the interview, we try to sugarcoat that question. What's your biggest weakness? We try to find a way to talk about a weakness that isn't really a weakness. We try to not answer it all. We try to act like we don't have any relevant weaknesses. I tell people, tell them what your biggest weakness is, because if you trick them into giving you that job, and it requires you to do something that's your biggest weakness, you've just made a terrible mistake. You've won a terrible game. And so that's one place to start. But I think there's two stories that I want to tell that I think will illustrate my mindset on how you find the right job. It's not about so much your experience and your skills. We tend to think like, oh, I like biology, or I like math, or I like fill in the blank, or what subject was I good in school? I think it's more about other things. Do you want to work with other people, or you want to work by yourself? Do you want to work during the day, or do you want to work during the night? Do you like being relatively active, or are you happy to kind of sit around? It's really more about how do you like to work than not what specifically do you want to do, because sometimes people like pets, but that doesn't mean you're going to enjoy working at a pet store where basically your job is to clean up poop and feed animals. That's not I like pets, right? If you like pets, get a pet. But working at a pet store is not, but to say I like to work on a team, then don't become a forest ranger where your job is to be in the middle of the wide open wilderness by yourself for months at a time. But if you love to be alone and you're not a team player, and that's your biggest weakness, I'm not a team player, then drive a truck, right? Be a forest ranger, do those kinds of things. So two stories that I think kind of tie into what my perspective is there's a guy named Matthias Schlitt. And he's a German guy, and he was born with KTS. And so KTS is a genetic abnormality where one of your four limbs is going to be gigantic in comparison to the rest. For him, it's his right arm. It's gigantic, absolutely huge, 3 times the size of his left arm. The rest of his body is perfectly normal, but his right arm is gigantic. And so what I talk about in the freak factor is finding alignment. I think too often when we think about finding a job, we ask things like, what's a good job? What's a good paying job? What's a good career? Those are terrible questions. There's no such thing as a good job. There's only a good job for you, right? There's only a good job for you. It doesn't matter if it pays a lot. It matters if you would be a good fit. So too often we think about, what do I need to do to make myself successful in that career or in that job? And I think that's a terrible question. I think the better question is, what job suits me? Who am I, and how do I match who I am with where I am? So Matthias Schlitt's born with this gigantic right arm. He finds alignment by doing what? By doing arm wrestling, right? He was born to do this thing. He can't go try to fit in somewhere else. He can't change the thickness of his arm. He can't become normal. So that goes back to your original thing. Like part of what I'm teaching is sometimes we don't have the choice if we're too much. Sometimes we don't have the choice if we're weird. Sometimes we can't hide it. And I think that's true kind of most of the time. So he becomes an arm wrestler. And here's the beauty. Not only does he get to use his right arm, he gets to make it even bigger. When you find the right fit, you get to be even more of who you are. People will want even more of what everybody used to want less of. So for me, doing ultra marathons, and ultra marathon is anything farther than the marathon distance, 42 kilometers or 26.2 miles. when I finish those, when I do an Ironman triathlon, when I run 100 miles, 160 kilometers, people say, wow, that's amazing. I could never do that. But my whole life in school, when I was very, very, very active, I was criticized and punished for it, right? Called hyperactive. It's a disability. We need to give you medicine to fix your ADHD. So you're criticized and punished. Then you go farther, and then you find that's where success lives. And so when we can find alignment, it allows us to amplify, turn up the volume on who we are, because we're in the right spot where people want more instead of less. And sometimes we can't find the right fit. Sometimes we have to create it. And I think that comes down to, like I talked about earlier, not necessarily finding the job, but maybe creating something for yourself. And my favorite example of that is a guy named Thorkild Son. And he's in Denmark. He's a Danish guy. And he had a son with autism. And two of the symptoms of autism he noticed were hyper-focus and doing the same thing over and over again. And when he would go to work in the software industry and look at software testing, he'd see that they really needed people who were hyper-focused and did the same thing over and over again. In fact, he saw they really struggled to find people with enough focus who were willing to do the same thing over and over again well enough. And he said, wait a second, that my son's in therapy to make him normal, like the other kids, to fix his disability, to stop these traits. And these are exactly the traits that we need in software testing. So he built a company called Specialistern, which means the specialists. And they only hire people with autism, and they only do software testing. And they've been so successful that SAP, the huge global software company, is now looking for people with autism to do the same. And I think we share that story in Pink Goldfish. So that's an example of not just finding the right fit. So somebody, you know, when we're sharing this, they might go, well, that's nice, Dave, but that's kind of idealistic. Maybe I can't find the right fit. Maybe the right fit isn't out there for me. Then create it, right? The only option isn't to find it. And for parents, for spouses and loved ones, for friends, what if you were that person who created the right fit for others? What if you were looking for opportunities instead of saying that's not realistic? So one of my favorite examples of not realistic is one of my friends has dyslexia, and he's an entrepreneur. He spends half of his time running a global search engine optimization company, and the other half of his time being a professional sculptor, right? That's not a job, right? There's no ad you're ever going to find on Indeed.com or Monster.com or, you know, ZipRecruiter.com where they're going to be like, hey, we need someone who's half sculptor, half global SEO manager. So when you create your own thing, nobody would create a job like me, be professional speaker and endurance athlete. That's not a job description. Those aren't opportunities. Wear dinosaur shirts and pink headphones. Those aren't job opportunities, right? And so I think we have to think bigger about that. And even if we are working a job, and I talk about that in the Freak Factor, you know, 7 ways to find the right fit without quitting your job, you know, at least on the side, we need to be experimenting with things. You know, you and Stan talked previously about writing a book. You know, start working on that book, start working on that idea, start creating that product or service, start sharing those videos on YouTube in your off time, start volunteering in that field that you think might want to be better. And so I think that's the last piece of advice that I would give is experiment, right? Experiment. Don't say, what kind of job should I get? Start volunteering somewhere, get part-time opportunities somewhere, follow your parents, friends around at their job. My daughter's already gone around to work with 3 or 4 medical professionals because she's thinking about going into the medical field. And we found a bunch of people and they said, sure, spend the day with me. So she went with an optometrist and a pediatrician. And so she has a sense of what those things are. Try those things out. Take a class. Use one of your electives to take a class in something like that. Look up YouTube videos about it. Don't do it by thinking about it. Do it by trying those things and doing those things and seeing what you like and don't like about it. But I think, you know, fundamentally, I think we need to look for jobs that fit the kind of person we are instead of imagining that I'll just discipline myself and be focused. And that's what work is doing something you don't like to do in order to make money and get paid. That's never going to work, especially not over a lifetime. Do you really want to do that for the next 45 or 50 years? Absolutely. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. And it also doesn't work. You're not going to be good at that. And at some point, they're not going to want you, even if you want to keep doing that job and keep getting that money. So it's not about that. It's about matching who you are. And it's not so much about, I think, the field or the subject as much as those things about how you work and how you like to work and the kinds of things that bring you joy and fulfillment.
Lovely. Stan.
Yeah, that's great. And so I want to reiterate a couple things that Dave said. One is, I think there's a reason why how-to books are bestsellers. It's super hard to change who you are. In fact, that's why people fail all the time. We talk about this idea of trying to be a better version of yourself. And the last thing just to share, I think Dave shared just a great piece of advice. Chip and Dan Heath, who are fellow authors, talk about this concept of ooching. And an ooch is kind of a small step. So I love the advice that Dave said of take a class, volunteer, job shadow somebody, before you make that big leap and get into something that you had that may not be the best fit. So a couple of things to share. I want to share this, which is amazing, this is research from a couple months ago from Statista that said, at least here in the US, that unemployment this year could be as high as 32.1%, which literally, it's like the old yarn, like, you're sitting down, look at the person to the right of you and to the left of you, right? And one of you this year is going to be in transition. And so the idea of having a tool that can help manage you through this transition is absolutely key. In fact, having a tool to help you over the course of your career, because believe it or not, the thing that 1 out of 3 people are going to deal with this year, over the course of their career, on average, the average person changes their job 12 times. And here's the thing, how long does it take to actually get a job? Well, the rule of thumb is this: for every $10,000 or 10,000 euros that you make, you're talking about 1 month is the rule of thumb.
Yeah.
And so think about it. If over the course of your career, if you could just reduce that time in half, right, for the 11 or 12 times you might be looking for a job, if you made on average $70,000 over the course of your career, cutting that job search in half could be worth upwards of $250,000 to you in lost revenue. So look, everyone's going to be in transition. What do I think most people do wrong when they get on this path is that they use the wrong tool. And the wrong tool, in my opinion, is they spend the majority of their time focusing on what? Focusing on job sites, right? And relying on algorithms. What are your odds of getting a job once you press the send button on that application? If you had to guess, Chris, what do you think your odds are?
0 or slightly higher. In my case, 0.
Well, let's just put it this way. It's not good. It's 0.4%, right? So that's 1 out of 2. Every 250 times you hit that send button is your odd. Yeah. So here's the thing. What's the best way to counteract? If that's the wrong way, well, what's the best way? And this is a no-brainer. It's simply getting introduced, right, by somebody who already works at the company that you're interested in. Yeah. And this is the most shocking stat right here, is that referrals account for 7% of applicants, but they account for 40% of all hires. So the question is, do you want to be in that 7% that are getting 40% of the throws, or do you want to be struggling with the other 93%, to get the rest of the 60%? There's no brainer, right? You want to be in that former group. But to do it, you need a tool. So really quick, I helped, this is something I've only been in transition once in my life, but this was kind of a mishmash of a tool that I used, and then I added my own spin to it. And I call it the ultimate job search tool. Simply, there's 3 parts to it. Let me take you through the 3 parts. The first part is going to be your resume condensed, literally like the Twitter version of your resume. Somebody can scan that really quickly, get a sense of where you've been, the types of opportunities you've had. 2, and this is important, this is the 3 to 5 job titles that you're searching for. And that gives somebody that is potentially helping you an idea of where you need to be in the organization. And then lastly, and this is where all the gold is, Chris and Dave, it's the bottom third where you pick out 3 different verticals or types of companies and you create a target list of 30 companies that you're interested in. Now, you've created this tool. Now, what's the next thing that you do? Here's the deal. You start to network, right? Now that you know those 30 companies and you have great tools like LinkedIn, who do you know that's potentially either working at those companies or potentially knows somebody that they can introduce you to? And your job is to simply work your network and reach out and do phone calls, probably phone calls or video calls now, or, you know, when things clear up, maybe a cup of coffee. And really what you're looking for is you share that 1-page document, and what you're looking for is maybe, you know, an introduction or 2 to start really checking. You know, the goal is to start checking those companies off your list, and have just informational conversations, right? It doesn't have to be that there's a job available at every one of your targets. But now you want to, yeah, go ahead.
Would you have people forward this document to their network so their network knows what's up? Is that what you mean? Or to use this as a checklist?
So no. So that 1-pager, right? What I would recommend is you set up the phone calls, Chris, or the coffees with these people, is that you either send it to them in advance of that conversation, or maybe you present it to them and hand it to them during that conversation. Because what you're looking for each person that you talk to is 1 to 3 companies where they potentially know someone, right? And now you have those conversations, you start making progress, like you feel like you're making actual progress, right? Now, the idea is that you want to be top of mind when opportunities come available. And here's the most amazing thing too, the power of your network is actually not who you know, right? It's your second level connections are actually more powerful to you. So those introductions you get from people that you know are like gold. So as I wrap this up, I created a doc on Google. There's a slide share called the Ultimate Job Search Tool. People can go there and create their own Ultimate Job Search Tool, this 1-pager, or they can just use this model and create one themselves.
Outstanding. Wow, cool. And Stan, I noticed you've commented on the chat somewhere, and it came through on the YouTube stream. Can you drop that link in there, and then I can pull that and put it in the notes here? So,
absolutely. Let me do that.
Great. And I'm gonna pull one, or at least I'm gonna test you guys from the Pink Goldfish book, and in there it's between weird and normal and more and less. And because I knew you, I tend to opt to this Captain Corporate white background stuff. I decided I'm going to go all in for you guys, and I need you guys to tell me if it's more or less or whatever. So I'm going to go with my. Here we go.
That's just right.
And there we go.
That's just right. That's the just right amount.
And it's I can level up that as well, meaning I probably can't see without these glasses, but I'm going to put on my.
Chris, I'm gonna share one of my favorite lines from Spinal Tap.
All right.
There's such a fine line between clever and stupid.
I think you can only figure out.
No, don't listen to Stan.
afterwards. It's kind of like bravery and stupidity. You don't know until you've been there. So I'm going to lead into it. I got this.
No, the line from Spinal Tap is Chris just turned it up to 11. Chris just turned it up to 11. That's what he just did.
One
louder.
I don't know if it makes me any more employable, but
one louder.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter the story where I got this. I actually won a hair flipping contest on a Taylor Swift global community with my pink unicorn hair. That's why, and I'm sticking with it. So,
and you won David, because it was one louder.
Boom! Actually, to third place, silver medal on the hair flipping contest. But still, I'm proud of it. David, about focusing on yourself, and I know myself, I've been in roles that I shouldn't have been in. Stan with his ultimate job search tool. I'd like to provide two other things, and I'll share my screen. My first job out of university was with a telco, which was a brilliant experience, and it was actually probably the last place I should have been. So I should have listened to you guys and maybe oriented a bit more, because sales really wasn't my thing. And when I was going out of there, this document, I went and found the oldest one I could find. This goes back to 1998. And what I realized, and it's been proven as I've been a hiring manager so often now after that, is sifting through resumes and CVs to find out who is a potential even person to interview is so mind-numbing. I think it's 4 seconds a recruiter actually looks at a resume before they make a decision whether they want to talk to you or not. Maybe slightly longer if you're coming in through a referral type of relationship. But what I always put, and I haven't applied for too many jobs lately, but I do now and again. Right now my CTO role just ended just before Corona. I always put what I call an executive summary instead of a cover letter. I don't live there anymore. None of that is any good anymore. And the executive summary is simply this, is, hey, I'm interested in your job. And on the one column is, here's the requirements that you've asked for. And on the other one is, this is how I qualify for that. And it's just check. Yeah. And that's later I actually put on, in later versions, in later years, I put, hey, and please call me. That's an obvious call to action to put there. And what I found is oftentimes the people who are vetting resumes and CVs are not the person who's actually the hiring manager. So they really have no idea how to figure out, and oftentimes it's even a machine, how to find out if you're an actual match. And this is just a check. I like to say it's guaranteed to get an interview. Not always the case, of course, but it takes the question away from the person who's doing the vetting. So once you have figured out that special place you want to be in, through David's advice, and then once you have oriented and found those companies, this is a way for you at least to look at the role, what they're requiring. And honestly, I think to lean back into what David said, when you fill this out, there's a couple of those requirements that don't feel good to you. I like to say, if it doesn't feel good, it's not going to end well. If you have to stretch or lie or bend to fill this form out, then please don't send it. So the second tip I would give, and I love it when people do this, and you can use it for a couple of different things. This is a simplicity scan that I have made over time with lots of input from other people, basically to keep myself out of trouble. And so when I'm invited to get into an initiative, and I'm in that process with a really cool team in the voice interaction space right now, with those founders or the management team, I use this, sometimes literally in the back of a napkin as a checklist. And if I can get on the same page with those people, then I make it myself more open to proceeding. What I've also seen people do successfully is when they're going after a job with a company, when I'm interviewing people, I hope that through that meaningful conversation that we're trying to discover, that they will have some questions for me at the end of the interview. I would like them to challenge me and stump me on things that maybe don't make sense, or maybe things that need to be improved about the organization. And one tip is fill this out from an external perspective for the company you're applying to. look at their website, their annual report, talk to friends that work there, and you're probably going to find things that don't make sense to you or you don't understand. And that is a perfect way to find, okay, say, hey, I really looked at your company. I'm really interested in this job. I think I really meet, what you're looking for. And this, and this, I would really like to dive into that further. If you do get the job, this is also a perfect piece for your first 100 days, because this has just oriented you, and now you can make your action plan right off of that. So it's so those are the two things I like: the executive summary, and then use some sort of tool, some sort of scan, canvas, doesn't matter what, in order to really think holistically about that challenge, and then you can come in, with a lot of intelligence and value even in your questioning. So, did the wig help or hurt my pitch and my authority in this area?
It dramatically increased my focus and attention on you. And I'm sure anybody who's coming across this video, once they saw it at that point, they're like, I need to hear the unicorn pink wig guy talk.
So maybe we should call it the unicorn.
It also makes Stan a little jealous. All that thick flowing hair, winning a hair flip contest. You're really sticking it to Stan with that. You're really.
I'm sorry. I can send you a silver horn as well if you need.
I don't know how can I compete with dinosaurs and unicorns? Come on.
You got the sweet pink background, Stan, and the goldfish mobile. Come on, it's wonderful.
So wrapping up, why don't we go back the other way? And so what I'm saying, an executive summary, just checklist out how you meet that. Use some sort of scan or tool or business model canvas, doesn't matter what. Do some homework before the interview. So Stan, your highlight?
Absolutely.
No, I shared the ultimate job search tool, the slide share that has the Google Doc link in it. So use that tool. Don't feel like you're making progress just by hitting the send button on job sites.
Yeah. David?
The thing I repeat in my presentations is that what makes us weird also makes us wonderful, and what makes us weak also makes us strong. And I think if we believe that, it brings more confidence to the interview process, and we're also more willing to do something different. Like, don't send in a resume at all. Send in a video of you explaining why you're a good fit for the job, or send in a portfolio of your projects. Send in some photos, send in something in all color, refuse to send in a resume at all. Contact people, like Stan said, it a completely different way. There's no way to have a good resume, because a good resume is just like everybody else's. So it's looking for that. What is unique about me that's the right fit for this? Why is this the right fit for me? And do I believe that strongly enough that I'm willing to do something that would be weird, but that's exactly what would make it wonderful? Is, like you said, no one's paying attention to all that other stuff. So you have to cut through the clutter. And the one way to do that is with uniqueness, not by pretending to be somebody you're not, but by being unashamed about being who you really are.
Outstanding. Guys, thank you so much. And it's a hard time out there. 32% unemployment expected in the US. Same things going around Europe. The timing's maybe a little different, but it's a hard time. So for everyone, best of luck out there. Be yourself, lean into yourself. Here's some tips and tricks to help you on your way. And I'll make sure that the template from Stan makes its way somehow to the links here. And if not, you can find us all, Stan and David, I'm sure, on Facebook and other places, and on LinkedIn. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the time. Have a great day.
Yep.
See you guys.
Thanks, Chris. Bye. Enjoy the rest of the party.
Great. on the screen like this, and here we are. If we share a screen, share that, then this is my screen. And then if you want to share a screen, we can do any numbers of things like that. So I can play around with sort of whatever you want. Yeah. When you're presenting, unless you want me to say something, and then I can just pop in like this and go, hey, chat.
But who can see this? Everyone. No, but I mean, everyone can see what I see here, right here. Yeah. I'll just share it with a couple of friends. So let me see. No, I haven't sent them YouTube link yet. Let me see if I can find that. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Because I was looking for you for your email address, and I couldn't find it. But then I thought, okay, maybe it should come from somebody else. On that YouTube link. Or should I try your YouTube link that you just sent? And so the one you sent me earlier at 1:53. Yeah. Okay, sorry, got it. So I'm going to close that one, and then I'm going to. So this is more the practice one for now. Man, I hope I can get in the same room with you tonight. That's already a big achievement. There we are. Yeah, cool. There is a delay when I talk. I'll maybe switch on my. There we are. Yeah, cool. Oh, there's a lot of delay. There is a delay when I talk. I'll maybe switch on my. There we are. Yeah, cool. Oh, there's a lot of delay. There is a delay when I talk. Mm-hmm. That was going to be my question. Okay, that is cool.
We are now live for the public.
Yeah, but this morning's thing, right? Okay. Now let me see if I can actually. What if happens if I do autofocus? No, you see what happens now, Chris? So that's not a good. That's not a. Although, so I can better switch off the autofocus. Could you check if it's sharp?
It's sharp. I wish it was closer.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, hold on.
I wish the white was filling the whole screen.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna do that. But I can either zoom in here in my Logitech thing, or is it zooming in now a little bit or not really?
No.
That's strange. Hold on. Do I have to put a save maybe? So I do PAL 50 Hertz probably, right? Anti-flicker.
If you don't see flicker, then you don't have to worry about it. And I think it's 50 Hertz PAL, you're right.
Yeah, okay. So let's
Typically,
see. Okay, see, so now I'm zooming out, Chris. And now I'm going zooming in to the maximum. So it's not much, it's not doing much. So that, which means I have to move I have to lower my thing here. I mean, I bought some extenders. Ideally, I would want to. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Ideally, I would want to be able to rotate 90 degrees so I can put my arm away. I went to a photo store with my son and bought some stuff. Spent too much money again, but I want to get it right. Okay, so now let's see, Chris. I can go a little bit higher, I think, because I still need to be able to put my hand here. Okay, is that? I mean, these are very small characters, just a random piece of paper. But I'm gonna.
I would recommend you write in a thicker black pen, felt pen, Sharpie thing. And
Of course.
write with larger letters. Yeah.
Let me grab a few pens so that we can test that. Okay, so that's easy to read. Okay, good. I do. I know. Would it?
and I've got Zoom. No, Zoom is doing my MacBook camera, and StreamYard is doing my Logitech. It works fine.
Yeah, but then I don't see my share screen anymore. Is Okay. I'm gonna see how I now I need to play with desktop. I need to go to the left a little bit. No, other way. Hold on. Okay, now that's good. So I can go even higher. Move it back a little bit. It's less in my way. Ideally, hold on. Of course, I need to adjust it again now. That's not that big a problem. I need an extension cable, not today, for my for USB cables, and that doesn't seem to be straightforward. No, what's that? It's not good. I can fix that. Okay. Now, come on, go right. Okay. So that works. Now, just hit make mark. That's my cursor. Ah, there's the displays. That doesn't really matter, does it? Where's my cursor? I lost my cursor. Oh, here. Okay, so I have to move it left. I have to move this thing to me. To me. Mm-hmm. Not too long. Where is it? Come on. Maybe you can do it. Okay. Last. Is that good enough? Is it too far? Ah. That's strange. Is it now? Okay. And now I need to probably switch off the autofocus. Right. Switch off the autofocus. Tell me, is it in focus now? It's good, huh? Okay. Now, so we can zoom in a little bit more, huh? Yeah. Now, of course, you can see it's wider than it's. Sure. It would be cool if there's one or two people showing up. What's better? Also, yeah, in a way, everything is leadership, right? I can do it such as see 2 pages. Want to focus off. I think we're good. I can make it more square, unless in Zoom. Hold on. What I may do is every time I close the application, I can do it widescreen. Come on. Okay. I need to get some prep time in a minute, mental prep time. But if it's stable like that, then I think we're good to go. I need to get some water. Got my pens here. Thinking maybe. Hey Chris, and I want to know: is there? I could put some things here on the wall behind me, but it can be a bit too much. And I could put because I could put the 7 keys there, for instance. Maybe it's too much. Okay. Yeah. There is a summary of my presentation, which is interesting. It's really helpful if I have that. Hold on, we haven't done the unmute on the platform. Yes. Chris, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. When we're on the stage, I can hear you.
But I can't hear myself.
You shouldn't hear yourself because you're talking.
Okay. I hear you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Talk again.
I am talking to you.
Okay. No, I just wanted to switch off my sound on my audio on my WhatsApp.
I'll mute my WhatsApp
Talk,
so you can't.
please.
I'm talking to you.
I don't hear you on the platform.
You don't hear me on the platform.
Chris, I don't hear you on the platform.
You don't hear me at all right now.
And now I don't hear you anymore at all.
Oop, hold on. Hold on.
Chris?
What?
Chris?
Yes. Hello. 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 Do you hear me now?
Can we go back to WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Audio?
Back to WhatsApp.
Okay. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you both ways.
That means my audience hears me.
Yeah.
Built-in output, internal speakers, microphone, built-in microphone, AG Pro webcam, same as system. Shall I do same as system? I have a separate microphone.
Yeah.
I'll try a microphone. Oh man. Now I'm getting
I can hear you just fine, so.
Yeah, but I couldn't hear myself. And it doesn't really matter.
You shouldn't hear yourself. No. Do you ever hear yourself back in Zoom? That'd be weird.
But you could hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
So how can we communicate? If I can't hear you on the platform, maybe we don't have to. I can try again. Muting.
What I can also do is put up the YouTube on the other computer I have and see if we can hear each other there. But I would like you to hear me if I talk to you on the computer. Only if we're on stage. So the only way we can talk is if we're both on stage. Yeah. No. We need to chat to each other. Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to test something for a sec. Hold on. Hello? 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 Okay. And now we're both on StreamYard, and you should be able to hear me through your computer. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Do you have speakers on your computer?
I do.
If you play a YouTube video, do you hear the sound?
Sure. So you can hear me. So my microphone is okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. So you want me to play something to see if I hear the sound? Okay. There seems to be something. Here, that's the problem. It's okay. Hold on. Internal speakers. I'm going to go off Wi-Fi. Yeah, I think it's going to work now. I think it was trying to send the sound to my Logitech camera. Okay. Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay.
Okay. And so yeah, send it to the other one. Okay, good. So that works.
Okay. Now what we need to do is switch over to the other StreamYard.
Okay. How do I do that? So stay on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, let's stay on the WhatsApp.
Okay.
Get out of this.
Yeah. And you need to send me. Yeah, I can hear you. So which StreamYard link do I need to use? And which one do I need to send to friends? Chris, hey, I can hear you. The whole window.